Section 14, Chapter 10, of the Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER. Chapter 10. Beethoven's Creative Activity in Bonn. An Inquiry into the Genesis of Many Compositions. The Cantatas on the Death of Joseph II and the Elevation of Leopold II. Songs, the Ritter Ballet, the Octet, and other chamber pieces. But for the outlook of the French Revolution, Bonn seems to have been destined to become a brilliant center of learning and art. Owing to the elector's taste and love for music, that art became what under the influence of Goethe poetry and drama were in Weimar, the artistic expression and embodiment of the intellectual character of the time. In this art, among musicians and composers, Beethoven, endowed with a genius whose originality has rarely, if ever, been surpassed, lived, moved, and had his being. His official superiors, Lucchesi, Reiche, Neefe, were indefatigable in their labors for the church, the stage, and the concert room. His companions, Andreas Perner, Anton Reiche, the Rombergs, were prolific in all the forms of composition, from the set of variations to even the opera and oratorios, and in the performance of their productions as organist, pianist, and viola player, he, of course, assisted. The trophies of Miltiades allowed no rest to Themistocles. Did the applause bestowed upon the scenes, duos, trios, quartets, symphonies, operas of his friends awaken no spirit of emulation in him? Was he contented to be the mere performer, leaving compositions to others? And yet what a beggarly account is the list of compositions known to belong to this period of his life. Calling to mind the activities of others, particularly Mozart, developed in their boyhood and reflecting on the incentives which were offered to Beethoven in Bonn, one may well marvel at the small number and the small significance of the compositions which preceded the trio's Opus 1, with which, at the age of 24 years, he first presented himself to the world as a finished artist. But a change has come over the picture in the progress of time. Not only are the beginnings of many works which he presented to the world at a late date as the ripe products of his genius to be tracked back to the Bonn period, fate has also made known to us compositions of his youth which for a long time were lost in whole or in part, and which in connection with the three great pianoforte quartets of 1785 not only disclose a steady progress, but also discover the self-developed individual artist at a much earlier date than has heretofore been accepted. Now that we are again in possession of the cantatas and other fruits of the Bonn period, or have learned to know them better as such, we are able to free ourselves from the old notion which presented Beethoven as a slowly and tardily developed master. The most interesting of Beethoven's composition in the Bonn period are unquestionably the cantatas on the death of Joseph II and the elevation of Leopold II. Beethoven did not bring them either to performance or publication. They were dead to the world. Notenbaum called attention to the fact that manuscript copies of their scores were announced in the auction catalogue of the Library of Baron de Byna in April 1813. It seems probable that Hummel purchased them at the time. At any rate, after his death, they found their way from his estate into the second-hand bookshop of Liszt and Franke in Leipzig, where they were bought, in 1884, by Armin Friedmann of Vienna. Dr. Edward Hanslick acquainted the world with the rediscovered treasures in a feuilleton, published in the Neue Freie Presse newspaper of Vienna on May 13, 1884, and the funeral cantata was performed for the first time at Vienna in November 1884 and at Bonn on June 29, 1885. Both cantatas were then included in the complete works of Beethoven, published by Breitkopf and Hartel. The cantata on the death of Joseph II, composed by Ludwig van Beethoven, was written between March and June 1790. The emperor died on February 20th, and the news of his death reached Bonn on February 24th. The Lesegesellschaft at once planned a memorial celebration, which took place on March 19th. At a meeting held to make preparations for the function of February 28th, Professor Eulogius Schneider, who delivered the memorial address, expressed the wish that a musical feature be incorporated in the program and said that a young poet had that day placed a poem in his hands which only needed a setting from one of the excellent musicians who were members of the society, or a composer from elsewhere. Beethoven's most influential friends, at the head of them Count Waldstein, were members of the society. Here, therefore, we have beyond doubt the story of how Beethoven's composition originated. The minutes of the last meeting for preparation, held on March 17, state that for various reasons the proposed cantata cannot be performed. Among the various reasons may have been the excessive difficulty of the parts of the wind instruments, which, according to Wegeler, frustrated a projected performance at Mergentheim, though it is also possible that Beethoven, who was notoriously a slow worker, was unable to complete the music in the short time which was at his disposal. The text of the cantata was written by Severin Anton Averdank, son of an employee of the Electoral Bureau of Accounts, and brother of the court singer Johanna Helena Averdank, who, in her youth, was for a space a pupil of Johann von Beethoven. Beethoven set the young poet's ode for solo voice, chorus and orchestra, without trumpets and drums. Brahms, on playing through the score, remarked, "It is Beethoven through and through. Even if there were no name on the title page, none other than that of Beethoven could be conjectured." The same thing may be said of the cantata of the elevation of Leopold II to the imperial dignity composed by Ludwig van Beethoven. Leopold's election as Roman emperor took place on September 30th, 1790, his coronation on October 9th, when Elector Max Franz was present at Frankfurt. This gives us a hint as to the date of the composition. Whether or not the elector commissioned it cannot be said. Averdank was again the poet. The two cantatas mark the culmination of Beethoven's creative labors in Bonn. They show his artistic individuality ripened and a sovereign command of all the elements, which Bonn was able to teach him from a technical point of view. Two airs for bass voice, with orchestral accompaniment, are, to judge by the handwriting, also to be ascribed to about 1790. The first is entitled Prüfung des Küssens, the Test of Kissing, by Ludwig van Beethoven. The use of the W instead of the V in the spelling of the name points to an early period for the composition. The text of the second bears the title Mit Mädeln sich vertragen, and was taken by Beethoven from the original version of Goethe's Claudine von Villabella. Paper handwriting and the spelling of the name of the composer indicate the same period as the first air. The two compositions remained unknown for a long time, but are now to be had in the supplement to the complete works published by Breitkopf and Hartel. To these airs must be added a considerable number of songs as fruits of Beethoven's creative labors in Bonn. The first of these, Ich, der mit flattenden Sinn, was made known by publication in the complete works. A sketch found among sketches for the variations on Sauvura Ballare led Notenbaum to set down 1792 as the year of its origin. Of the songs grouped and published as Opus 52, the second, Feuerfarbe, belongs to the period of transition from Bonn to Vienna. On January 26, 1793, Fischnich wrote to Charlotte von Schiller, "I am enclosing with this a setting of the Feuerfarbe, of which I should like to have your opinion. It is by a young man of this place whose musical talents are universally praised, and whom the Elector has sent to Haydn in Vienna. He proposes also to compose Schiller's Freude, and indeed strophe by strophe. Ordinarily, he does not trouble himself with such trifles as the enclosed, which he wrote at the request of a lady. From this, it is fair to conclude that the song was finished before Beethoven's departure from Bonn. Later, he wrote a new postlude, which is found among motivi for the octet and the trio in C minor. Of the other songs in Opus 52, the origin of several may be set down as falling in the Bonn period. That of the first, Urian's Reise die Welt, we have already seen. Whether or not these songs, which met with severe criticism in comparison with other greater works of Beethoven, were published without Beethoven's knowledge, is doubtful. Probability places the following songs in the period of transition, or just before it. An Mina, sketched on a page with Feuerfarbe, and other works written out in the early days of the Vienna period. A drinking song, to be sung at parting, hebt das Glas mit froher Hand. To judge by the handwriting, an early work, presumably circa 1787. Elegie auf dem Tod eines Bruders. Die Klage, to be placed in 1790, inasmuch as the original manuscript form appears simultaneously with sketches of the funeral cantata. Wer ist ein freier Mann, whose original autograph in the British Museum bears the inscription Ipse fecit Ludwig van Beethoven, and must be placed not later than 1790, while a revised form is probably a product of 1795, and to a third, Wegeler appended a different text, Was ist das Meures Ziel, published in 1806. The Punschlied may be a trifle older. The autograph of Man strebt die Flamme zu verzählen, in the possession of the Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde, which has been placed in the year 1792, bears in Beethoven's handwriting the words Pour Madame Weissenthurn par Ludwig van Beethoven. Madame Weissenthurn was a writer and actress, and from 1789 a member of the company of the Burgtheater in Vienna, and it is more than likely that Beethoven did not get acquainted with her till he went to Vienna, although she was born on the Rhine. Turn we now to the instrumental works, which date back to the Bonn period. The beginning is made with the work which, in a manner, first brought Beethoven into close relationship with the stage, the Ritter Ballet, produced by the nobility on Carnival Sunday, March 6, 1791, and which, consequently, cannot have been composed long before, say in 1790 or 1791. The ballet was designed by Count Waldstein in connection with Habich, a dancing master from Aix-la-Chapelle. Of the contents of the piece, we know nothing more than is contained in the report from Bonn, printed 3 chapters back, namely, that it illustrated the predilection of the ancient Germans for war, the chase, love, and drinking. The music, being without words, can give us no further help. It consists of 8 short numbers, designed to accompany the pantomime. 1. March. 2. German song. 3. Hunting song. 4. Romance. 5. War song. 6. Drinking song. 7. German dance. 8. Coda. It was intended that the music should be accepted as Waldstein's, and therefore Beethoven never published it. It seems as if the last year of Beethoven's sojourn in Bonn was especially influential in the development of his artistic character and ability. Of the works of 1792, besides trifles, there were 2 of larger dimensions, which, if we were not better advised, would unhesitatingly be placed in the riper Vienna period. The autograph of the octet for wind instruments, published after the composer's death, and designated at a later date as Opus 103, bears the inscription Partia in S. Above this, Dans un concert. Due oboe, due clarinetti, due corni, due fagati. Di Ludwig van Beethoven. From a sketch which precedes suggestions for the song Feuerfarbe, Notenbaum concludes that the octet was composed in 1792, or at the latest in 1793. In the latter case, it would be a Viennese product. It is improbable, however, that Beethoven found either incentive or occasion soon after reaching Vienna to write a piece of this character, and it is significant that in his later years he never returned to a combination of 8 instruments. But there was an incentive in Bonn in the form of the excellent dinner music of the Elector, described by Chaplain Juncker, which was performed by 2 oboes, 2 clarinets, 2 horns, and 2 bassoons. It may be set down as a fruit of 1792, his last year in Bonn. From the same combination of instruments, Beethoven also composed a rondino in E-flat, published in 1829 by Diabelli, probably from the posthumous manuscript. From the autograph, Notenbaum argued that it was written in Bonn, and what has been said of the origin of the octet applies also to the rondino. The autograph of a little duet in G for 2 flutes bears the inscription For Friend Degenhath by Ludwig van Beethoven, August 23, 1792, midnight. We are lifted to a higher plane again by a work which, in invention and construction, surpasses the compositions already mentioned and still to be mentioned in the present category, and discloses the fully developed Beethoven as we know him, the trio, in E-flat for violin, viola, and violoncello, Opus 3. Its publication was announced by Artaria in February 1797. According to Wegler, Beethoven was commissioned by Count Apollonia in 1795 to write a quartet. He made 2 efforts, but produced first a trio, Opus 3, and then a quintet, Opus 4. We know better the origin of the latter work now, but Wegler is also mistaken about the origin of the trio. It was a Bonn product. Here's the proof. At the general flight from Bonn, whether the one at hand of October or that of December 15, 1793, the Elector ordered his chaplain, Abbe Clemens Dobler, to accompany an English lady, the Honorable Mrs. Bowater, to Hamburg. While there, says William Gardiner in his Music and Friends, Volume 3, page 142, he was declared an immigrant, and his property was seized. Luckily, he placed some money in our English government funds, and his only alternative was to proceed to England. Dobler accompanied Mrs. Bowater to Leicester. She, having lived much in Germany, had acquired a fine taste in music, and as the abbé was a very fine performer on the violin, music was essential to fill up this irksome period, while Mrs. Bowater lived in lodgings before moving into Old Dolby Hall. My company was sought with that of 2 of my friends, to make up occasionally an instrumental quartet. Our music consisted of the quartets of Haydn, Boccherini, and Wranitzky. The abbé, who never traveled without his violin, had luckily put into his fiddle case a trio composed by Beethoven just before he set off, which thus in the year 1793 found its way to Leicester. This composition, so different from anything I had ever heard, awakened in me a new sense, a new delight in the science of sounds. When I went to town, London, I inquired for the works of this author, but could learn nothing more than that he was considered a madman, and that his music was like himself. However, I had a friend in Hamburg, through whom, although the war was raging at the time, I occasionally obtained some of these inestimable treasures. What trio was this, so praised by the enthusiastic Englishman? On the last page but one of Gardiner's Italy, Her Music, Arts, and People, he writes, speaking of his return down the Rhine, Recently we arrived at Bonn, the birthplace of Beethoven. About the year 1786, my friend, the Abbé Dobler, chaplain to the Elector of Cologne, first noticed this curly, black-headed boy, the son of a tenor singer in the cathedral. Through the abbey, I became acquainted with the first production of this wonderful composer. How great was my surprise in playing the viola part to his trio in E-flat, so unlike anything I had ever heard. It was a new sense to me, an intellectual pleasure which I had never received from sounds. Again, in a letter to Beethoven, Gardiner says, "Your trio in E-flat, for violin, viola, and bass." To all but the blind, this narrative pours a flood of light upon the whole question. There come up now for consideration the compositions in which Beethoven's principal instrument, the pianoforte, is employed. They carry us back a space, and to the earliest examples we add a related composition for violin. It was a part of Beethoven's official duty to play the pianoforte before the Elector, and it may therefore easily be imagined that after this first boyish attempt in 1784, he would continue to compose concertos and parts of concertos for the pianoforte and orchestra, and not wait until 1795, when he publicly performed the entirely new concerto in B-flat. Quite recently, the world has learned of a first movement for a pianoforte concerto in D, concerning which the first report was made by Guido Adler in 1888, and which was performed in Vienna on April 7, 1889, and then incorporated as edited by Adler in the supplement to the complete works. It was discovered in copy, solo, and orchestra parts in the possession of Joseph Bezesny, the head of an educational institution for the blind in Prague, and the handwriting is his. Immediately after its first performance, its authenticity was questioned by Dr. Baumgartner, who called attention to its Mozartian characteristics, but failed to advance any reason for doubting the testimony of so thorough a musical scholar as Adler. The latter had emphasized the resemblances to Mozart's works, which indeed are too obvious to escape attention, but for a long time after 1785, especially after Beethoven met Mozart personally in Vienna, the former was completely in the latter's thrall, and that his music should occasionally be reminiscent of his model is not at all singular. Such reminiscences are to be found in the quartets of 1785 and the trio for pianoforte and wind instruments. It is safe to assume that the movement was written, as Adler suggests, in the period 1788 through 1793, perhaps before rather than 1790, and that Beethoven attached little value to it and laid it permanently aside. A companion piece to this movement is the fragment of a concerto for violin in C major, of which the autograph is in the archives of the Gesellschaft für Musikfreunde in Vienna, the handwriting of which indicates that it belongs to the early Vienna, if not the Bonn period. That it is a first transcription is indicated by the fact that there are many erasures and corrections. The fragment contains 259 measures, embracing the orchestral introduction, the first solo passage, the second tutti, and the beginning of the free fantasia for the solo instrument. It ends with the introduction of a new transition motif, which leads to the conjecture that the movement was finished and that the missing portion has been lost. A trio in E-flat for pianoforte, violin, and violoncello, found among Beethoven's posthumous papers, was published in 1836 by Dunst in Frankfurt on the Main. On the original publication, its authenticity was certified to by Diabelli, Czerny, and Ferdinand Ries, and it was stated that the original manuscript was in the possession of Schindler. Wegler verified the handwriting is that of Beethoven. Schindler cites Beethoven's utterance that he had written the work at the age of 15 years, and described it as one of his highest strivings in the free style of composition. which was either a misunderstanding of Schindler's or a bit of irony on the part of Beethoven. Nearer the truth, at any rate, is a remark in Graffer's written catalogue of Beethoven's works. Composed anno 1791, and originally intended for the three trios Opus 1, but omitted as too weak by Beethoven. Whether or not this observation rests on an authentic source is not stated. Whether or not the pianoforte trios Opus 1 were composed in Bonn may be left without discussion here, since we shall be obliged to recur to the subject later. The facts about them, that have been determined beyond controversy, are that they were published in 1795, were not ready in their final shape in 1794, and were already played in the presence of Haydn in 1793. The variations in E-flat for pianoforte, violin, and violoncello, which were published in 1804 by Hofmeister in Leipzig as Opus 44, apparently belong to the last year of Beethoven's life in Bonn. Notebaum found a sketch of the work, alongside one of the song Feuerfarbe, which fact points to the year 1792. Beethoven, in a letter to the publisher, appears not to have laid particular store by it, a circumstance easily understood in view of the great works which had followed the youthful effort. Besides these compositions, a trio for pianoforte, flute, and bassoon, concerning which all the information we have came from the catalogue of Beethoven's effects sold at auction, has recently been published. It is number 179 in the catalogue, where it is described as a composition of the Bonn period. On the autograph, preserved in Berlin, the title, placed at the end, is Trio Concertante a Clavicembalo Flauto Fagotto, composta da Ludwig van Beethoven, organista di SS, illegible word, Köln. The designation of the composer as organist, etc., fixes the place of its origin, and the handwriting indicates an early date. Among the papers found in Beethoven's apartment after his death was the manuscript of a sonata in B-flat for pianoforte and flute, which passed into the hands of Orteria. It is not in Beethoven's handwriting, and the little evidence of its authenticity is not convincing. It's more than likely that the variations of pianoforte and violin on Mozart's Se vuol ballare ought to be assigned to the latter part of the Bonn period. They were published in July 1793 with a dedication to Eleanor von Breuning, to whom Beethoven sent the composition with a letter dated November 2, 1793. The dedication leads to the presumption that the work was carried to Vienna in a finished state, and there subjected to only the final polish. The postscript to the letter to Fräulein von Breuning betrays the reason for the hurried publication. Beethoven wanted to checkmate certain Viennese pianists whom he had detected copying peculiarities of his playing in improvisation, which he suspected they would publish as their own devices. Besides the pieces already mentioned, Beethoven wrote the following works for pianoforte in Bonn. 1. A prelude in F minor. According to a remark on a printed copy shown to be authentic, Beethoven wrote it when he was 15 years old, that is, in 1786. Or, the question of his age not being determined at the time, 1787. The prelude is, as a matter of fact, a fruit of his studies in the art of imitation, and the initiative probably came from Bach's preludes. 2. Two preludes through the 12 major keys for pianoforte or organ, published by Hofmeister in 1803 as Opus 39. Obviously, exercises written for Nifa while he was Beethoven's teacher in composition. 3. Variations on the arietta Veni Amore by Righini in D major. Veni Amore, not Vieni. The arietta begins Veni Amore, nel tuo regno, una compagno del Timor. Righini gave his melody a number of vocal variations. Beethoven republished his in Vienna in 1801 through Träg, Complete Works, Series 17, number 178, composed about 1790 and published in Mannheim in 1791. They were inscribed to Countess Hatzfeld, née Countess de Girorden, who has been praised in his book as an eminent pianist. The story of the encounter between Beethoven and Störkel, in which these variations figure, has also been told. Beethoven had a good opinion of them. Czerny told Otto Jahn that he had brought them with him to Vienna and used them to introduce himself. 2 books of variations are to be adjudged to the Bonn period because of their place of publication and other biographical considerations. They are the variations in A major on a theme from Dittersdorf's opera Das rote Käppchen, Es war einmal ein alter Mann, and the variations for 4 heads on a theme by Count Waldstein. Both sets were published by Simrock in Bonn, the first of Beethoven's compositions published in his native town. They were not published until 1794, but according to a letter to Simrock dated August 2, 1794, the latter had received the first set a considerable time before, and Beethoven had held back the corrections while the other was already printed. Beethoven's intimate association with Waldstein in Bonn is a familiar story, but we hear nothing of it in the early Viennese days. The variations on a theme of his own seem likely to have been the product of a wish expressed by the Count. That Beethoven seldom wrote for 4 hands, and certainly not without a special reason, is an accepted fact. Another presumably Bonnian product, which has come down to us only as a fragment, is the Sonata in C major for pianoforte, published in 1830 by Dunst in Frankfurt, with a dedication to Eleanor von Breuning. It is probably the sonata which Beethoven, according to the letter to be given presently, had promised to his friend, and which was fully sketched at the time. There would be no doubt of the fact that the sonata was written in Bonn if the presumption that this letter was written in Bonn were true. But even as it is, the fact that the letter says it had been promised long ago indicates a pre-Viennese origin. All that is certain is that Eleanor von Breuning received it from Beethoven in 1796. In the copy sent to the publisher, 11 measures at the end of the Adagio were lacking. These were supplied by Ferdinand Ries in the manner of Beethoven. There can scarcely be a doubt that Beethoven finished the Adagio, and it can be assumed that he also composed a last movement, which has been lost. Concerning the Rondo in C major, published in Bosler's Blumenlese of 1783, we have already spoken. It is a striking fact, to anyone who has had occasion to examine carefully the chronology of publication of Beethoven's works, that up to nearly the close of 1802, whatever appeared under his name was worthy of that name. But that then in the period of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th symphonies, of the sonatas opus 47, 53, 57, and of the Lenora, to the wonder of the critics of that time, serial advertisements of the Kunst und Industrie Comptoir in Vienna announced the trios opus 30 and the 7 bagatelles opus 33. In another, the Grand Symphonie opus 36 and the variations on God Save the King. On May 15, 1805, the Waldstein Sonata and the Romance opus 50, and on June 16, the Songs opus 52, which the Allgemeine Musikszeitung describes as commonplace, poor, weak, in part ridiculous stuff. Ries solves the enigma when he writes Notizen 124 that all trifles, many things which he never intended to publish, because he deemed them unworthy of his name, were given to the world through the agency of his brother. In this manner the world was made acquainted with songs which he had written long before he went to Vienna from Bonn. Even little compositions which he had written in albums were filched and published. But even if the widest latitude be given to the judgment in selecting from the publications of these years works belonging to the Bonn period, still, what an exceedingly meager list is the aggregate of Beethoven's compositions from his 12th to the end of his 22nd year. Mozart's, according to Kochel, reached at that age 293. Handel completed his 20th year, February 23, 1705. On the 25th, his second opera, Nero, was performed, and what he had not previously written. This apparent lack of productiveness on the part of Beethoven has been noticed by other writers. One has disputed the fact and is of opinion that the composer, in later years, destroyed the manuscripts of his youth to prevent the possibility of injury to his fame by their posthumous publication. But this explanation is nonsense, as everyone knows who has had an opportunity to examine the autograph collections in Vienna, and there to remark with what scrupulous care even his most valueless productions were preserved by their author in all his migrations from house to house and from city to country throughout his Vienna life. Beethoven attached absolutely no value to his autographs. After they had once been engraved, they generally were piled on the floor in his living room or an anteroom among other pieces of music. I often brought order into his music, but when Beethoven hunted for anything, everything was sent flying in disorder. At that time I might have carried away the autograph manuscripts of all the pieces which had been printed, or had I asked him for them, he would unquestionably have given them to me without a thought. These words of Ries are confirmed by the small number of autographs or printed works in the auction catalogue of Beethoven's posthumous papers, most of them having remained in the hands of the publishers or having been lost, destroyed, or stolen. Another author has endeavored to supply the vacuum by deducing the chronology of Beethoven's works from their form, matter, or general character as viewed by his eyes, referring all which seem to him below the standard of the composer at any particular period to an earlier one, and a very comical chronology he makes of it. His success certainly has not been such as to induce any attempt of the kind here, and yet that he is right in the general fact is the hypothesis which the following remarks are conceived to establish as truth. Schindler, who is often very positive on the ground that what he does not know cannot be true, in introducing his chronological table of Beethoven's works, published from 1796 to 1800, remarks, "It may be asserted with positiveness that none of the works catalogued below were composed before 1794. Upon which point the assertion is ventured that Schindler is thoroughly mistaken, and that many of the works published by Beethoven during the first dozen years of his Vienna life were taken thither from Bonn. They doubtless were more or less altered, amended, improved, corrected, but nevertheless belong as compositions to those years when Beethoven played pianoforte concertos and Herr Neefe accompanied at court, in the theater, and in concerts, while the other young men were trying their strength upon works for the orchestra and stage, the performance of which would necessarily give them notoriety. The court pianist would naturally confine himself mostly to his own instrument and to chamber music, to works whose production before a small circle in the salons of the Elector, Countess Hatzfeld, and others would excite little, if any, public notice. But here he struck out so new, and at that time so strange a path, that no small degree of praise is due to the sagacity of Count Waldstein, who comprehended his aims, felt his greatness, and encouraged him to trust and to be guided by his own instincts and genius. That Beethoven also tried his powers in a wider field, we know from the two cantatas, the airs in Die Schöne Schüsterin and the Ritterballet. Karl Haslinger in Vienna also possessed an orchestral introduction to the second act of an unnamed opera, which may as well be referred to the Bonn period as to any other, and it is not by any means a wild suggestion that he had tried his strength in other concertos for pianoforte and full orchestra than that of 1784. As to the compositions for 2, 6, or 8 wind instruments, there was little, if any, danger of mistake in supposing them to have been written for the Elector's Harmonie Musik. But this is wandering from the point. To establish which the following remarks are in all humility submitted. 1. If a list be drawn up of Beethoven's compositions published between 1795 and December 1802, with the addition of other works known to have been composed in those years, the result will be nearly as follows. omitting single songs and other minor pieces. Symphonies, 2. Ballet, Prometheus, 1. Sonatas, solo and duo, 32. Romances, violin and orchestra, 2. Serenade, 1. Duos, clarinet and bassoon, 3. Sets of variations, 15. Sets of dances, 5. A Perfido and Adelaide, 2. Pianoforte concertos, 3. Trios, pianoforte and other instruments, 9. Quartets, 6. Quintets, 3. Septet, 1. Pianoforte rondos, 3. Marches for 4 hands, 3. Oratorio, Christus, 1. An aggregate of 92 compositions in 8 years or 96 months, and most of them such compositions. That Beethoven was a remarkable man, all the world knows, but that he could produce at this rate, study operatic composition with Salieri, sustain, nay, increase his reputation as a pianoforte virtuoso, journey to Prague, Berlin, and other places, correct proof sheets for his publishers, give lessons, and yet find time to write long letters to friends, to sleep, to eat, drink, and be merry with companions of his own age. This is, to say the least, a morsel difficult of digestion. The more so from the fact that at the very time when he began to devote himself more exclusively to composition, such marvelous fertility suddenly ceased. The inference is obvious. 2. When Neefe, in 1798, calls Beethoven, beyond controversy, one of the foremost pianoforte players, it excites no surprise. 10 years before, he had played the most of Bach's well-tempered clavichord, and had now long held the offices of second court organist and concerto player. But what sufficient reason could Waldstein have had for his faith that this pianist, by study and perseverance, would yet be able to seize and hold the scepter of Mozart? And upon what grounds, too, could Fischnich, on January 26, 1793, write as he did to Charlotte von Schiller from Bonn, see ante, and add, "I expect something perfect from him, for so far as I know him, he is wholly devoted to the great and sublime." Haydn has written here that he would soon put him at grand operas, and soon be obliged to quit composing. Note the date of this, January 22nd, 1793. Haydn must have written some time before this, when Beethoven could not have been with him more than 6 or 8 weeks. Did the master found his remark upon what he had seen in his pupil, or upon the compositions which his pupil had placed before him? Wegeler has printed an undated and incomplete letter of Beethoven to Eleanor von Breuning, certainly, however, not later than the spring of 1794, which was accompanied by a set of variations and a rondo for pianoforte and violin. Do the following passages in this letter indicate anything? "I have a great deal to do, or I would before this have transcribed the sonata which I promised you long ago. It is a mere sketch in my manuscript, and it would be a difficult task even for the clever and practiced Peregrine to copy it. You can have the rondo copied and return the score to me. It is the only one of my things which is in a manner suitable to you." May these words not be paraphrased thus? "As to the sonata which I played at your house and of which I promised you a copy, it is in my manuscript hardly more than a sketch, so that I could not trust it to a copyist, not even to Peregrine, and I have not had leisure to transcribe it myself." And finally, the closing lines of a short article in the Arbeit der Tonkunst für Wein in Prague, 1776, which notice was not written later than the spring of 1795, 9 or 10 months before the publication of the sonatas Opus 2, are pregnantly suggestive. We have a number of beautiful sonatas by him, amongst which the last ones particularly distinguish themselves. These works were therefore well known in manuscript, even at the time when he was busy with his studies under Haydn and Albrechtsberger. 3. If in spite of the above, it still be objected that the opera 1 to 15 or 20, as you please, are of a character beyond the powers of Beethoven during his Bonn life. Who knows this to be a fact? Has such an objection any other basis than a mere prejudice? A fanciful theory has exhibited Beethoven to us as a rude, undeveloped genius, who, being transferred to Vienna and schooled 2 years by Haydn and Albrechtsberger, then began with the Trios Opus 1, wrought his way upward in 8 years, through the 23 compositions of Opera 2 to 14 in a geometrical progression to the first pianoforte concertos, the Ballet Prometheus, and the Symphony in C. It is, however, known that in March 1795, Beethoven played his pianoforte concerto in B-flat in Vienna. Shortly afterward, published the Trios, Opus 1, and in 1796 composed the 2 sonatas for pianoforte and violoncello in Berlin. A young man who at the age of 24 or 25 could give the public 2 such concertos could hardly have been such a rough diamond only 3 or 4 years before. 4. However convincing the preceding propositions may seem to the ordinary reader, the critical student of musical history justly demands something more. It is not enough for him to know that Opus 19 was composed before the publication of Opus 1, that Opus 2 is in part made up from the pianoforte quartets of 1785, that the quintet Opus 4 is an arrangement of the partia in E-flat for wind instruments afterwards published as Opus 103, and is now proved to belong to the Bonn period, and that a whole movement of the funeral cantata found its way into Fidelio. The argument is to him like an arch without its keystone, until one or more of the important works be named specifically as Bonn compositions and proved to be such. End of section 14. Section 15, Chapter 11, of the Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER, Chapter 11. Beethoven in Vienna, Personal Details, Death of his Father, Minor Expenditures and Receipts, Studies with Albrechtsberger and Salieri. It would be pleasant to announce the arrival of Ludwig van Beethoven in Vienna with, so to speak, a grand flourish of trumpets, and to indulge the fancy in a highly colored and poetic account of his advent there. But, unluckily, there is none of that lack of data which is favorable to that kind of composition, none of that obscurity which exalts one to write history as he would have it and not as it really was. The facts are too patent, like the multitude of studious youths and young men who came thither annually to find schools and teachers. This small, thin, dark-complexioned, pock-marked, dark-eyed, bewigged young musician of 22 years had quietly journeyed to the capital to pursue the study of his art, with the small, thin, dark-complexioned, pock-marked, black-eyed, and bewigged veteran composer. In the well-known anecdote related by Carpani of Haydn's introduction to him, Anton Esterhazy, the prince, is made to call the composer a Moor. Beethoven had even more of the Moor in his looks than his master. His front teeth, owing to the singular flatness of the roof of his mouth, protruded, and of course thrust out his lips. The nose, too, was rather broad and decidedly flattened, while the forehead was remarkably full and round. In the words of the late court secretary Mahler, who twice painted his portrait, a bullet. Beethoven, wrote Juncker, confessed that in his journeys he had seldom found in the playing of the most distinguished virtuosos that excellence which he supposed he had a right to expect. He now had an opportunity to make his observations upon the pianists and composers at the very headquarters, then of German music, to improve himself by study under the best of them, and by to measure his strength with theirs. He found very soon that the words of the poet were here also applicable. "'Tis distance lends enhancement to the view," and did not find, now Mozart was gone, what he supposed he had a right to expect. For the present, however, we have to do but with the young stranger in a large city, seeking lodgings and making such arrangements for the future as shall not be out of due proportion to the limited pecuniary means at his command. If the minute details which here follow should seem to be too insignificant in themselves, the bearing they have upon some other future questions must justify their introduction. Turning again to the memorandum book, the first entries which follow the notes of the journey from Bonn to Verges are merely of necessities to be supplied: wood, wigmaker, coffee, overcoat, boots, shoes, pianoforte desk, seal, writing desk, pianoforte money, and something illegible followed by the remark, all beginning with next month. The next page gives a hint as to the day of his arrival. It contains the substance of 2 advertisements in the Wiener Zeitung, of pianofortes for sale, one near the Hohenmarkt, and 2 in Kämmerchen Beerhaus No. 257 in Schlossergasse am Graben. The latter appears for the last time on the 10th of November. Beethoven was therefore then in Vienna. But he intends to cultivate the graces as well as the muses. The next page begins with this: Andreas Lidner, dancing master, lives in the Strasse am Himmel, No. 415, to which succeeds a note, evidently of money received from the elector, possibly in Bonn, but more likely in Vienna, 25 ducats, received of which expended on November half a sovereign for the pianoforte, or 6 florins 40 kreutzer. 2 florins were of my own money. The same page also shows him in the matter of his toilet, preparing even then for entrance into society. Black silk stockings, 1 ducat. 1 pair of winter silk stockings, 1 florin 40 kreutzers. Boots, 6 florins. Shoes, 1 florin 30 kreutzers. But these expenses, in addition to his daily necessities, are making a large inroad upon his 25 ducats received. And on page 7 we read, "On Wednesday, the 12th of December, I had 15 ducats." The 12th of December fell upon Wednesday in the year 1792. Omitting for the present what else stands upon page 7, here are the interesting contents of page 8. And how suggestive and pregnant they are. "In Bonn, I counted on receiving 100 ducats here, but in vain. I have got to equip myself completely anew." Several pages which follow contain what upon inspection proves evidently to be his monthly payments from the time when all was to begin next month, of which the first may be given as a specimen. House rent, 14 florins. Pianoforte, 6 florins, 49 kreutzers. Eating, each time 12 kreutzers. Meals with wine, 6 1/2 florins, 3 kreutzers for B&H. It is not necessary to give the housekeeper more than 7 florins. The rooms are so close to the ground. Beethoven was hardly well settled in his lodgings. The novelty of his position had scarcely begun to wear off under the effect of habit, when startling tidings reached him from Bonn, of an event to cloud his Christmas holidays, to weaken his ties to his native place, to increase his cares for his brothers and make an important change in his pecuniary condition. His father had suddenly died. 1792, December 18, Obit Johannes Beethoven, says the death roll of St. Remigius Parish. The Elector Archbishop, still in Munster, heard this news also, and consecrated a joke to the dead man's memory. On the 1st of January, 1793, he wrote a letter to Count Marshal von Schall, on which these words occur: "The revenues from the liquor excise have suffered a loss in the deaths of Beethoven and Neichhoff. For the widow of the latter, provision will be made, if circumstances allow, in view of his 40 years of service in the electoral kitchen. Franz Ries was again to befriend Beethoven and act for him in his absence, and the receipt for his first quarter's salary, 25 Thoren, is signed F. Ries in the name of Ludwig Beethoven, at the usual time, namely the beginning of the second month of the quarter, February 4. But the lapse of Johann von Beethoven's pension of $200 was a serious misfortune to his son, particularly since the 100 ducats were not forthcoming. The correspondence between Beethoven and Ries not being preserved, it can only be conjectured that the latter took the proper steps to obtain that portion of the pension set apart by the electoral decree for the support of the two younger sons. But in vain, owing to the disappearance of the original document, and that, receiving information of this fact, Beethoven immediately sent from Vienna the petition which follows, but which, as is mostly the case with that class of papers in the Bonn archives, is without date. Several years ago, your serene Electoral Highness was graciously pleased to retire my father, the tenor-singer Van Beethoven, from service, and to set aside $100 of his salary to me that I might clothe, nourish, and educate my two younger brothers, and also pay the debts of my father. I was about to present this decree to your Highness's revenue exchequer when my father urgently begged me not to do so, inasmuch as it would have the appearance in the eyes of the public as if he were incapable of caring for his family, adding that he would himself pay me the $25 quarterly, which he always did. When, however, on the death of my father in December of last year, I wished to make use of your Highness's grace by presenting the above-mentioned gracious decree, I learned to my terror that my father had misapplied (unterschlagen equals to embezzle) the same. In most obedient veneration, I therefore pray your Electoral Highness for the gracious renewal of this decree, and that your Highness's revenue exchequer be directed to pay over to me the sum graciously allowed to me, due for the last quarter at the beginning of last February. Your Electoral and Serene Highness's most obedient and faithful Ludwig van Beethoven, Court Organist. The petition was duly considered by the Privy Council, and with the result indicated by the endorsement. Ad sup of the court organist Ludwig van Beethoven, the 100 Reichsstaller which he is now receiving annually is increased by a further 100 Reichsstaller in quarterly payments, beginning with the January 1st from the 200 Reichsstaller salary vacated by the death of his father. He is further to receive the 3 measures of grain, graciously bestowed upon him for the education of his brothers. The Electoral Court Chancellery will make the necessary provisions. Attest P. The order of the Exchequer followed on May 24th, and on June 15th, Franz Ries had the satisfaction of signing receipts, one for $25 for January, February, and March, and one for $50 for the second quarter of the year. But from this time onward, no hint has yet been discovered that Beethoven ever received anything from the elector, or had any resources but his own earnings, and the generosity of newly found friends in Vienna. These resources were soon needed. The remark that 2 florins of the payment toward the pianoforte were out of his own money proves that he possessed a small sum, saved up by degrees, from lesson-giving, from presents received, and the like. But it could not have been a large amount, while the 25 ducats and the above-recorded receipts of salary were all too small to have carried him through the summer of 1793. Here is the second of his monthly records of necessary and regular expenses in farther proof of this. 14 florins, house rent, 6 florins 40, pianoforte, meals with wine, 15 florin and a half. Question mark. 3 florins, maid 1. The sum total being, as added by himself, 11 ducats and 1/2 florin. And yet, at the end of the year, there are entries that show that he was not distressed for money. For instance, the 24th of October, that is, reckoning from November 1st, 112 florins and 30 kreutzer, 2 ducats for a seal, 1 florin 25 kreutzers copyist, Tuesday and Saturday from 7 to 8, and Sunday from 11 to 12, 3 florins. And the final entry, not later in date than 1794, is 3 carolins in gold, 4 carolins in crown thalers, and 4 ducats make 7 carolins and 4 ducats, and a lot of small change. In what manner Beethoven was already in 1794 able to remain in Vienna without salary until recalled, to quote the elector's words, will hereafter appear with some degree of certainty. But just now he claims attention as pupil of Haydn and Albrechtsberger. The citations made in a previous chapter from the letters of Neefe and Fischenich prove how strong an impression Beethoven's powers, both as virtuoso and composer, had made upon Joseph Haydn immediately after his reaching Vienna, and no man then living was better able to judge on such points. But whether the famous chapel master, just returned from his English triumphs, himself a daring and successful innovator, and now very busy with compositions in preparation for his second visit to London, was the man to guide the studies of a headstrong, self-willed, and still more daring musical revolutionist, was, a priori, a very doubtful question. The result proved that he was not. The memorandum book has a few entries which relate to Haydn. On page 7, that which contains the 15 ducats on the 12th of October 1792, there is a column of numerals, the first of which reads Haydn, 8 groschen, the other 12, except a single one, all 2. And on the 2 pages, which happen to have the dates of October 24th and 29th, 1793, are these 2 entries. 22x, chocolate for Haydn and me. Coffee, 6x, for Haydn and me. These notes simply confirm what was known from other sources, namely that Beethoven began to study with Haydn very soon after reaching Vienna, and continued to be his pupil until the end of the year 1793. They indicate also that the scholar, whatever feelings he may have indulged towards the master in secret, kept on good terms with him, and that their private intercourse was not confined to the hours devoted to lessons in Haydn's room in the Hamburger House number 992, on the no longer existing Wasserkunstbastei. Concerning the course of study that year, nothing can be added to the words of Notebaum, Allgemeine Musikalische Zeitung, 1863 to 1864, founded upon a most thorough examination of all the known manuscripts and authorities which bear upon this question. Of the manuscripts, Notebaum says, they are exercises in simple counterpoint on 6 plain chants in the old modes. He must have written more. But what? On this point, there are no indications to be found. It may be accepted with considerable certainty that the contrapuntal exercises were preceded by an introductory, though probably brief study of the nature of consonances and dissonances. For this, the last chapter of the book of Fuchs's Gradus ad Parnassum might have served. But this, adds Notebaum, would not have sufficed to fill the entire period. In view of Haydn's predilection for Fuchs's system, it is not conceivable that there were preliminary exercises, say in the free style or in the modern keys. There remains, therefore, no alternative but to go back further and opine that the study with Haydn began with the theory of harmony and exercises in which this system of Philipp Emanuel Bach might have been used. It is certain, says Schindler, that Beethoven's knowledge of the science of harmony at the time when he began his study with Haydn did not go beyond thorough bass. The correctness of this opinion of Schindler may be safely left to the judgment of the reader. The fact seems to be that Beethoven, conscious of the disadvantages attending the want of thorough systematic instruction, distrustful of himself and desirous of bringing to the test many of his novel and cherished ideas, had determined to accomplish a complete course of contrapuntal study, and thus renew, revise, and reduce to order and system the great mass of his previous scientific acquirements. He would, at all events, thoroughly know and understand the regular, that he might with confidence judge for himself how far to indulge in the irregular. To this view, long since adopted, the results of Nottebohm's researches add credibility. It explains also how a young man, too confident in the soundness of his views to be willing to alter his productions because they contained passages and defects censured by those about him for being other than those of Mozart and Haydn, was yet willing, with the modesty of true genius, to shut them up in his writing desk until, through study and observation, he could feel himself standing upon the firm basis of sound knowledge, and then retain or exclude according to the dictates of an enlightened judgment. Beethoven, however, very soon discovered that also in Haydn as a teacher he had not found that excellence which he supposed he had a right to expect. Ries remembered a remark made by him on this point. Haydn had wished that Beethoven might put the word pupil of Haydn on the title of his first works. Beethoven was unwilling to do so because, as he said, though he had had some instruction from Haydn, he has never learned anything from him. Still more in point is the oft-repeated story of Johann Schenk's kindness to Beethoven, related by Seyfried and Grafers in Schilling's Lexica, and confirmed by Schindler, which, when divested of its errors and dates, may be related thus. Among Beethoven's earliest acquaintances in Vienna was the Abbe Joseph Gelinek, one of the first virtuosos then in that city, and an amazingly fruitful and popular composer of variations. It was upon him that Karl Maria von Weber, some years afterwards, wrote the epigram, Kein Thema auf der Welt verschonte dein Genie, das simpleste allein, dich selbst warist du nie. No theme on earth escaped your genius airy, the simplest one of all, yourself you never vary. Czerny told Otto Jahn that his father once met Gelinek tricked out in all his finery. Whither? He inquired. I am asked to measure myself with a young pianist who has just arrived. I'll use him up. A few days later he met him again. Well, how was it? Ah, he is no man. He is a devil. He will play me and all of us to death. And how he improvises. According to Czerny, Gelinek remained a sworn enemy to Beethoven. It was in Gelenek's lodgings that Schenk heard Beethoven improvise for the first time. A treat, which recalled lively recollections of Mozart. With many manifestations of displeasure, Beethoven, always eager to learn, complained to Gelinek that he was never able to make any progress in his contrapuntal studies under Haydn, since the master, too variously occupied, was unable to pay the amount of attention which he wanted to the exercises he had given him to work out. Gelinek spoke on the subject with Schenk and asked him if he did not feel disposed to give Beethoven a course in composition. Schenk declared himself willing, with ready courtesy, but only under two conditions, that it should be without compensation of any kind and under the strict seal of secrecy. The mutual agreement was made and kept with conscientious fidelity. Thus far Seyfried. We shall now permit Schenk to tell his own story. In 1792, His Royal Highness Archduke Maximilian, Elector of Cologne, was pleased to send his charge Ludwig van Beethoven to Vienna to study musical composition with Haydn. Towards the end of July, Abbe Gelinek informed me that he had made the acquaintance of a young man who displayed extraordinary virtuosity on the pianoforte, such, indeed, as he had not observed since Mozart. In passing, he said that Beethoven had been studying counterpoint with Haydn for more than 6 months, and was still at work on the first exercise. Also, that His Excellency Baron von Swieten had earnestly recommended the study of counterpoint and frequently inquired of him how far he had advanced in his studies. As a result of these frequent incitations, and the fact that he was still in the first stages of his instruction, Beethoven, eager to learn, became discontented, and often gave expression to his dissatisfaction to his friend. Jelinek took the matter much to heart, and came to me with the question whether I felt disposed to assist his friend in the study of counterpoint. I now desired to become better acquainted with Beethoven as soon as possible, and a day was fixed for me to meet him in Jelinek's lodgings and hear him play on the pianoforte. Thus I saw the composer, now so famous, for the first time, and heard him play. After the customary courtesies, he offered to improvise on the pianoforte. He asked me to sit beside him. Having struck a few chords and tossed off a few figures as if they were of no significance, the creative genius gradually unveiled his profound psychological pictures. My ear was continually charmed by the beauty of the many and varied motives which he wove, with wonderful clarity and loveliness, into each other, and I surrendered my heart to the impressions made upon it while he gave himself wholly up to his creative imagination, and anon, leaving the field of mere tonal charm, boldly stormed the most distant keys, in order to give expression to violent passions. The first thing I did the next day was to visit the still unknown artist who had so brilliantly disclosed his mastership. On his writing desk, I found a few passages from his first lesson in counterpoint. A cursory glance disclosed the fact that, brief as it was, there were mistakes in every key. Jelinek's utterances were thus verified. Feeling sure that my pupil was unfamiliar with the preliminary rules of counterpoint, I gave him the familiar textbook of Joseph Fuchs, Gradus ad Parnassum, and asked him to look at the exercises that followed. Joseph Haydn, who had returned to Vienna towards the end of the preceding year, was intent on utilizing his muse in the composition of large masterworks, and thus, laudably occupied, could not well devote himself to the rules of grammar. I was now eagerly desirous to become the helper of the zealous student. But before beginning the instruction, I made him understand that our cooperation would have to be kept secret. In view of this, I recommended that he copy every exercise which I corrected in order that Haydn should not recognize the handwriting of a stranger when the exercise was submitted to him. After a year, Beethoven and Jelinek had a falling out, for a reason that has escaped me. Both, it seemed to me, were at fault. As a result, Jelinek got angry and betrayed my secret. Beethoven and his brothers made no secret of it longer. I began my honorable office with my good Louis in the beginning of August, 1792, and filled it uninterruptedly until May, 1793, by which time he finished double counterpoint in the octave and went to Eisenstadt. If His Royal Highness had sent his charge at once to Albrechtsberger, his studies would never have been interrupted, and he would have completed them. Here follows a passage afterwards stricken out by Schenk, in which he resents the statement that Beethoven had finished his studies with Albrechtsberger. This would have been advisable, but if it were true, Jelinek, as well as Beethoven, would have told him of the fact. On the contrary, he admitted to me that he had gone to Herr Salieri, Royal Imperial Chapelmaster, for lessons in the free style of composition. Then Schenk continues. Dear Schenk, it was not my desire to set off today for Eisenstadt. I should like to have spoken with you again. Meanwhile, rest assured of my gratitude for the favors shown me. I shall endeavor with all my might to requite them. I hope soon to see you again, and once more to enjoy the pleasure of your society. Farewell, and do not entirely forget your Beethoven. It was my intention only briefly to touch upon my relations with Beethoven, but the circumstances under which and the manner in which I became his guide in musical composition constrained me to be somewhat more explicit. For my efforts, if they can be called efforts, I was rewarded by my good Louis with a precious gift. That is, a firm bond of friendship, which lasted without fading till the day of his death. Written in the summer of 1830. A chronological difficulty is presented by Schenk's story. of the cessation of the instruction. There can be no doubt that it began towards the beginning of August 1793, as confirmed by the distinct utterance of Schenk, who errs in the year, however, particularly by the statement that the study with Haydn had already endured 6 months. Schenk's instruction is said to have lasted till the end of May 1794, and the definitive mention of the month makes an error improbable. But at this time Haydn was already long in England, while Schenk's narrative represents Beethoven as saying that he intended going to Eisenstadt with Haydn. Moreover, Beethoven was already Albrechtsberger's pupil, and as such was no longer in need of secret help. Nevertheless, the continuance of the relations with Schenk is easily possible, and they were not likely to be interrupted so long as Beethoven remained in Vienna. This is indicated by the reference to double counterpoint, which Beethoven did not study under Haydn but with Albrechtsberger. Also, Schenk's intimation that if the Elector had sent his charge at once to Albrechtsberger shows that instruction with the latter had already begun. The letter to Schenk, though cast in friendly terms, can nevertheless be interpreted as a declination of further services, a breaking off of the relationship between teacher and pupil, for which the journey to Eisenstadt was a welcome excuse. But we learn only from Schenk that Beethoven was to make the journey with Haydn, and he may have been mistaken in this, as he was in the year. It is very conceivable that Beethoven had received an invitation to visit him from Prince Esterhazy, who must surely have got acquainted with him in Vienna. He who was willing to accept this must place the letter and the journey in the last months of 1793, which is in every respect improbable. The relations between Haydn and his pupil did not long continue truly cordial, yet Beethoven concealed his dissatisfaction and no break occurred. Thoughtless and reckless of consequences, as he often in later years unfortunately exhibited himself when indulging his willfulness, he was at this time responsible to the Elector for his conduct, and Haydn, moreover, was too valuable and influential a friend to be wantonly alienated. So whatever feelings he cherished in secret, he kept to himself, went regularly to his lessons, and, as noted above, occasionally treated his master to chocolate or coffee. It was, of course, Haydn who took the young man to Eisenstadt, and, as Niefe tells us, he wished to take him to England. Why was that plan not carried out? Did Maximilian forbid it? Would Beethoven's pride not allow him to go thither as Haydn's pupil? Did zeal for his contrapuntal studies prevent it? Or had his relations to the Austrian nobility already become such as offered him higher hopes of success in Vienna than Haydn could propose in London? Or, finally, was it his ambition rather to make himself known as Beethoven the composer than as Beethoven the pianoforte virtuoso? Pecuniary reasons are insufficient to account for the failure of the plan, for Haydn, who now knew the London public, could easily have removed all difficulty on that score. Niefe's letter was written near the end of September 1793, when already a number of reports had reached Bonn that Beethoven had made great progress in his art. These reports, we know from Fischenich, came in part from Haydn himself, and to that the wish to take his pupil with him to England, which was certainly the highest compliment he could possibly have paid him, and the utter groundlessness of Beethoven's suspicion that Haydn was not well minded toward him, as Ries says in his Notizen, page 85, is apparent. Yet these suspicions, added to the reasons above suggested, sufficiently explain the departure of the master for London without the company of his pupil, who now, January 1794, was transferred to Albrechtsberger. In the pretty extensive notes copied from the memorandum book, already so much cited, there are but two which can with any degree of certainty be referred to a date later than 1793. One of them is this: Schuppanzig, 3 times a week. Albrechtsberger, 3 times a week. The necessary inference from this is that Beethoven began the year 1794 with 3 lessons a week, in violin playing from Schuppanzig, unless the youth of the latter should forbid such an inference, and 3 in counterpoint from the most famous teacher of that science. Seyfried affirms that the studies with the latter continued 2 complete years with tireless persistency. The coming narrative will show that other things took up much of Beethoven's attention in 1795, and that before the close of the year, if not already at its beginning, his course with Albrechtsberger ended. The instruction which Beethoven received from Albrechtsberger, and which was based chiefly on the master's Anweisung zur Komposition, began again with simple counterpoint, in which Beethoven now received more detailed directions than had been given by Haydn. Albrechtsberger wrote down rules for him. Beethoven did the same, and worked out a large number of exercises on 2 plain song melodies, which Albrechtsberger then corrected, according to the rules of strict writing. There followed contrapuntal exercises in free writing, in imitation, in 2, 3, and 4-part fugue, choral fugue, double counterpoint in the different intervals, double fugue, triple counterpoint, and canon. The last was short, as here the instruction ceased. Beethoven worked frequently in the immediate presence and with the direct cooperation of Albrechtsberger. The latter labored with obvious conscientiousness and care, and was ever ready to aid his pupil. If he appears at times to have been given over to minute detail and conventional method, it must be borne in mind that rigid schooling in fixed rules is essential to the development of an independent artist, even if he makes no use of them, and that is only in this manner that freedom in workmanship can be achieved. Of this the youthful Beethoven was aware, and every line of his exercises bears witness that he entered into his studies with complete interest and undivided zeal. This was particularly the case in his exercises in counterpoint and imitation, where he strove to avoid errors, and their beneficial results are plainly noticeable in his compositions. Several of the compositions written after the lessons disclose how he was led from a predominantly figurative to a more contrapuntal manner of writing. There is less of this observable in the case of fugue, in which the instruction itself was not free from deficiencies, and the pupil worked more carelessly. The restrictive rules occasionally put him out of conceit with his work. He was at the age in which, as a rule, suggestion and incitation are preferred to instruction, and his stubborn nature played an important role in the premises. However, it ought to be added that he was also at an age when his genial aptness in invention and construction had already found exercise in other directions. Even though he did not receive thorough education in fugue from Albrechtsberger, he nevertheless learned the constituent elements of the form and how to apply them. Moreover, in his later years, he made all these things the subjects of earnest and devoted study, independent of others. And in the compositions of his later years, he returned with special and manifest predilection to the fugue style. Nothing could be more incorrect than to emphasize Beethoven's lack of theoretical education. If while studying with Albrechtsberger, but more particularly in his independent compositions, Beethoven ignored many of the strict rules, it was not because he was not able to apply them, but because he purposely set them aside. Places can be found in his exercises in which the rules are violated, but the testimony of the ear acquits the pupil. Rules are not the objects of themselves. They do not exist for their own sake, and in despite of all artistic systems. It is the reserved privilege of the evolution of art means, and prescient forward genius, to point out what in them is of permanent value, and what must be looked upon as antiquated. Nature designed that Beethoven should employ music in the depiction of soul states, to emancipate melody and express his impulses, in the free forms developed by Philipp Emanuel Bach, Mozart, Haydn, and their contemporaries. In this direction, he had already disclosed himself as a doughty warrior, before the instruction in Vienna had its beginning, and it is very explicable that to be hemmed in by rigid rules was frequently disagreeable to him. He gradually wearied of creating musical skeletons. But all the more worthy of recognition, yea, of admiration, is the fact that the young composer, who had already mounted so high, should be abnegation of his creative powers, surrender himself to the tyranny of the rules, and find satisfaction in conscientious practice of them. Notenbaum summed up his conclusions from the investigations which he made of Beethoven's posthumous papers thus, prefacing that, after 1785, Beethoven more and more made the manner of Mozart his own. He continues, "The instruction which he received from Haydn and Albrechtsberger enriched him with new forms and media of expression, and these effected a change in his mode of writing. The voices acquired greater melodic flow and independence. A certain opacity took the place of the former transparency in the musical fabric. Out of a homophonic polyphony of two or more voices, there grew a polyphony that was real. The earlier obbligato accompaniment gave way to an obbligato style of writing, which rested, to a greater extent, on counterpoint. Beethoven has accepted the principle of polyphony. His part writing has become purer in its noteworthy that the compositions written immediately after the lessons are among the purest that Beethoven ever composed. True, the Mozart model still shines through the fabric, but we seek it less in the art of figuration than in the form and other things, which are only indirectly associated with the obbligato style. Similarly, we can speak of other influences, that of Joseph Haydn, for instance. This influence is not contrapuntal. Beethoven built upon his acquired and inherited possessions. He assimilated the traditional forms and means of expression, gradually eliminated foreign influences, and, following the pressure of his subjective nature with its inclination towards the ideal, he created his own individual style. As is known, Seefried, in his book entitled Ludwig van Beethoven's Studieren in Generalbasse, which appeared in 1832, gathered together all that was to be found in the way of exercises, excerpts from textbooks, etc., in Beethoven's posthumous papers, and presented them in so confused and arbitrary a manner that only the keenness and patience of a Notenbaum could point the way through the maze. Seefried would have us believe that the entire contents of his book belonged to the studies under Albrechtsberger. It will require no waste of words, says Notenbaum, page 198, to prove the incompatibility of such a claim with the results of our investigations. As a matter of fact, only the smallest portion of the studies can be traced back to the instruction which Beethoven received from Albrechtsberger. The greater part had nothing to do with this instruction, and aside from the changes made, belongs to the other labors. In the smaller portion, Seefried made things as easy for himself as possible. Of Beethoven's exercises, he took only such as he found cleanly copied or legibly written, and omitted those which were difficult to decipher because of many corrections. This is the explanation of the fact that Seefried did not include a single exercise in strict simple counterpoint. If all the passages bearing on the course followed under Albrechtsberger were brought together, and all the errors made in the presentation overlooked, we should still have but a fragmentary and faulty reflection of that study. Neither need we enter upon a discussion of the marginal notes attributed to Beethoven, which so plentifully besprinkle Seefried's book. The fact is that in all the manuscripts which belong to the studies under Albrechtsberger, not one of the sarcastically thrown-out marginal notes is to be found. The glosses which do appear, as Beethoven's, are of wholly different character from those printed by Seefried. They show that Beethoven was deeply immersed and interested in the matter. It would indeed be inexplicable what could have persuaded Beethoven to continue study with a teacher with whom, as Seefried would have us believe, he was in conflict already at the beginning of simple counterpoint. He had it in his power to discontinue his studies at any moment. A doubt has been hinted above whether Beethoven's studies under Albrechtsberger were continued beyond the beginning of the year 1795. If all of these exercises in counterpoint, fugue, and canon, and all those excerpts from Fox, Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, Turk, Albrechtsberger, and Kernberger, which Siegfried made the basis of his Studien, and mingled in a confusion inextricable by anyone possessing less learning, patience, sagacity, and perseverance than Nottebohm, had already belonged to the period of his pupilage, their quantity alone, taken in connection with the writer's other occupations, would indeed preclude such a doubt. But knowing that perhaps the greater portion of those manuscripts belongs to a period many years later, and considering the great facility in writing which Beethoven had already acquired before coming to Vienna, there seems to be no indication of any course of study which might not easily be completed during the 1 year with Haydn and Schenk, and 1 year with Albrechtsberger. Schoenfield, in the Jahrbuch der Tonkunst für Wien und Prag, supposes that Beethoven was still the pupil of the latter at the time when he wrote, which was in the spring of 1795. His words are an eloquent proof of his, Beethoven's, real love of art, is the circumstance that he has placed himself in the hands of our immortal Haydn, in order to be initiated into the sacred mysteries of composition. This great master has, in his absence, turned him over to our great Albrechtsberger. There is nothing decisive in this, and yet it is all that appears to confirm the 2 years of Seyfried, while on the other hand, Wegeler, who during all the year 1795 was much with Beethoven, and has nowhere in his Notizen any allusion whatever to his friend as being still a student under a master. Referring to the number of pages, 160, of exercises, and the 3 lessons a week, Nottebohm calculates the period of instruction to have been about 15 months, inasmuch as among the exercises in double counterpoint in the 10th, there is found a sketch belonging to the second movement of the trio Opus 1 No. 2, which trio was advertised as finished on May 9th, 1795. It follows that the study was at or near its end at that date. The conclusion of his instruction from Albrechtsberger may therefore be set down at between March and May 1795. The third of Beethoven's teachers in Vienna was the imperial chapelmaster Anton Salieri, but this instruction was neither systematic nor confined to regular hours. Beethoven took advantage of Salieri's willingness to give gratuitous instruction to musicians of small means. He wanted advice in vocal composition, and submitted to Salieri some settings of Italian songs, which the latter corrected in respect of verbal accent and expression, rhythm, metrical articulation, subdivision of thought, mood, singableness, and the conduct of the melody which comprehended all these things. Having himself taken the initiative in this, Beethoven devoted himself earnestly and industriously to these exercises, and they were notably profitable in his creative work. Thereafter, also in his German songs, he created the text with much greater care than before, in respect of its prosodic structure, and also of its contents and the prescribed situation, and acquired a good method of declamation. That Salieri's influence extended beyond the period in which Beethoven's style developed itself independently cannot be asserted, since many other and varied influences made themselves felt later. This instruction began soon after Beethoven's arrival in Vienna, and lasted in an unconstrained manner, at least until 1802. At even a later date he asked counsel of Salieri in the composition of songs, particularly Italian songs. According to an anecdote related by Czerny, at one of these meetings for instruction, Salieri found fault with a melody, as not being appropriate to the air. The next day he said to Beethoven, "I can't get your melody out of my head." "Then, Herr von Salieri," replied Beethoven, "it cannot have been so utterly bad." The story may be placed in the early period, but it appears from a statement by Moscheles that Beethoven still maintained an association with Salieri in 1809. Moscheles, who was in Vienna at this time, found a note on Salieri's table which read, "The pupil Beethoven was here." Ries, speaking of the relations between Haydn, Albrechtsberger, and Salieri as teachers and Beethoven as pupil, says, "I knew them all well. All three valued Beethoven highly, but were also of one mind touching his habits of study. All of them said Beethoven was so headstrong and self-sufficient, selbstwollend, that he had to learn much through harsh experience, which he had refused to accept when it was presented to him as a subject of study. Particularly, Albrechtsberger and Salieri were of this opinion. The dry rules of the former and the comparatively unimportant ones of the latter, concerning dramatic composition, according to the Italian school of the period, could not appeal to Beethoven. It is now known that the dry rules of Albrechtsberger could make a strong appeal to Beethoven as appertaining to theoretical study, and that the old method of composition, to which he remained true all his life, always had a singular charm for him as a subject of study and investigation. Here, as in many other cases, the simple statement of the difficulties suggests their explanation. Beethoven the pupil may have honestly and conscientiously followed the precepts of his instructors in whatever he wrote in that character, but Beethoven the composer stood upon his own territory, followed his own tastes and impulses, wrote and wrought subject to no other control. He paid Albrechtsberger to teach him counterpoint, not to be the censor and critic of his compositions, and Ries's memory may well have deceived him as to the actual scope of the strictures made by the old master, and have transferred to the pupil what, fully 30 years before, had been spoken of the composer. As has been mentioned, Beethoven's relations with Salieri at a later date were still pleasant. The composer dedicated to the chapel master the 3 violin sonatas, opus 12, which appeared in 1799. Nothing is known of the dedication to Albrechtsberger. According to an anecdote related by Albrechtsberger's grandson Hirsch, Beethoven called him a musical pedant. Yet we may see a remnant of gratitude toward his old teacher, in Beethoven's readiness to take an interest in his young grandson. We have now to turn our attention to Beethoven's relation to Viennese society outside of his study. End of chapter 11. End of section 15. Section 16, Chapter 12, of the Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER. Chapter 12. Music in Vienna, in 1793. Theater, church, and concert room. A music-loving nobility. The Esterházys, Kinski, Lichnowsky, von Kess, and von Swieten. Composers: Haydn, Kutzeluch, Forster, and Eberl. Opera and concerts in Vienna. The musical drama naturally took the first place in the musical life of Vienna at this period. The enthusiasm of Joseph II for a national German opera, to which the world owed Mozart's exquisite Entführung, proved to be but short-lived, and the Italian opera buffa resumed its old place in his affections. The new company engaged was, however, equal to the performance of Don Giovanni and Figaro, and Salieri's magnificent Axor. Leopold II reached Vienna on the evening of March 13, 1790, to assume the crown of his deceased brother, but no change was for the present made in the court theater. Indeed, as late as July 5, he had not entered a theater, and his first appearance at the opera was at the performance of Axor, September 21st, in the company of his visitor King Ferdinand of Naples. But once firmly settled on the imperial throne, Joseph's numerous reforms successfully annulled, the Turkish War brought to a close, and his diverse coronations happily ended, the emperor gave his thoughts to the theater. Salieri, Though now but 41 years of age, and rich with the observation and experience of more than 20 years in the direction of the opera, was, according to Moselle, graciously allowed, but according to other and better authorities, compelled to withdraw from the operatic orchestra and confine himself to his duties as director of the sacred music in the court chapel, and to the composition of one operatic work annually, if required. The Wiener Zeitung of January 28, 1792, records the appointment of Joseph Weigel, Salieri's pupil and assistant, now 25 years old, as chapelmaster and composer to the Royal Imperial National Court Theatre, with a salary of 1,000 florins. The title composer was rather an empty one. Though already favorably known to the public, he was forbidden to compose new operas for the court stage. To this end, famous masters were to be invited to Vienna. A first fruit of this new order of things was the production of Cimarosa's Il Matrimonio Segreto, February 7, 1792, which, with good reason, so delighted Leopold that he gave the performers a supper and ordered them back into the theatre and heard the opera again da capo. It was among the last of the emperor's theatrical pleasures. He died March 1st, and his wife on the 15th of May following. Thus, for the greater part of the time from March 1st to May 24, the court theatres were shut. And yet during the 13 months ending December 15, 1792, Italian opera had been given 180 times, 134 times in the Burg and 46 times in the Kanthnathor Theatre, and ballet 163 times, so that as no change for the present was made, there was abundance in these branches of the art for a young composer, like Beethoven, to hear and see. All accounts agree that the company then performing was one of uncommon excellence, and its performances, with those of the superb orchestra, proved the value of the long experience, exquisite taste, unflagging zeal, and profound knowledge of their recent head, Salieri. Such as Beethoven found the opera in the first week of November 1792, such it continued for the next 2 years. Exclusively Italian, but of the first order. A single stroke of extraordinary good fortune, a happy accident is perhaps a better term, had just now given such prosperity to a minor theatrical enterprise that in 10 years it was to erect and occupy the best playhouse in Vienna, and for a time to surpass the court theatre in the excellence and splendor of its operatic performances. We mean Schikaneder's Theater auf der Wieden. But in 1793 its company was mean, its house small, its performances bad enough. Schikaneder's chapelmaster and composer was John Baptist Henneberg, the chapelmaster of Marinelli. Head of another German company in the Leopoldstadt was Wenzel Müller, who had already begun his long list of 227 light and popular compositions to texts, magical or farcical. Some 2 weeks after Beethoven's arrival in Vienna, on November 23rd, Schikaneder announced falsely the 100th performance of Die Zauberflöte, an opera the success of which placed his theatre a few years later upon a totally different footing, and brought Beethoven into other relations to it than those of an ordinary visitor, indulging his comical taste, Testa Seefried, for listening to and heartily enjoying very bad music. The leading dramatic composers of Vienna, not yet named, must receive a passing notice. Besides Cimarosa, who left Vienna a few months later, Beethoven found Peter Dutilleux, a Frenchman by birth but an Italian musician by education and profession, engaged as composer for the court theatre. His Il Trionfo di Amore had been produced there November 14, 1791, and his Nannerina e Podolfino had lately come upon the stage. Composer of Die Schöne Schüsterin and other not unpopular works, had the title of chapelmaster and composer to the German court opera, and was Salieri's substitute as chapelmaster in the sacred music of the court chapel. Franz Xaver Süssmayr, so well known from his connection with Mozart, was just now writing for Schikaneder's stage, Schenk for Marinelli's, and for the private stages of the nobility. And Paul Wranitzky, first violinist and so-called Musikdirektor in the court theater, author of the then popular Oberon, composed for the Wien stage, was employing his very respectable talents for both Marinelli and Schikaneder. The church music of Vienna seems to have been at a very low point in 1792 and 1793. Two composers, however, whose names are still of importance in musical history, were then in that city devoting themselves almost exclusively to this branch of the art. Albrechtsberger, court organist, but in a few months, through the death of Leopold Hoffmann, March 17, 1793, to become musical director at St. Stephen's, and Joseph Eibler, some 5 years older than Beethoven, who had just become Regan's Chori in the Carmelite Church, whence he was called to a similar and better position in the Schottische Kirche 2 years later. Public concerts, as the term is now understood, may be said not to have existed, and regular subscription concerts were few. Mozart gave a few series of them, but after his death, there appears to have been no one of sufficient note in the musical world to make such a speculation remunerative. Single subscription concerts given by virtuosos and annual ones by some of the leading resident musicians, of course, took place then as before and since. The only real and regular concerts were the 4 annual performances in the Burgtheater, 2 at Christmas and 2 at Easter, for the benefit of the musicians' widows and orphans. These concerts, established mainly by Gassman and Salieri, were never exclusive in their programs. Oratorio, symphony, cantata, concerto, whatever would add to their attraction, found place. The stage was covered with the best musicians and vocalists of the capital, and the superb orchestra was equally ready to accompany the playing of a Mozart or of an ephemeral wunderkind. Riesbeck was told 10 years before that the number taking part in orchestra and chorus had even then on some occasion reached 400. A statement, however, which looks much like exaggeration. Very uncommon semi-private concerts were still kept up in 1793. The reader of Mozart's biography will remember that in 1782, this great composer joined a certain Martin in giving a series of concerts during the morning hours in the Augarten Hall, most of the performers being dilettanti, and the music being furnished from the library of Van Kies. These concerts found such favor that they were renewed for several years, and generally were 12 in number. Ladies of even the highest nobility permitted themselves to be heard. The auditorium was extremely brilliant, and everything was conducted in so orderly and decent a fashion that everybody was glad to support the Institute to the best of his energies. The receipts from the chief subscription were expended entirely on the cost of the concerts. Later, Herr Rudolph assumed the direction. Allgemeine Musiker Zeitung, Volume 3, 45. This man, still young and a fine violin player, was the director when Beethoven came to Vienna, and the extraordinary spectacle was still to be seen of princes and nobles following his lead in the performances of orchestral music to an audience of their own class at the strange hours of from 6 to 8 in the morning. From the above, it appears that Vienna presented to the young musician no preeminent advantages either in opera, church music, or its public concerts. Other cities equaled the Austrian capital in the first two, and London was then far in advance of all in the number, variety, and magnificence of the last. It was in another field that Vienna surpassed every competitor. As Gluck 20 years before had begun the great revolution in operatic music completed by Mozart, so Haydn, building on the foundation of the Bachs and aided by Mozart, was effecting a new development of purely instrumental music, which was yet to reach its highest stage through the genius and daring of the youth now his pupil. The example set by the Austrian family through so many generations had produced its natural effect, and a knowledge of and taste for music were universal among the princes and nobles of the empire. Some of the more wealthy princes, like Esterhazy, maintained musical establishments complete even to the Italian opera. Others were contented with hearing the Mass sung in their house chapel to an orchestral accompaniment. Where this was impossible, a small orchestra only was kept up, often composed of the officials and servants who were selected with regard to their musical abilities, and so down to the band of wind instruments, the string quartet, and even to a single organ player, pianist, or violinist. What has been said in a former chapter of music as a quasi-necessity at the courts of the ecclesiastical princes applies in great measure to the secular nobility. At their castles and country seats in the summer, amusements was to be provided for many an otherwise tedious hour, and in their cities' residences during the winter they and their guests could not always feast, dance, or play at cards. And here, too, music became a common and favored recreation. At all events, it was the fashion. Outside the ranks of the noble-born, such as by talents, high culture, or wealth occupied high social positions, followed the example and opened their salons to musicians and lovers of music, moved thereto for the most part by a real, rarely by a pretended, taste for the art, in either case aiding and encouraging its progress. Hence an enormous demand for chamber music, both vocal and instrumental, especially the latter. The demand created the supply by encouraging genius and talent to labor in that direction, and thus the Austrian school of instrumental music soon led the world. As in the previous generation, the demand for oratorios in England gave that country the supremacy in that branch of art. During certain months of the year, Vienna was filled with the greatest nobles, not only of the Austrian states but of other portions of the German Empire. Those who spent their time mostly in their own small courts came up to the capital but for a short season. Others reversed this, making the city their usual residence and visiting their estates only in summer. By the former class, many a once, if not still, famous composer in their service was thus occasionally, for short periods, brought to the metropolis, as Mozart by the brutal Archbishop of Salzburg, and Haydn by Prince Esterhazy. By the latter class, many of the distinguished composers and virtuosos resident in the city were taken into the country during the summer, to be treated as equals, to live like gentlemen among gentlemen. Another mode of encouraging the art was the ordering or purchasing of compositions, and this not only from composers of established reputation, as Haydn, Mozart, C.P.E. Bach, but also from young and as yet unknown men, thus affording a twofold benefit, pecuniary aid and an opportunity of exhibiting their powers. The instrumental virtuosos, when not permanently engaged in the service of some prince or theater, looked in the main for the reward of their studies and labors to the private concerts of the nobility. If at the same time they were composers, it was in such concerts that they brought their productions to a hearing. The reader of Jan's biography of Mozart will remember how much even he depended on this resource to gain the means of support for himself and family. Out of London, even so late as 1793, there can hardly be said to have existed a musical public, as the term is now understood, and in Vienna, at least, with its 200,000 inhabitants, a virtuoso rarely ventured to announce a concert to which he had not already a subscription, sufficient to insure him against loss, from those at whose residences he had successfully exhibited his skill. Beethoven, remaining in Vienna without salary until recalled by Max, found in these resources and his pupils an ample income. But this topic requires something more than the above general remarks. Some 12 years previous to Beethoven's coming to Vienna, Rysbeck, speaking of the art in that capital, had written Orchestras of the Great Nobles, Musicians are the only ones, artists, concerning whom the nobility exhibit taste. Many houses maintain private bands for their own delectation, and all the public concerts prove that this field of art stands in high respect. It is possible to enlist 4 or 5 large orchestras here, all of them incomparable. The number of real virtuosos is small, but as regards the orchestral musicians, scarcely anything more beautiful is to be heard in the world. How many such orchestras were still kept up in 1792 to 93? It is probably now impossible to determine. Those of Princes Lobkowitz, Schwarzenberg, and Auersperg may safely be named. Count Heinrich von Haugwitz and doubtless Count Bathyany brought their musicians with them when they came to the capital for the season. The Esterhazy Band, dismissed after the death of Haydn's old master, seems not yet to have been renewed. Prince Gosalkovich had reduced his to a band of 8 wind instruments, oboes, clarinets, bassoons, horns, a kind of organization then much in vogue. Baron Brown had one to play at dinner as at the supper in Don Giovanni, an accessory to the scene which Mozart introduced out of his own frequent experience. Prince Karl Lichnowsky and others retained their own players of string quartets. The grandees of the Bohemian and Moravian capitals, Kinsky, Klam, Nositz, Thun, Bukoy, Hartig, Salmpachter, Spork, Funkirchen, etc., emulated the Austrian and Hungarian nobles, and many of them had palaces also in Vienna, and most, if not all, spent part of the year there, bringing with them a few of the more skillful members of their orchestras to execute chamber music, and for the nucleus of a band when symphonies, concertos, and grand vocal works were to be executed. They also added their contingent to the musical as well as to the political and fashionable life of the metropolis. The astonishingly fruitful last 8 years of Mozart's life, falling within the period now under contemplation, contributed to musical literature compositions wonderfully manifold in character and setting, an example that forced other composers to leave the beaten track. Haydn had just returned from his first stay in London, enriched with the pregnant experience acquired during that visit. Van Swieten had gained during his residence in Berlin appreciation of and love for the works of Handel, Bach, and their schools, and since his return to Vienna about 1778 had exerted and was still exerting a very powerful and marked influence upon Vienna's musical taste. Thus, all the conditions precedent for the elevation of the art were just at this time fulfilled in Vienna, and in one department, that of instrumental music. They existed in a degree unknown in any other city. The extraordinary results as to the quantity produced in those years may be judged from the sale catalogue, 1779, of a single music dealer, Johann Tregg, which gives of symphonies, symphonies concertantes, and overtures, the last being in a small minority, the extraordinary number of 512. The music produced at private concerts given by the nobility ranged from the grand oratorios, operas, symphonies, down to variations for the pianoforte and to simple songs. Leading musicians and composers whose circumstances admitted of it also gave private concerts at which they made themselves and their works known, and to which their colleagues were invited. Prince Lobkowitz, at the time Beethoven reached Vienna, was a young man of 20 years. He was born on December 7, 1772, and had just married, on August 2nd, a daughter of Prince Schwarzenberg. He was a violinist of considerable powers, and so devoted a lover of music and the drama, so profuse a squanderer of his income upon them, as in 20 years to reduce himself to bankruptcy. Precisely Beethoven's supposed age, the aristocrat of wealth and power, and the aristocrat of talent and genius, became exceedingly intimate, occasionally quarreling, and making up their differences as if belonging by birth to the same sphere. The reigning Prince Esterhazy was that Paul Anton, who, after the death of his father on February 25, 1790, broke up the musical establishment at Esterhaz and gave Haydn relief from his 30 years of service. He died on January 22, 1794, and was succeeded by his son Nicholas, a young man just 5 years older than Beethoven. Prince Nicholas inherited his grandfather's taste for music, re-engaged an orchestra, and soon became known as one of the most zealous promoters of Roman Catholic church music. The best composers of Vienna, including Beethoven, wrote masses for the chapel at Esterhaz, where they were performed with great splendor. Count Johann Nepomuk Esterhazy, of the middle line zu Frankno, was a man of 45 years, a good performer upon the oboe, and, which is much to his credit, had been a firm friend and patron of Mozart. Of Count Franz Esterhazy, a man of 35 years, Schoenfeld, in his Jahrbuch der Tonkunst, thus speaks: "This great friend of music, at certain times of the year, gives large and splendid concerts, at which, for the greater part, large and elevated compositions are performed, particularly the choruses of Handel, the Sanctus of Emmanuel Bach, the Stabat Mater of Pergolese, and the like. At these concerts there are always a number of the best virtuosos. It was not the present Prince Joseph Kinsky, who died in 1798 in his 48th year, who at a later period became a distinguished patron of Beethoven, but his son, Ferdinand Johann Nepomuk, then a bright boy of 11 years, born on December 4th, 1781, upon whose youthful taste the strength, beauty, and novelty of that composer's work made a deep impression. Prince Karl Lichnowsky, the pupil and friend of Mozart, had a quartet concert at his dwelling every Friday morning. The regularly engaged musicians were Ignaz Schuppanzink, son of a professor in the Realschule, and a youth at this time of 16 years, if the musical lexica are to be trusted, first violin. Louis Sina, pupil of Forster, also a very young man, second violin. Franz Weiss, who completed his 15th year on January 18, 1793, viola, and Anton Kraft, or his son Nicholas, a boy of 14 years, born December 18, 1778, violoncello. It was, in fact, a quartet of boy virtuosos, of whom Beethoven, several years older, could make what he would. The prince's wife was Marie Christine, 20 years of age, one of those three graces, as Georg Forster called them, daughters of that Countess Thun, in whose house Mozart had found such warm friendship and appreciation, and whose noble qualities are so celebrated by Burney, Reichardt, and Forster. The princess, as well as her husband, belonged to the better class of amateur performers upon their pianoforte. Court Councillor von Kies, vice president of the Court of Appeals of Lower Austria, was still living. He was, says Geyerwitz, speaking of a period a few years earlier, recognized as the foremost music lover and dilettante in Vienna, and twice a week he gave in his house society concerts at which were gathered together the foremost virtuosos of Vienna and the first composers, such as Joseph Haydn, Mozart, Dittersdorf, Hofmeister, Albrechtsberger, Gianovici, and so on. Haydn's symphonies were played there. In Haydn's letters to Madame Genzinger, the name of von Kies often occurs, the last time in a note of August 4, 1792, which mentions that the writer is that day to dine with the court councillor. This distinguished man left on his death, January 5, 1795, a very extensive collection of music. Gottfried Freiherr von Schweden, son of Maria Theresa's famous Dutch physician, says Schoenfeld, is as it were looked upon as a patriarch of music. He has taste only for the great and exalted. He himself, many years ago, composed 12 beautiful symphonies. Stiff as himself, said Haydn. When he attends a concert, our semi-connoisseurs never take their eyes off him. seeking to read in his features, not always intelligible to everyone, what ought to be their opinion of the music. Every year he gives a few large and brilliant concerts at which only music by the old masters is performed. His preference is for the Handelian manner, and he generally has some of Handel's greatest choruses performed. As late as last Christmas, 1794, he gave such a concert at Prince von Par's, at which an oratorio by this master was performed. Newcomb told Professor Jahn that in concerts, if it chanced that a whispered conversation began, His Excellency, who was in the habit of sitting in the first few row of seats, would rise solemnly, draw himself up to his full height, turn to the culprits, fix a long and solemn gaze upon them, and slowly resume his chair. It was effective, always. He had some peculiar notions of composition. He was, for instance, fond of imitations of natural sounds in music, and forced upon Haydn the imitation of frogs in the seasons. Haydn himself says, "This entire passage, in imitation of a frog, did not flow from my pen. I was constrained to write down the French croak. At an orchestral performance, this wretched conceit soon disappears, but it cannot be justified in a pianoforte score. Let the critics be not too severe on me. I am an old man and cannot revise all this again." But to Van Swieten surely is due the credit of having found in Vienna a taste for Handel's oratorios and Bach's organ and pianoforte music, thus adding a new element to the music there. The cost of the oratorio performances were not, however, defrayed by him, as Schoenfeld seems to intimate. They were met by the association called by him into being, and of which he was a perpetual secretary, whose members were the Princes Liechtenstein, Esterhazy, Schwarzenberg, Auersperg, Kinsky, Trautmannsdorf, Sinnesdorf, and the Counts Zernen, Harrach, Erdedy, and Fries, at whose places as well as in Van Swieten's house, and sometimes in the great hall of the Imperial Royal Library, the performances were given at midday to an audience of invited guests. Fräulein Martinez, who holds so distinguished a place in Burney's account of his visit to Vienna, that pupil of Porpora, at whose music lessons the young Joseph Haydn 40 years before had been employed as accompanist, still flourished in the Michaels house and gave a musical party every Saturday evening during the season. Court Councilor and Chamber Paymaster von Meyer, says Schoenfeld, is so excellent a lover of music that his entire personnel in the Chancellery is musical, among them being such artists as Raphael and Harschka. It will readily be understood, therefore, that here in the city as well as at his country seat, there are many concerts. His Majesty the Emperor himself has attended some of these concerts. These details are sufficient to illustrate and confirm the remarks made above upon Vienna as the central point of instrumental music. Of the great number of composers in that branch of the art whom Beethoven found there, a few of the more eminent must be named. Of course, Haydn stood at the head. The next in rank, Longo Intervallo, was Mozart's successor in the office of Imperial Chamber Composer, Leopold Kozeluch, a Bohemian, now just 40 years of age. Though now forgotten, and according to Beethoven, miserabilis, he was renowned throughout Europe for his quartets and other chamber music. A man of less popular repute, but of solid genius and acquirements far beyond those of Kozeluch, whom Beethoven greatly respected and 25 years later called his old master, was Emanuel Alois Forster, a Silesian, now 45 years of age. His quintets, quartets, and the like ranked very high, but at the time were known for the most part only in manuscript. Anton Eberl, 5 years the senior of Beethoven, a Viennese by birth, had composed 2 operettas in the 16th year of his age, which were produced at the Carnthänthor Theatre, one of which gained the young author the favor of Gluck. He seems to have been a favorite of Mozart and caught so much of the spirit and style of that master as to produce compositions which were printed by dishonest publishers under Mozart's name, and as his were sold throughout Europe. In 1776, he accompanied the widow Mozart and her sister, Madame Lange, the vocalist, in the tour through Germany, gaining that reputation in other cities which he enjoyed at home both as pianist and composer. His force was in instrumental composition, and we shall hereafter see him for a moment as a symphonist bearing away the palm from Beethoven. Johann von Hall, whose name was so well known in Paris and London that Burney, 20 years before, sought him out in his garret in a suburb of Vienna, was as indefatigable as ever in production. Gerber says in his first lexicon, 1792, that Breitkopf and Hartel had then 50 of his symphonies in manuscript. His fecundity was equal to that of Haydn, his genius such that all his works are now forgotten. It is needless to continue the list. One other fact illustrating the musical tastes and accomplishments of the higher classes of the capital may be added. There were, during the winter 1792-93, 10 private theaters, with amateur companies in activity, of which the more important were in the residences of the nobles, Stockhammer, Kinsky, Siesendorf, and Strasaldo, and of the bookseller Stromble. Most of these companies produced operas and operettas. End of section 16. Section 17, Chapter 13, of the Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER, Chapter 13. Beethoven in Society, Concerts, Wegler's Recollections, Compositions, the First Trios, Sonatas dedicated to Haydn, Variations, Dances for the Ridotto Rooms, Plays at Haydn's Concert. However quiet and without observation Beethoven's advent in Vienna may have been at that time, when men's minds were occupied by movements of armies and ideas of revolution, he could hardly have gone thither under better auspices. He was court organist and pianist to the emperor's uncle. His talents in that field were well known to the many Austrians of rank, who had heard him in Bonn, when visiting there, or when paying their respects to the elector, in passing to and from the Austrian Netherlands. He was a pupil of Joseph Haydn, a circumstance in itself sufficient to secure him a hearing, and he was protected by Count Waldstein, whose family connections were such that he could introduce his favorite into the highest circles, the imperial house only excepted. Waldstein's mother was a Liechtenstein, his grandmother a Trautmannsdorf. 3 of his sisters had married respectively into the families Dietrichstein, Krugenberg, and Wallis, and by the marriages of uncles and aunts he was connected with the great houses Ottingen-Spielberg, Kevenhülle-Melch, Kinsky, Palffy von Erdrode, and Ulfeld, not to mention others less known. If the circle be extended by a degree or two, it embraces the names Kaunitz, Lobkowitz, Kahari, Fünfkirchen, Kegelwitz, and Colloredo-Mansfield. Dr. Burney, in closing his present state of music in Germany, notes the distinctions and styles of composition and performance in some of the principal cities of that country, Vienna being most remarkable for fire and animation, Mannheim for neat and brilliant execution, Berlin for counterpoint, and Brunswick for taste. Since Burney's tour in 1772, Vienna had the highest example of all these qualities united in Mozart. But he had passed away, and no great pianist of the first rank remained. There were extraordinary dilettanti and professional pianists of very neat and brilliant execution, but none who possessed great fire, animation, and invention, qualities still most valued in Vienna, and in which the young Beethoven, with all the hardiness and heaviness of manipulation caused by his devotion to the organ, was wholly unrivaled. With all the salons in the metropolis open to him, his success as a virtuoso was therefore certain. All the contemporary authorities and all the traditions of those years agree in the fact of that success, and that his playing of Bach's preludes and fugues especially, his reading of the most difficult scores at sight, and his extemporaneous performances excited ever new wonder and delight. Schindler records that Van Swieten, after musical performances at his house, detained Beethoven and persuaded him to add a few fugues by Sebastian Bach as an evening blessing, and he preserves a note without date, though evidently belonging to Beethoven's first years in Vienna, which proves how high a place the young man had then won in the old gentleman's favor. To Mr. Beethoven, in Alstergasse No. 45, with the Prince Lichnowsky. If there is nothing to hinder next Wednesday, I should be glad to see you at my home at 8:30, with your nightcap in your bag. Give me an immediate answer. Swieten. There is also an entry in the oft-cited memorandum book, belonging in date to October or November 1793, which may be given in this connection. Supped in the evening at Schwieten's, 17 pourboire, to the janitor for a kreutzer for opening the door. But the instant and striking success of Beethoven as a virtuoso by no means filled up the measure of his ambition. He aspired to the higher position of composer, and to obtain this, more was needed than the performance of variations, however excellent. To this end, he selected the 3 trios afterwards published as Opus 1, and brought them to performance at the house of Prince Lichnowsky. Happily for us, Beethoven related some particulars concerning this first performance of these compositions in Vienna to his pupil Ries, who gives the substance of the story thus. It was planned to introduce the first 3 trios of Beethoven, which were about to be published as Opus 1, to the artistic world at a soirée at Prince Lichnowsky's. Most of the artists and music lovers were invited, especially Haydn, for whose opinion all were eager. The trios were played, and at once commanded extraordinary attention. Haydn also said many pretty things about them, but advised Beethoven not to publish the third in C minor. This astonished Beethoven, inasmuch as he considered the third the best of the trios, and it is still the one which gives the greatest pleasure and makes the greatest effect. Consequently, Haydn's remarks left a bad impression on Beethoven, and led him to think that Haydn was envious, jealous, and ill-disposed towards him. I confess that when Beethoven told me of this, I gave it little credence. I therefore took occasion to ask Haydn himself about it. His answer, however, confirmed Beethoven's statement. He said he had not believed that this trio would so quickly and easily be understood and so favorably received by the public. The Fischoff manuscript says the 3 trios for pianoforte, violin, and violoncello, Opus 1, the pearls of all sonatas, which are in fact his 6th work, justly excited admiration, though they were performed in only a few circles. Wherever this was done, however, connoisseurs and music lovers bestowed upon them undivided applause, which grew with the succeeding works, as the hearers not only accustomed themselves to the striking and original qualities of the master, but grasped his spirit and strove for the high privilege of understanding him. More than 2 years passed by, however, before the composer fit to send these trios to the press, perhaps restrained by a feeling of modesty, since he was still a student. perhaps by a doubt as to the success of compositions so new in style, or by prudence, choosing to delay their publication until they had been so often performed from the manuscript as to secure their comprehension and appreciation, and thus an adequate number of subscribers. In the meantime, he prepared the way for them by publishing a few sets of variations. Beethoven had composed variations on themes from Mozart's Zauberflöte, which he had already sketched in Bonn, and Zemschal took it upon himself to submit them to a publisher, but they had only a small sale, the Fischoff manuscript. This refers doubtless to the variations Su Ballare from Le Nozze di Figaro, which, having been revised and improved by a new coda, came out in July 1793 with a dedication to Eleonora von Breuning. It was not until the next year that the 13 variations upon the theme, Es war einmal ein alter Mann, from Dittersdorf's Rothkäppchen, appeared, and these were followed by those for 4 hands on the Waldstein theme, first advertised in January 1795. In fact, Beethoven evidently was in no haste to publish his compositions. It will presently be seen that he sent the Su Ballare variations to press partly at the request of others and partly to entrap the rival pianists of Vienna. A few years later, we shall find him dashing off and immediately publishing variations on popular theatrical melodies. But works of greater scope, and especially his pianoforte concertos, were for the most part long retained in his exclusive possession. Thus, the pianoforte concerto in B-flat major, opus 18, though supposed by Tomaszek to have been composed at Prague in 1798, certainly, if Beethoven's own words in a letter to Breitkopf and Hartel are to be believed, preceded in composition that in C major, opus 15, and must, therefore, have been finished at the latest in March of 1795, and was doubtless often played by him at private concerts during the period now before us. It was not published until 1801. Let the reader now recall to mind some of the points previously dwelt upon. The Fischenich letter of January and Niefe's letter of October 1793, which recorded the favorable reports sent to Bonn of Beethoven's musical progress, his studies with Haydn and Schenk, the cares and perplexities caused him temporarily by the death of his father, and the unpleasant circumstances attending that event, his steady successes as a virtuoso, his visit in the summer to Prince Esterhazy, and it is obvious with what industry and energy he engaged in his new career, with what zeal and unfaltering activity he labored to make the most of his opportunities. In 1 year after leaving Bonn, he felt his success secure, and he no longer feared Hamlet's slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. This is indicated in a passage, "Oh, how we shall then rejoice together," etc., of the earliest of his Vienna letters, which has been preserved. That letter, in which, as Wegeler remarks, he asked pardon for much more error than he had committed, and which, though often reprinted from the Notizen, is too important and characteristic to be here omitted. Vienna, November 2nd, 93. Most estimable Lenora, my most precious friend, not until I have lived almost a year in the capital do you receive a letter from me, and yet you were most assuredly perpetually in my liveliest memory. Often in thought I have conversed with you and your dear family, though not with that peace of mind which I could have desired. It was then that the wretched misunderstanding hovered before me, and my conduct presented itself as most despicable, but it was too late. Oh, what would I not give could I obliterate from my life those actions so degrading to myself and so contrary to my character? True, there were many circumstances which tended to estrange us, and I suspect that tales whispered in our ears of remarks made one about the other were chiefly that which prevented us from coming to an understanding. We both believed that we were speaking from conviction, whereas it was only in anger, and we were both deceived. Your good and noble character, my dear friend, is sufficient assurance to me that you forgave me long ago. But we are told that the sincerest contrition consists in acknowledgment of our faults, and to do this has been my desire. And now let us drop the curtain on the affair, only drawing from it this lesson, that when friends quarrel, it is much better to have it out face to face than to turn to a go-between. With this you will receive a dedication from me to you, concerning which I only wish that the work were a larger one and more worthy of you. I was plagued here to publish the little work, and I took advantage of the opportunity, my estimable E., to show my respect and friendship for you, and my enduring memory of your family. Take this trifle, and remember that it comes from a friend who respects you greatly. Oh, if it but gives you pleasure, my wishes will be completely fulfilled. Let it be a reminder of the time when I spent so many and such blessed hours at your home. Perhaps it will keep me in your recollection until I eventually return to you, which, it is true, is not likely to be soon. But how we shall rejoice then, my dear friend! You will then find in your friend a happier man, from whose visage time and a kindlier fate shall have smoothed out all the furrows of a hateful past. If you should chance to see B. Cock, please say to her that it is not nice of her never once to have written me. I wrote to her twice, and 3 times to Malchus, but to no answer. Say to her that if she doesn't want to write, she might at least urge Malchus to do so. In conclusion, I venture a request. It is this. I should like once again to be so happy as to own a waistcoat knit of hare's wool by your hands, my dear friend. Pardon the immodest request, my dear friend, but it proceeds from a great predilection for everything that comes from your hands. Privately, I may also acknowledge that a little vanity is also involved in the request. I want to be able to say that I have something that was given me by the best and most estimable girl in Bonn. I still have the waistcoat which you were good enough to give me in Bonn, but it has grown so out of fashion that I can only treasure it in my wardrobe as something very precious, because it came from you. You would give me much pleasure if you were soon to rejoice me with a dear letter from yourself. If my letters should in any way please you, I promise in this to be at your command, so far as lies in my power, as everything is welcome to me which enables me to show how truly I am your admiring true friend, L.V. Beethoven. P.S. The variations you will find a little difficult to play, especially the trills in the coda. But don't let that alarm you. It is so contrived that you need play only the trill, leaving out the other notes, because they are also in the violin part. I never would have composed a thing of the kind had I not often observed that here and there in Vienna there was somebody who, after I had improvised on an evening, noted down many of my peculiarities and made parade of them next day as his own. Foreseeing that some of these things would soon appear in print, I resolved to anticipate them. Another reason that I had was to embarrass the local pianoforte masters. Many of them are my deadly enemies, and I wanted to revenge myself on them, knowing that once in a while somebody would ask them to play the variations, and they would make a sorry show with them. Accept Beethoven's memorandum. Schuppanzig 3 times each week, Albrechtsberger 3 times each week, which indicates his change of instructors. There is nothing to be recorded until probably in May or June of 1794 we come to the fragment of another letter to Eleanor von Breuning, who also contained in Wegeler's Notizen, page 60, which has particular interest both as showing how bitterly his conscience reproached him for acts inconsistent with the forbearance and command of temper due to friendship, but in which he ever remained too apt to indulge, and is adding some implied confirmation of the argument previously made in relation to the compositions of the Bonn period. In this letter, he acknowledges receipt of a cravat embroidered by Eleanor and protests that thoughts of her generosity and his unworthiness had brought him to tears. He continues, "Do pray believe me that, little as I have deserved it, my friend, let me always call you such, I have suffered much and still suffer from the loss of your friendship. As a slight return for your kind recollection of me, I take the liberty of sending these variations and the rondo with violin accompaniment. I have a great deal to do, or I should have transcribed the sonata I promised you long ago. It is a mere sketch in manuscript, and to copy it would be difficult, etc." The letter is signed, "The Friend Who Still Reveres You, Beethoven." In January 1794, Elector Max had paid a short visit to Vienna, where perhaps it was determined that Beethoven should remain without salary until recalled. After the declaration of war by the Empire against France, the electorate, as a German state, could no longer remain neutral. And thus it came to pass that in October the victorious French army marched into Bonn. The elector fled to Frankfurt on the Main, November 6, thence to Münster, while his court and all such as were obnoxious to the Republican authorities dispersed in all directions for safety. One of these fugitives, a young man of 29 years, but already the rector of the university, to save his head, hastened away to Vienna, Dr. Wegeler. He reached that capital in October and found Beethoven not in the room on the ground floor, where it was not necessary to pay the housekeeper more than 7 florins, but living as a guest in the family of Prince Karl Lichnowsky, and this explains sufficiently the cessation of those records of monthly payments before noticed. The reminiscences of Wegeler for the period of his stay in Vienna, excepting those which may be better introduced chronologically in other connections, may well find place here. They are interesting and characteristic in themselves, and indicate also the great change for the better in Beethoven's pecuniary condition, for a man who keeps a servant and a horse cannot, if honest, be a sufferer from poverty. Karl, Prince of Lichnowsky, Count Württemberg, Dynast grandson, was a very great patron, yes, a friend of Beethoven's, who took him into his house as a guest, where he remained at least a few years. I found him there toward the end of the year, 1794, and left him there in the middle of 1796. Meanwhile, however, Beethoven had almost always a home in the country. The prince was a great lover and connoisseur of music. He played the pianoforte, and by studying Beethoven's pieces and playing them more or less well, sought to convince him that there was no need of changing anything in his style of composition, though the composer's attention was often called to the difficulties of his works. There were performances at his house every Friday morning, participated in by 4 hired musicians, Schupanzig, Weiss, Kraft, and another, Link, besides our friend, generally also an amateur, Zmeskal. Beethoven always listened with pleasure to the observations of these gentlemen. Thus, to cite a single instance, the famous violoncellist Kraft, in my presence, called his attention to a passage in the finale of the trio Opus 1 No. 3, to the fact that it ought to be marked sulla corda G, and the indication 4/4 time, which Beethoven had marked in the finale of the second trio, changed to 2/4. Here the new compositions of Beethoven, so far as was feasible, were first performed. Here there were generally present several great musicians and music lovers. I, too, as long as I lived in Vienna, was present, if not every time, at least most of the time. Here a Hungarian count once placed a difficult composition by Bach in manuscript before him, which he played a vista, exactly as Bach would have played it, according to the testimony of the owner. Here the Viennese author, Forster, once brought him a quartet of which he had made a clean copy only that morning. In the second portion of the first movement, the violoncello got out. Beethoven stood up, and still playing his own part, sang the bass accompaniment. When I spoke about it to him, As a proof of extraordinary acquirements, he replied with a smile. The bass part had to be so, else the author would have known nothing about composition. To the remark that he had played a presto, which he had never seen before, so rapidly that it must have been impossible to see the individual notes, he answered, "Nor is that necessary. If you read rapidly, there may be a multitude of typographical errors, but you neither see nor give heed to them, so long as the language is a familiar one." After the concert, the musicians generally stayed to dine. Here they gathered, in addition, artists and savants without regard to social position. The Princess Christiana was a highly cultivated daughter of Count Franz Joseph von Thun, who, a very philanthropic and respectable gentleman, was disposed to extravagant enthusiasm by his intercourse with Lavater, and believed himself capable of healing diseases through the power of his right hand. The following undated letter also belongs to the years of Beethoven's intimate association with Wegeler in Vienna, 1794-96. It is significant of Beethoven's character. Though easily offended and prone to anger, no sooner was the first ebullition of temper past than he was so reconciliatorily and open to explanation that usually his contrition was out of all proportion to his fault. For this reason, and because it presents the friend in a light which provoked a protest from his modesty, Wegeler was unwilling to make public the entire letter. Dearest, best, in what an odious light you have exhibited me to myself. I acknowledge it. I do not deserve your friendship. You are so noble, so considerate, and the first time that I ranged myself alongside of you, I fell so far below you. For weeks I have displeased my best and noblest friend. You think that I have lost some of my goodness of heart, but thank heaven, it was no intentional or deliberate malice which induced me to act as I did towards you. It was my inexcusable thoughtlessness which did not permit me to see the matter in its true light. Oh, how ashamed I am, not only for your sake, but also my own. I can scarcely trust myself to ask for your friendship again. Oh, Wegeler, my only comfort lies in this, that you have known me almost from my childhood. And yet, oh, let me say for myself, I was always good, and always strove to be upright and true in my actions. Otherwise, how could you have loved me? Could I have changed so fearfully for the worse in such a short time? Impossible. These feelings of goodness and love, of righteousness, cannot have died forever in me in a moment. No, Wegeler, dearest, best, oh, venture again to throw yourself entirely into the arms of your B. Trust in the good qualities you used to find in him. I will guarantee that the pure temple of sacred friendship which you erect shall remain firm forever. No accident, no storm shall ever shake its foundations. Firm, forever, our friendship, pardon, oblivion, a new upflaming of the dying, sinking friendship. Oh, Wegeler, do not reject this hand of reconciliation. Place yours in mine. Oh, God, but no more. I am coming to throw myself in your arms, to entreat you to restore to me my lost friend, and you will give yourself to me, your penitent, loving, never forgetting Beethoven again. It was only now that I received your letter, because I have just returned home. In this connection, Wegeler comes to speak of the outward conditions of Beethoven. Beethoven, he says on page 33, brought up under extremely restricted circumstances, and as it were, under guardianship, though that of his friends, did not know the value of money, and was anything but economical. Thus, to cite a single instance, the prince's dinner hour was fixed at 4 o'clock. Now, said Beethoven, it is desired that every day I shall be at home at 3:30, put on better clothes, care for my beard, etc. I can't stand that. So it happened that he frequently went to the taverns, since, as he had been said, in this, as in all other matters of economy, he knew nothing about the value of things, or of money. The prince, Wegeler continues, who had a loud metallic voice, once directed his serving man that if ever he and Beethoven should ring at the same time, the latter was to be first served. Beethoven heard this, and the same day engaged a servant for himself. In the same manner, once when he took a whim to learn to ride, which speedily left him, the stable of the prince being offered him, he bought a horse. Concerning his friend's affairs of the heart, Wegeler had an opportunity to make observations in Vienna. He relates on page 43 that while he was in the capital, Beethoven was always in love and made many conquests which would have been difficult, if not impossible, for many an Adonis. Beethoven's antipathy to teaching before he left Bonn has already been noticed. In Vienna, he developed a still stronger repugnance to playing in society when requested to do so. He often complained to Wegeler how grievously this put him out of sorts, whereupon the latter sought to entertain him and quiet him by conversation. When this purpose was reached, he continues, I dropped the conversation, seated myself at the writing table, and Beethoven, if he wanted to continue the discourse, had to sit down on the chair before the pianoforte. Soon, still turned away from the instrument, he aimlessly struck a few chords, out of which gradually grew the most beautiful melodies. Oh, why did I not understand more of music? Several times I put ruled paper upon the desk, as if without intention, in order to get a manuscript of his. He wrote upon it, but then folded it up and put it in his pocket. Concerning his playing, I was permitted to say but little, and that only in passing. He would then go away entirely changed in mood, and always come back again gladly. The antipathy remained, however, and was frequently the cause of differences between Beethoven and his friends and well-wishers. There is still one other reminiscence of Wegeler in the appendix to the Notizen, page 9, worthy of citation. At one time, private lectures were given in Vienna on Kant, which had been arranged by Adam Schmidt, Wilhelm Schmidt, Hunchowski, Goepfert, and others. In spite of my urgings, Beethoven refused to attend a single one of them. There is no reference in Wegeler's Notizen to instruction received by Beethoven from Albrechtsberger, with his old colleague in the court orchestra in Bonn, Nicholas Simrock, though he was a much older man. Beethoven remained in touch after his removal to Vienna. Simrock, who was highly esteemed both as man and musician, had embarked in business as a music publisher in Bonn. The variations on a theme from Dittersdorf's Rothkäppchen were published by him at the latest in the early part of 1794, as well as those for pianoforte, four hands, on a theme by Count Waldstein, sometime in the same year. It is to the latter composition that the following letter refers. Vienna, August 2nd, 1794. Dear Simrock, I deserve a little scolding from you for holding back your variations so long. But indeed, I do not lie when I say that I was hindered from correcting them sooner by an overwhelming amount of business. You will note the shortcomings for yourself, but I must wish you joy on the appearance of your engraving, which is beautiful, clear, and legible. Verily, if you keep on thus, you will become chief among cutters, that is, note cutters. In my former letter I promised to send you something of mine, and you interpreted the remark as being in the language of the Cavaliers. How have I deserved such a title? Faugh! Who would indulge in such language in these democratic days of ours? To free myself from the imputation, as soon as I have finished the grand revision of my compositions, which will be soon, you shall have something which you will surely engrave. I have also been looking about me for a commissioner, and have found a right capable young fellow for the place. His name is Tragg. You have naught to do but to write to him or me about the conditions which you want to make. He asks of you 1/3 rebate. The devil take all such bargaining. It is very hot here. The Viennese fear that they will soon be unable to eat ice cream, there having been little cold last winter, and ice being scarce. Most persons of importance have come here, and it was said that a revolution was imminent. But it is my belief that so long as the Austrian has his dark beer and sausage, He will not revolt. It is said that the suburban gates are to be closed at 10 o'clock at night. The soldiers' guns are loaded with bullets. No one dares speak aloud for fear of arrest by the police. Are your daughters grown? Bring one up to be my wife, for if I am to remain single in Bonn, I shall not stay long, of a surety. You also must be living in fear. How is good Reese? I shall write to him soon, for he can have only an unfavorable opinion of me. But this damned writing, I cannot get over my antipathy towards it. Have you performed my piece yet? Write to me occasionally. Please send also a few copies of the first variations. Your Beethoven. These first variations obviously are those on the theme from Roth Caption, those referred to in the early part of the letter, the ones on Count Waldstein's theme. The piece whose performance he inquires about is the octet, and the allusion to it justifies the belief that it was composed for the wind instrument players of Bonn, who found no opportunity to play it while Beethoven was still in his native city. The letter, like that written to Eleonora von Breuning, shows that Beethoven was still thinking of the possibility or probability of a return to Bonn. Its cheerful tone discloses a comfortable, satisfied frame of mind, the mood from which the first trios proceeded. We return to the chronological record of events. The first of these, in the year 1795, was Beethoven's first appearance in public as virtuoso and composer. The annual concerts in the Burgtheater, established by Gossman for the benefit of the widows of the Tonkünstlergesellschaft, were announced for the evenings of March 29th and 30th. The vocal work selected for performance was an oratorio in two parts, Geoffrey de Guida, by Antonio Cartaglieri. The instrumental, a concerto for pianoforte and orchestra, composed and played by Ludwig van Beethoven. Cartaglieri was a young man of 23 years, born in Danzig, September 27, 1772, who, a year or two since, had come from Berlin to study operatic composition with the then greatest living composer in that field, Salieri. As the direction of these widow and orphan concerts was almost exclusively in the hands of Salieri, one is almost tempted to think that he may on this occasion have indulged a pardonable vanity in bringing forward two of his pupils. If we did not know how strong an attraction to the name of Beethoven must have been for the public, which as yet had had no opportunity to learn his great powers except by report. The day of the performance drew near, but the concerto was not yet written out. Not until the afternoon of the second day before the concerto did he write the rondo, and then while suffering from a pretty severe colic which frequently affected him, I, Wegeler, relieved him with simple remedies so far as I could. In the anteroom sat 4 copyists, to whom he handed sheet after sheet as soon as it was finished. At the first rehearsal, which took place the next day in Beethoven's room, the pianoforte was found to be half a tone lower than the wind instruments. Without a moment's delay, Beethoven had the wind instruments and the others tuned to B flat instead of A, and played his part in C sharp. Thus Wegeler in his Notizen, page 36. But he has confounded 2 compositions. The concerto, which Beethoven played on March 29, 1795, was not that in C, opus 15, which was not yet finished, but in all probability that in B flat, opus 19. For the fact that the concerto in B flat was composed before that in C, we have the testimony of Beethoven himself, who wrote to Breitkopf Hortel on April 22, 1801. I simply want to call your attention to the fact that one of my first concertos will be published by Hofmeister, which is not among my best works, and also one by Molo, which, though composed later, etc. The concerto in B flat was published in 1801 by Hofmeister, and that in C in the same year by Molo and Company in Vienna, the latter a little in advance of the former, wherefore there need be no surprise at the earlier opus number. Beethoven also took part in the second concerto on March 30th, the minutes of the Tonkunstlerschaft recording that he improvised on the pianoforte, and though busily engaged, he also embraced an opportunity to testify to his devotion to the names of Mozart. On March 31, 1795, Mozart's widow arranged a performance of La Clemenza di Tito in the Burgtheater. After the first part, says the advertisement, Mr. Ludwig van Beethoven will play a concerto of Mozart's composition on the pianoforte. We opine that this concerto was Mozart's in D minor, which Beethoven loved especially, and for which he wrote cadenzas. The trios, Opus 1, had now become so well known and appreciated in musical circles as to justify their publication, and accordingly, an advertisement inviting subscriptions for Ludwig van Beethoven's 3 grand trios appeared in the Wiener Zeitung on May 16, 1795. 3 days later, a contract was signed by the author and Arteria and Company. The printed list of subscribers gives 123 names, mostly belonging to the higher circles, with subscriptions amounting to 241 copies. As Beethoven paid the publisher but 1 florin per copy, and the subscription price was 1 ducat, he made a handsome profit out of the transaction. We must tarry a moment longer with these trios. That the author is disposed to place their origin in the Bonn period has already appeared. Argument in favor of this view can be found in the fact of their earlier performance in Vienna, for there can be no reasonable question of the correctness of Ries's story, for which Beethoven himself was authority, that they were played at the house of Prince Lichnowsky in the presence of Haydn. This performance must have taken place before January 19, 1794, because on that day Haydn started again for England. Now Beethoven's sketches show that he was still working on at least the second and third of the trios after 1794, and that they were not ready for the printer before the end of that year. Further explanation is offered by the following little circumstances. Since Haydn was present, the performance at Prince Lichnowsky's must have been from manuscript. In the morning meeting, which probably took place only a short time before the soirée, Beethoven's attention was called to the desirability of changing, in the last movement of the second trio, the time signature from 4/4 to 2/4. Beethoven made the change. From these facts, it may be concluded that after a first, there was a final revision of these trios, and that the former version disappeared, or was destroyed, after the latter was made. It has been repeatedly intimated that the author believes that the rewriting of compositions completed in Beethoven's early period is farther reaching than is generally assumed. The case, therefore, seems to present itself as follows. Haydn heard the trios at Lichnowsky's in their first state. Beethoven then took them up for revision, and in the course of 1794 and the beginning of 1795 brought them to the state in which we now know them. It is not possible to say positively whether or not the first form, particularly of the first trio, dates back to the Bonn period. An interesting anecdote connected with these trios may well find place here. It is contributed by Madame Mary de Foch, daughter of Tompkinson, who in the 7th decade of the 19th century was one of the more famous pianoforte manufacturers of London. In the early days of the century, a little society of musicians, J.B. Kramer, the pianist, F. Kramer, violinist, half-brother of the preceding J.P. Salomon, whose name has so often come up in previous chapters of this work, Bridgetower, a mulatto and celebrated violinist, whose name we shall meet again, Watts, tenor, Morant, also tenor, who married the great Dussek's widow, Dahmen, Lindley, and Crossdale, violoncellists, was in the habit of meeting regularly at Mr. Tompkinson's to try over and criticize such new music of the German school as came to the London dealers. At one of the meetings, the new trios of Beethoven, Opus 1, were played through. J.B. Kramer at the pianoforte. "This is the man," he cried, "who is to console us for the loss of Mozart." According to the recollection of Cipriani Potter, this was after Kramer had made the personal acquaintance of Beethoven in Vienna and heard him play there. Some other incidents recorded by Wegeler belong to this year. Haydn reached Vienna upon his return from his second visit to England on August 20. Beethoven had now ready the three sonatas, Opus 2, and at one of the Friday morning concerts at Prince Lichnowsky's, he played them to Haydn, to whom they were dedicated. Here, says Wegeler on page 29 of the Notizen, Count Oppany asked Beethoven to compose a quartet for him for a given compensation, Beethoven not yet having written a piece in this genre. The Count declared that, contrary to custom, he did not want to have exclusive possession of the quartet for half a year before publication, nor did he ask that it be dedicated to him, etc. In response to repeated urgings, by me, Beethoven twice set about the task, but the first effort resulted in a grand violin trio, Opus 3, the second in a violin quintet, Opus 4. How much mistaken Wegeler was in these concluding statements has already been indicated. The three pianoforte sonatas dedicated to Haydn were therefore the second group of compositions which Beethoven considered illustrative of his artistic ideals and worthy publication. Nothing can be said with positiveness touching the time of their origin. Schoenfield's words in his Jahrbuch der Tonkunst von Wien und Prag, we already have several of his sonatas, among which his last are particularly noteworthy, which were written at the last 8 months before the sonatas appeared in print, lead to the conclusion that the sonatas were known in Vienna in manuscript in the spring of 1795. Their appearance in print was announced in the Wiener Zeitung on March 9, 1796. Still another anecdote recorded by Wegeler refers to another composition of this period. Beethoven was seated in a box at the opera with a lady of whom he thought much, at a performance of La Molinara. When the familiar Nel corpio non mi sento was reached, the lady remarked that she had possessed some variations on the theme but had lost them. In the same night, Beethoven wrote the 6 variations on the melody, and the next morning sent them to the lady with the inscription Variazioni, etc., prodotte par la ritrovate par Luigi van Beethoven. They are so easy that it is likely Beethoven wished that she should be able to play them at sight. Ponziello's La Molinara, composed in 1788 for Naples, was performed on March 8, 1794, in the court opera, and again on June 24 and 27, 1795, in the Kornthontor Theater in Vienna. Considering the time of the publication of these impretentious but genial little variations, their composition may be set down after the latter performances. At the same period, Beethoven wrote variations on another theme, Quanti più bello, from the same opera, which were published before the former and dedicated to the Prince Karl Lichnowsky. It is likely that a few more sets of variations, a form of composition for which Beethoven had a strong predilection at the time, had their origin in these early years of Beethoven's life in Vienna. The variations in C on the Menuet alla Viano from the ballet Le Nozze Disturbate may confidently be assigned to the year 1795. The ballet was performed for the first time on May 18, 1795 at Schikaneder's Theater. The variations are advertised as published on February 27, 1796. The Gesellschaft der Bildenden Künstler had in the year 1792 established an annual ball in the Redutensaal in the month of November, and Haydn, just then returned, covered with glory from England, composed a set of 12 minuets and 12 German dances for the occasion. In 1793, the Royal Imperial composer Koselleck followed Haydn's example. In 1794, Dittersdorf wrote the same number of like dances for the large hall, and Eibler for the small. In view of this array of great names, and considering that as yet the trio's Opus 1 were the only works of a higher order than the variations which Beethoven had sent to press, the advertisements for the annual ball, to be given upon the 22nd of November 1795, give a vivid proof of the high reputation which the young man had gained as a composer now at the end of his 3rd year in Vienna. These advertisements conclude thus: The music for the minuets and German dances for the Spall is an entirely new arrangement. For the larger room, they were written by the Royal Imperial Chapel Master Süssmayr. For the smaller room, by the master hand of Mr. Ludwig van Beethoven, out of love for the artistic fraternity. These dances, arranged for pianoforte by Beethoven himself, came from the press of Artaria a few weeks later, as did also Süssmayr's, Beethoven's name in the advertisement being in large and conspicuous type. As the year began with the first, so it closed with Beethoven's second appearance in public as composer and virtuoso. And here is the advertisement of the performance from the Wiener Zeitung of December 16. Next Friday, the 18th instant, Mr. the Chapel Master Haydn will give a grand musical concert in the small Redutensaal, at which Madame Tomioni and Mr. Mombelli will sing. Mr. Van Beethoven will play a concerto of his composing on the pianoforte, and 3 grand symphonies, not yet heard here, which the chapel master composed during his last sojourn in London, will be performed. One would gladly know what concerto was played, but there was little public criticism then outside of London, and very rarely any in Vienna. The mere fact of the appearance of Beethoven at his old master's concert is, however, another proof that too much stress had been laid upon a hasty word spoken by him to Ries. Haydn wanted that Beethoven should put "Pupil of Haydn" on the title page of his first works. Beethoven was unwilling to do so, because, as he said, though he had taken some lessons from Haydn, he had never learned anything from him. Nothing could be more natural than for Haydn, knowing nothing of the studies of his pupil with Schenk, to express such a wish in relation to the sonatas dedicated to him, and equally natural that the author should refuse. But to add to the attractions of the concert was a very different matter, a graceful and delicate compliment, which he could with pleasure make. This chapter may appropriately close with the one important family event of this year. The father, the mother, 2 infant brothers, and 2 infant sisters slept in the churchyard at Bonn, but Ludwig, Caspar, and Johann were never more to look upon their graves. The 3 brothers were now reunited. Vienna had become their new home, and not one of them beheld the rushing Rhine again. End of section 17. Section 18, Chapter 14, of the Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER. Chapter 14. The years 1796 and 1797. Beethoven in Prague and Berlin. King Frederick William II and Prince Louis Ferdinand. Himmel, Foch, and Zelter. Compositions and publications. The narrative resumes its course with the year 1796, the 26th of Beethoven's life, and his 4th in Vienna. If not yet officially, he was de facto discharged from his obligations to the Elector Maximilian, and all his relations with Bonn and its people were broken off. Vienna had become his home, and there is no reason to suppose that he ever afterwards cherished any real and settled purpose to exchange it for another, not even in 1809, when for the moment he had some thought of accepting Jerome Bonaparte's invitation to Kassel. He had now entered his course of contrapuntal study with Albrechtsberger. He was first of the pianoforte players of the capital, and his name added attraction even to the concert which Haydn, returning again from his London triumphs, had given to introduce some of his new works to the Viennese. His master band was already publicly recognized in the field of musical composition. He counted many nobles of the higher ranks in his list of personal friends, and had been, perhaps even now was, a member of Prince Karl Lichnowsky's family. The change in his pecuniary condition might have thrown a more equitable temperament than his off its balance. 3 years ago, he anxiously noted down the few kreutzes occasionally spent for coffee or chocolate, for Haydn and mich. Now he keeps his own servant and a horse. His brothers, if at all a burden, were no longer a heavy one. Karl Kasper, according to the best information now obtainable, soon gained moderate success in the musical profession, and with probably some occasional aid from Ludwig, both pecuniary and in obtaining pupils, earned sufficient for his comfortable support. While Johann had secured a situation in that apothecary shop Zum Heiligen Geist, which in 1860 was still to be seen in the Karnthnerstrasse, near the former site of the gate of that name, his wages were, of course, small, and we shall soon see that Ludwig offers him assistance if needed, though not to Karl. But Johann's position gradually improved, and he was able in a few years to save enough to enable him, unaided by his brother, to purchase and establish himself in a business of his own. Fate had become propitious to Beethoven, and a final citation from the memorandum book will show in what spirit he was determined to merit the continuance of fortune's favor. If we make allowance for the old error as to his real age, this citation may belong to a period a year or two later. But may it not be one of those extracts from books and periodical publications which all his life long he was so fond of making? This seems to be the more probable supposition. The words are these: "Courage! In spite of all bodily weakness, my spirit shall rule. You have lived 25 years. This year must determine the complete man. Nothing must remain undone." And now let the chronological narrative of events be resumed. As the year 1795 had ended with a public appearance of Beethoven as pianoforte player and composer, so also began the year 1796. And as on former occasion in a concert by Haydn, so this time he played at a concert given by a singer, Signora Bolla, who afterward became famous in the Redutensaal. Again, he played a pianoforte concerto. In 1796, says Wegeler, Nachträge, page 18, the two older Breuning brothers, Christoph and Stefan, find him, Beethoven, at Nuremberg on a return journey to Vienna. Which journey is not specified. None of the three having a passport from Vienna, they were all detained at Linz, but soon liberated through my intervention at Vienna. And from a letter written by Stefan von Breuning to his mother, dated January 1796, Wegeler quotes, "From Nuremberg, Beethoven traveled all the way in company with us. The three Bonnians thus attracted the attention of the police, who thought they had made a wonderful discovery. I did not believe that there could be a less dangerous man than Beethoven." Wegeler's suggestion that Beethoven was returning, perhaps from Berlin, is of course out of the question, but between the date of Haydn's concert, December 18th, and Stefan von Breuning's letter, if written towards the end of January, there was ample time, even in those days of post-coaches, for a journey to Prague, and thence across the country to Mergentheim or Ellingen, at that time the temporary residences of Elector Maximilian. The necessity of Beethoven's knowing precisely in what relation he was to stand with the Elector in the future accounts sufficiently for his being in Nuremberg at that time, especially if he had had occasion to visit Prague during the Christmas holidays, which is not improbable. Dlabach, in his Künstler Lexikon, has a paragraph of which this is a part. Van Beethoven, a concertmaster on the pianoforte. In the year 1795, he gave an academy in Prague at which he played with universal approval. It is true that Dlabach may here record a concert given during Beethoven's stay in the Bohemian capital some weeks later. But on the one hand, no other notice of such a concert has been discovered, and on the other, The universal approval on this occasion may have been an inducement for him to return thither so soon. At all events, his delay in Vienna after coming from Nuremberg was short, and was doubtless occupied with the last corrections of the sonatas Opus 2 dedicated to Haydn, the 6 minuets, second part, the variations on the theme from La Nozze Disturbata, and those on Nel Corpio non mi sento, all of which works are advertised in the Wiener Zeitung in the course of the next 2 months, while their author was again in Prague or cities farther north. For the following letter, we are indebted to Madame van Beethoven, widow of the composer's nephew, Karl. To my brother, Nicholas Beethoven, to be delivered at the apothecary's shop at the Karntner Thor. Mr. von Z. will please hand this letter to the wig-maker, who will care for its delivery. Prague, February 19th, 1796. Dear brother, so that you may at least know where I am and what I am doing, I must needs write you. In the first place, I am getting on well, very well. My art wins for me friends and respect. What more do I want? This time, too, I shall earn considerable money. I shall remain here a few weeks more and then go to Dresden, Leipzig, and Berlin. It will probably be 6 weeks before I shall return. I hope that you will be more and more pleased with your sojourn in Vienna. But beware of the whole guild of wicked women. Have you yet called on Cousin Else? You might write to me at this place if you have inclination and time. F. Linowski will probably soon return to Vienna. He has already gone from here. If you need money, you may go to him boldly, for he still owes me some. For the rest, I hope that your life will grow continually in happiness, and to that end, I hope to contribute something. Farewell, dear brother, and think occasionally of your true faithful brother, L. Beethoven. Greetings to Brother Casper. My address is the Golden Unicorn on the Kleinseite. A debt of gratitude is certainly due Johann van Beethoven for having carefully preserved this letter for full half a century, and leaving it to his heirs, notwithstanding all the troubles which afterwards arose between the brothers, since it is hardly more valuable and interesting for the facts which it states directly than for what it indicates and suggests more or less clearly. It, with other considerations, render it well nigh certain that Beethoven had now come to Prague with Prince Lichnowsky as Mozart had done 7 years before, and that upon leaving Vienna he had had no intention of pursuing his journey farther. But, encouraged by the success thus reported to his brother, he suddenly determined to seek instruction and experience, pleasure, profit, and fame in an extended tour. Had he projected his journey already in Vienna? How could all recollection of it have been lost by Wegeler? How could von Breuning, in the letter cited above, have omitted all mention of it? Nor is it possible to think that Beethoven, still so young and still so unknown outside the Austrian and Bohemian capitals, having so many powerful and influential friends there, and there only, could at this time have gone forth to seek elsewhere some permanent position with a fixed salary. The remarks which have been preserved, made by him in writing or conversation, expressing a desire for such an appointment, all belong to a later period, and cannot by any torture of language be made to refer to this, when he was looking into the future, with well-grounded hopes and serene confidence of advancement in his new home. Vienna seemed to offer him all his ambition could crave. Why should he seek his fortune beyond her walls? It is pleasant to note his care for the welfare of his brother Johann, which care, doubtless, the other brother did not receive. But how could Prince Lichnowsky have been indebted to Ludwig? The musical public of Prague was the same that had so recently honored itself by its instant and noble appreciation of Mozart, and had given so glorious a welcome to Figaro, Don Giovanni, and Titus. There being no royal or imperial court there, and the public amusements being less numerous than in Vienna, the nobility were thrown more on their own resources for recreation, and hence, Besides the traditional taste of the Bohemians for instrumental music, their capital was perhaps a better field for the virtuoso than Vienna. No notice of any public concert given by Beethoven on this visit has been discovered, either in the newspapers of the time or in the reminiscences of Tomschek and others. And the considerable money earned this time must have been the presence of the nobility for his performances in their salons, and perhaps for compositions. The conception of the aria a perfido, Spergioro, is generally associated with Beethoven's sojourn in Prague. The belief rests upon the fact that upon the cover of a copy which he revised, Beethoven wrote the words Una grande scena mise en musique par L.V. Beethoven, a Prague, 1796. On the first page is written Recitativo y aria composta y dedicata alla Signora Contessa di Clara D.L.V. Beethoven. Thus, the opus number 46 in this title is in the handwriting of Alois Fuchs, who owned a copy. Now, on November 21st, 1796, Madame Duschek, the well-known friend of Mozart, at a concert in Leipzig, sang an Italian scena composed for Madame Duschek by Beethoven, and it was easy to conclude that the aria was really written by Beethoven for Madame Duschek. On a page of sketches, preserved in Berlin among others, there are sketches belonging to A Perfido, which do not agree with the printed page. On the lower margin of the first page is the mark Pour Mademoiselle de Contessa di Clary. Notebaum is led by these things to surmise that the aria was written in Vienna in 1795 before the visit to Prague. In any case, we are permitted to associate the date 1796 only with the completion of the work in Prague, and the purpose may well have been to have it sung by Madame Duschek, who is thus proved to have belonged to the circle of Beethoven's friends in Prague. Nevertheless, the aria was originally intended for the Countess Josephine Clary, a well-known amateur singer who married Count Christian Klam-Gallas in 1797. The scena first appeared in print in the fall of 1805, when it was published in a collection made by Hofmeister and Kuhnel. Beethoven placed it upon the program of his concert in 1808. Another family in which Beethoven was received on the footing of a friend was that of the Appellate Councillor Kanke. Both father and son were dilettante composers and instrumental players, the father on the violoncello, the son on the pianoforte. Gerber gives them a place in his lexicon. Miss Jeanette, the daughter, says the eulogistic Schoenfeld, play the pianoforte with great expression and skill. The son adopted his father's profession, became a distinguished writer on Bohemian law, and in later years did Beethoven good service as legal advisor. There is in the Artaria collection a thick fascicle of sketches and musical fragments from Beethoven's hand, in which papers from the Bonn period down to the close of the century are stitched together in such disorder as to show that they were thus joined merely for preservation. One sheet of mere sketches bears, if correctly deciphered, this inscription: written and dedicated to G.R.C.G. as a souvenir of his stay in P. On the fourth page of the sheets stands "These 4 bagatelles by B," with something more illegible. May not some yet unknown composition of Beethoven be still in the possession of the family Klam-Gallas? Count Christian and his 2 daughters are numbered by Schoenfeld among the fine pianoforte players of Prague, and these few notices exhaust the information obtained upon this visit of Beethoven there. His next appearance is in Berlin. No record has been found of the proposed visit to either Dresden or Leipzig, although his journey, it would seem, must have taken him through the Saxon capital. In after years, he was fond of talking about his sojourn in Berlin, and some particulars have thus been preserved. He played, says Ries, several times at court, that of King Frederick William II, where he played the 2 grand sonatas with obbligato violoncello, opus 5, written for Duport, first violoncellist of the king and himself. On his departure, he received a gold snuff-box filled with louis d'ors. Beethoven declared with pride that it was not an ordinary snuff-box, but such as one as might have been customary to give to an ambassador. The king shared his uncle Frederick II's love for music, while his taste was better and more cultivated. His interest was the violoncello, and he often took part in quartets, and sometimes in the rehearsals of Italian operas. He exerted a powerful and enduring influence for good upon the musical taste of Berlin. It was he who caused the operas of Gluck and Mozart to be performed there and introduced oratorios of Handel into the court concerts. His appreciation of Mozart's genius and his wish to attach the great master to his court are well known, and these facts render credible a statement with which Carl Czerny closes a description of Beethoven's extemporaneous playing contributed to Koch's London Musical Miscellany, August 2, 1852. His improvisation was most brilliant and striking. In whatever company he might chance to be, he knew how to produce such an effect upon every hearer that frequently not an eye remained dry, while many would break out into loud sobs. For there was something wonderful in his expression, in addition to the beauty and originality of his ideas and his spirited style of rendering them. After ending an improvisation of this kind, he would burst into loud laughter and banter his hearers on the emotion he had caused in them. "You are fools," he would say. Sometimes he would feel himself insulted by these indications of sympathy. "Who can live among such spoiled children?" he would cry. And only on that account, as he told me, he declined to accept an invitation which the King of Prussia gave him after one of the extemporary performances above described. Chapelmaster Reichardt had withdrawn himself from Berlin 2 years before, having fallen into disfavor because of his sympathy with the French Revolution. Neither Himmel nor Regini, his successors, ever showed a genius for chamber music of a high order, and indeed there was no composer of reputation in this sphere then living in that quarter. The young Beethoven, by his 2 sonatas, had proved his powers, and the king saw in him precisely the right man to fill the vacancy. No small proof of superior taste and judgment. What the German expression was, which the translator of Czerny's letter had rendered, "Accept an invitation which the king gave him," there is no means of knowing, but as it stands it can only mean an invitation to enter permanently into his service. The death of the king next year, of course, prevented its being ever renewed. Friedrich Heinrich Himmel, 5 years older than Beethoven, whom the king had withdrawn from the study of theology and caused to be thoroughly educated as a musician, first under Neumann in Dresden and afterwards in Italy, had returned the year before and had assumed his duties as royal pianist and composer. As a virtuoso of his instrument, his only rival in Berlin was Prince Louis Ferdinand, son of Prince August and nephew of Frederick II, 2 years younger than Beethoven and endowed by nature with talents and genius which would have made him conspicuous had fortune not given him royal descent. He and Beethoven became well known to each other, and each felt and did full justice to the other's musical genius and attainments. Now let Ries speak again. Meetings with Himmel, Fasch, and Zelter. In Berlin, he, Beethoven, associated much with Himmel, of whom he said that he had a pretty talent, but no more. His pianoforte playing, he said, was elegant and pleasing, but he was not to be compared with Prince Louis Ferdinand. In his opinion, he paid the latter a high compliment when once he said to him that his playing was not that of a king or prince, but more like that of a thoroughly good pianoforte player. He fell out with Himmel in the following manner. One day, when they were together, Himmel begged Beethoven to improvise, which Beethoven did. Afterwards, Beethoven insisted that Himmel do the same. The latter was weak enough to agree, but after he had played for quite a time, Beethoven remarked, "Well, when are you going fairly to begin?" Himmel had flattered himself that he had already performed wonders. He jumped up, and the men behaved ill towards each other. Beethoven said to me, "I thought that Himmel had only been preluding a bit." Afterwards they were reconciled, indeed, but Himmel could never forgive or forget. They also exchanged letters, until Himmel played Beethoven a shabby trick. The latter always wanted to know the news from Berlin. This bored Himmel, who at last wrote that the greatest news from Berlin was that a lamp for the blind had been invented. Beethoven ran about with the news, and all the world wanted to know how this was possible. Thereupon he wrote to Himmel that he had blundered in not giving more explicit information. The answer which he received, but which does not permit of communication, not only put an end to the correspondence, but brought ridicule upon Beethoven, who was so inconsiderate as to show it then and there. With Carl Friedrich Christian Foch and Carl Friedrich Zelter, he also made a friendly acquaintance, and twice at least attended meetings of the Sing Academy, which then numbered about 90 voices. The first time, June 21st, says the Geschichte der Singakademie, a chorale, the first 3 numbers of the Mass and the first 6 of the 119th Psalm were sung for him. Hereupon he seated himself at the pianoforte and played an improvisation on the theme of the final fugue, Meine Zunge rühmt im Wettgesang dein Lob. The last numbers of Davidiana, a collection of versets by Foch, formed the conclusion. No biographer has mentioned this visit or even his sojourn in Berlin, nor does Foch pay special attention to it, but the performance must have pleased, for it was repeated at the meeting on the 28th. The performance of the society must have also pleased Beethoven, and with good reason, for Foch's Mass was in 16 parts, and the Psalm and Davidiana in part in 8, and no such music was then to be heard elsewhere north of the Alps. In 1810, Beethoven, speaking of his playing on that occasion, told Madame von Arnim, then Elizabeth Brentano, that at the close his hearers did not applaud, but came crowding around him, weeping, and added ironically, "That is not what we artists wish. We want applause." Foch's simple record of Beethoven's visit is this. June 21, 1796, Mr. van Beethoven extemporized on the Davidiana, taking the fugue theme from Psalm 119, number 16. Mr. Beethoven, pianist from Vienna, was so accommodating as to permit us to hear an improvisation. June 28th, Mr. van Beethoven was again so obliging as to play an improvisation for us. Early in July, the king left Berlin for the baths of Piedmont. The nobility dispersed to their estates or to watering places, and the city was empty and silent. Beethoven, therefore, could have had no inducement to prolong his stay, but the precise time of his departure is unknown. Schindler names Leipzig as one of the cities in which during this tour Beethoven awakened interest and created a sensation by his pianoforte playing, and particularly by his brilliant improvisation, but no allusion in any public journal of that or any subsequent period, not even the faintest tradition, has been discovered to confirm the evidently erroneous statements. Moreover, Rochlitz, in his account of a visit to the composer in 1822, remarks, "I had not yet seen Beethoven," and again, "It was only as a youth that he passed through Leipzig." So, until some new discovery be made, this must also find its place in the long list of Schindler's mistakes. Notwithstanding Wegeler's statement, Notizen 28, that he left Beethoven a member of the family of Prince Lichnowsky in the middle of 1796, it is as certain as circumstantial evidence can well make it that the doctor and Christoph von Breuning had returned to Bonn before Beethoven reached Vienna again. But Stephan and Lenz were still there. The former obtained at this time an appointment at the Teutonic Order, which so many of his ancestors had served, and his name appears in the published Calendars of the Order from 1797 to 1803, both inclusive, as Hofratsassessor. He then soon departed from Vienna to Mergentheim, when he wrote, November 23rd, with other matters, the following, upon Beethoven to Wegeler and Christoph. I do not know whether or not Lenz has written you anything about Beethoven, but take notice that I saw him in Vienna, and that, according to my mind, which Lenz had confirmed, he has become somewhat staider, or perhaps I should say has acquired more knowledge of humanity through travels, or was it because of the new ebullition of friendship on his arrival, and a greater conviction of the scarceness and value of good friends. 100 times, dear Wegeler, he wishes you here again, and regrets nothing so much as that he did not follow much of your advice. Notizen, page 19. Except this notice of his bearing and demeanor, there is a complete hiatus in Beethoven's history from his appearance in the Sing Academy until the following November. The so-called Fischoff manuscript has, it is true, a story of a dangerous illness, which was caused by his own imprudence this summer. But as it is, in date, utterly irreconcilable with other known facts, it will receive its due consideration hereafter. The most plausible suggestion is that coming back, flushed with victory, with the success of his tour, and delighted with the novelty of traveling at his ease, he made that excursion to Pressburg and Pesth, of which afterwards Ries was informed, and made record, Notizen, page 109, but of which no other account is known. And thus we come to November. This was the year of that astounding series of victories ending at Arcole, gained by the young French general Napoleon Bonaparte. The Austrian government and people alike saw and feared the danger of invasion. A general uprising took place, and volunteer corps were formed in all quarters. For the Vienna Corps, Friedelberg wrote his Abschiedsgesang an Weissberger beim Auszug der Fahnendivision der Wiener Freiwilliger, and Beethoven set it to music. The original printed edition bears date November 15, 1795. It does not appear to have gained any great popularity, and a drinking song, Lasst das Herz uns froh erheben, was afterwards substituted for Friedelberg's text, and published by Schott in Mayence. The rapid progress of the French army had caused the Germans in Italy to become distrustful of the future and to hasten homeward. Among them were Beethoven's old companions in the Bonn orchestra, the cousins Andreas and Bernhard Romberg, who in the spring of this year, May 26th, had kissed the hand of the Queen of Naples, daughter of the Empress Maria Theresia, and then departed to Rome to join another friend of the Bonn period, Karl Kugelken. The three, coming north, arrived at Vienna in the autumn. The Rombergs remained there for a space with Beethoven, while Kugelken proceeded to Berlin. Baron von Brunn, not to be mistaken for Beethoven's first Maecenas, the Russian Count Braun, had heard the cousins the year before in Munich, and invited them to give Vienna an opportunity to hear them. There is no notice of their concert in the Vienna newspapers of the period, and the date is unknown. From Lenz von Breuning is gleaned an additional fact, which alone gives interest to the concert for us. He writes to Wegeler in January 1797, not 1796, as erroneously printed in the appendix to the Notizen, page 20, and after the meeting with the von Breunings at Nuremberg. Beethoven is here again. He played in the Romberg concert. He is the same as of old, and I am glad that he and the Rombergs still get along with each other. Once he was near a break with them. I interceded, and achieved my end to a fair extent. Moreover, he thinks a great deal of me just now. It is clear that the Rombergs, under the circumstances, must have largely owed their limited success to Beethoven's name and influence. In February 1797, they were again in their old positions in Schroeder's orchestra in Hamburg. Beethoven, during this winter, must be imagined busily engaged with pupils and private concerts, perhaps also with his operatic studies with Salieri. Certainly with composition and with preparation and the oversight of various works then passing through the press. For in February and April, Arteria advertises the two violoncello sonatas Opus 5, the Pianoforte Sonata for 4 hands, Opus 6, the Trio, Opus 3, the Quintet, Opus 4, and the 12 variations on a danza russa. These last are the variations which he dedicated to the Countess Browne, and which gave occasion for the anecdote related by Ries illustrating Beethoven's forgetfulness. For this dedication he had received a handsome riding horse from Count Browne as a gift. He rode the animal a few times, soon after forgot all about it, and worse than that, its food also. His servant, who soon noticed this, began to hire out the horse for his own benefit, and in order not to attract the attention of Beethoven to the fact, for a long time withheld from him all bills for fodder. At length, however, to Beethoven's great amazement, he handed in a very large one, which recalled to him at once his horse and his neglectfulness. Notizen, page 120. On Thursday, April 6, 1797, Schuppanzich gave a concert, on the program of which Beethoven's name figured twice. Number 2 was an aria by Mr. Van Beethoven, sung by Madame Triboulet, Willmann. Number 3 was a quintet for pianoforte and 4 wind instruments, played and composed by Mr. L.V. Beethoven. This was the beautiful quintet Opus 16, the time of whose origin is thus more definitely indicated than in the Chronologicus Verzeichnis, a fact for which we are indebted to Nottebohm. But the war was renewed, and the thoughts of the Viennese were occupied with matters more serious than the indulgence of their musical taste. On the 16th of March, Bonaparte forced the passage of the Tagliamento and Isonzo. During the 2 weeks following, he had conquered the greater part of Corniola, Carinthia, and the Tyrol, and was now rapidly approaching Vienna. On the 11th of February, Lorenz Leopold Hauschka's Gott erhalte unseren Kaiser, with Haydn's music, had been sung for the first time in the theater, and now, when on April 7th the Landstrum was called out, Freidelberg produced his war song, Ein großes deutsches Volk sind wir, to which Beethoven also gave music. The printed copy bears the date April 14th, suggesting the probability that it was sung on the occasion of the grand consecration of the banners, which took place on the Glacis on the 17th. Beethoven's music was, however, far from being so fortunate as Haydn's, and seems to have gained as little popularity as his previous attempt. But as the preliminaries to a treaty of peace were signed at Leoben on the 18th, and the armies, so hastily improvised, were dismissed 3 weeks afterwards, the taste for war songs vanished. That little is known of Beethoven's position as a teacher at this period is very vague and unsatisfactory. Enough, however, to render it sufficiently certain that he had plenty of pupils, many of them young ladies of high rank, who paid him generously. In the triple capacity of teacher, composer, and pianist, his gains were large, and he was able to write in May to Wegeler that he was doing well and steadily better. It is very possible that the illness mentioned by the Fischoff manuscript may have occurred during this summer. There can be little doubt that the original authority for the statement is Zmeskal, and therefore the fact of such an attack may be accepted as certain, but the date, being as there given, clearly wrong, as well as the inference that in it lay the original cause of the composer's subsequent loss of hearing, must be left mainly to conjecture. From May to November 1797, Beethoven's history is still a blank, and nothing but the utter silence of Lenz von Breuning in his correspondence with the family at Bonn, on a topic so likely to engage his sympathies as the dangerous illness of his friend, appears to prevent the filling of this blank in part by throwing him upon a bed of sickness. True, Lenz may have written, and the letters may have been lost or destroyed, or he may have neglected to write because of his approaching departure from Vienna, which took place in the autumn. His album, still preserved, has among its contributors Ludwig and Johann van Beethoven and Zmeskal. Ludwig wrote as follows: "Truth exists for the wise, beauty for a feeling heart. They belong to each other. Dear good Breuning, never shall I forget the time which I spent with you in Bonn, as well as here. Hold fast your friendship for me. You will always find me the same. Your true friend, L.V. Beethoven. Vienna, 1797, the 1st of October. They never met again. Lenz died on April 10th of the following year. In November, Beethoven enjoyed a singular compliment paid him by the Association of the Bildende Künstler, a repetition of his minuets and trios composed 2 years before for the artists' ball, and on the 23rd of December he again contributed to the attractions of the Widows and Orphans concert by producing the variations for 2 oboes and English horn on La Ci daram la mano, played by Cervenka. His publications in 1797, besides those mentioned at the beginning of the year, were the 12 variations for pianoforte and violoncello on the theme from Handel's Judas Maccabeus, precise date unknown, the pianoforte Opus 7, and the Serenade Opus 8, both advertised by Arteria and Company, October 7th. Finally, the Rondo in C, Opus 51, number 1, published by Arteria with the catalog number 711. We come to a consideration of the facts touching the compositions of the years 1796 and 1797. Among the most widely known of these is Adelaide. The composition of the song must have been begun in the first half of 1795, if not earlier, for sketches of it are found among the exercises in double counterpoint written for Albrechtsberger. Other sheets containing sketches for Adelaide and the setting of Berger's Seufzer eines Ungeliebten are preserved in the library of the Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde in Vienna and the British Museum in London. The song was published by Arteria in 1797 under the title Adelaide von Mattheson, eine Kantate für eine Stimmstimme mit Begleitung des Klaviers, in Musik gesetzt und dem Verfasser gewidmet von Ludwig van Beethoven. The opus number 46 was given to it later. In 1800, Beethoven sent a copy of the song to the poet and accompanied it with the following letter. Most honored sir, you are herewith receiving from me a composition which has been in print for several years, but concerning which you probably to my shame know nothing. Perhaps I can excuse myself and explain how it came about that I dedicated something to you, which came so warmly from my heart, yet did not inform you of the fact by saying that at first I was unaware of your place of residence, and partly also I was diffident, not knowing but that I had been over hasty in dedicating a work to you without knowing whether or not it met with your approval. Even now I send you Adelaide with some timidity. You know what changes are wrought by a few years in an artist who is continually going forward. The greater the progress one makes in art, the less one is satisfied with one's older works. My most ardent wish will be fulfilled if my musical setting of your heavenly Adelaide does not wholly displease you, and if it should move you soon to write another poem of its kind, and you, not finding my request too immodest, should send it to me at once, I will put forth all my powers to do your beautiful poetry justice. Look upon the dedication as partly a token of the delight which the composition of your Adelaide gave me, partly as an evidence of my gratitude and respect for the blessed pleasure which your poetry has always given, and always will give me. When playing Adelaide, sometimes recall your sincere admirer, Beethoven. Vienna, August 4th, 1800. Whether or not Mattheson answered this letter is not known, but when he republished Adelaide in the first volume of his collected poems in 1815, he appended to it a note of this effect. Several composers have vitalized this little lyric fantasy with music, but according to my strong conviction, none of them so threw the text into the shade with his melody as the highly gifted Ludwig van Beethoven in Vienna. The Opferlied, the words of which were also written by Matheson, is one of the poems to which Beethoven repeatedly recurred. It seems always to have presented itself to him as a prayer, says Notenbaum. Its last words, "the beautiful to the good," were written in autograph albums even in his later years. The origin of the composition is to be ascribed to 1795, as Notenbaum enters it in his catalogue. It was then possible for Wegeler to know it in 1797 when he put a Masonic text under the music. It had not yet been published at that time, however, which fact accounts for the discovery of sketches for it in a sketchbook of 1798 through 1799, described by Notenbaum. It was not published until later, probably in 1808, when it came with two other songs from the press of Simrock. Beethoven composed the poem a second time, utilizing the beginning of his first melody, for solo, chorus, and orchestra, Opus 121b. To this setting we shall recur hereafter. There is still another song which must be brought into the story of this period. It is the Zeufe eines Ungeliebten, with its two parts, based on two independent but related poems by Berger. Particular interest attaches to the second part, Gegenliebe, from the fact that its melody was used afterward by Beethoven for the variations in the choral fantasia, Opus 80. Sketches for this melody are found associated with sketches for Adelaide, on a sheet in the archives of the Gesellschaft die Musikfreunde. Notenbaum fixes the year of the song's origin as 1795. It was first published as late as 1837 by Diabelli, along with the song Turteltaube, Du klangest, which was composed much later. The Italian song, O cara selva, O cara felice libertà, from Metastasio's Olympiade, entered under number 1264 in Thayer's Chronologisches Verzeichnis, appears as a chorus for three voices at the end of the Albrechtsberger exercises, and hence may be placed in the year 1795, as is done by Notenbaum, who adds that it originated simultaneously with the setting of Wer ist ein freier Mann. Here mention must also be made of two arias which Beethoven wrote for introduction in Umlauf's comic opera Die Schöne Schüsterin. These songs were assigned to the Bonn period in the first edition of this biography because the opera was performed in Bonn in the years 1789 and 1790. The two songs composed by Beethoven are an arietta, or rather strophic song, O welch ein Leben, for tenor, and an aria, Soll ein Schuh nicht drücken, for soprano. The words of the latter are in the original libretto. The words of the tenor song, though not part of the original text, were obviously written for the opera. The melody was afterward used by Beethoven as a setting for Goethe's Maillied, published in 1805 as Opus 52. Both songs, as written for the opera, were published for the first time in the complete edition of Beethoven's works, from the copies preserved in the Berlin Library. Most important of the instrumental compositions of this period is the Quintet for Strings, Opus 4, which is frequently set down as an arrangement or revised transcription of the Octet, Opus 103. The quintet, however, though it employs the same motivi as the octet, is an entirely new work, made so by the radical changes of structure, changes of register to adapt the themes to the stringed instruments, and changes in the themes themselves. The origin of the quintet can be placed anywhere in the period from 1792, when the octet was probably begun, to the beginning of 1797, when the quintet was advertised as wholly new. There is a clue in the Wegeler anecdote, already related in connection with the string trio Opus 3 in the chapter of this work devoted to the works composed in Bonn. In 1795, Count Appeny commissioned Beethoven to compose a quartet, the honorarium being fixed. Wegeler's recollection was that Beethoven twice undertook the task, but the first effort resulted in the string trio and the second in a quintet, Opus 4. There is not sufficient internal evidence to reject the story, so far as it affects the quintet. The trio has already been subjected to study, and from its structure, it might well be argued that the composition was undertaken as a quartet and expanded into a quintet in the hands of the composer. If Count Apponyi's commission was given in 1795, the date of the completion of the quintet may be set down as 1796. Attaria, who published the work, advertised it in the Wiener Zeitung of February 8, 1797. The two sonatas for pianoforte and violoncello, Opus 5, belong to the year 1796 and are the fruits of the visit to Berlin. There is no reason to question Ries's story that Beethoven composed them for Pierre Duport and played them with him. The dedication to Friedrich William II and the character of the works lend credibility to Ries's account of their origin. Beethoven played them with Bernhard Roberg in Vienna at the close of 1796 or beginning of 1797, and they were published soon afterward, being advertised by Attaria in the Wiener Zeitung of February 8, 1797. The 12 variations on a theme from Handel's Judas Maccabeus were published by Attaria in 1797, dedicated to the Prince Lichnowsky, née Countess Thun. There were no performances of Handel's oratorios in Vienna at this time, but it is not probable that the suggestion for the variations came from Baron van Swieten. Here seems to be the place to refer to the Allegro movement in sonata form for viola and violoncello, which Beethoven gave the title Duett mit zwei Augenlasern Obbligato von L.V. Beethoven. Duet with two eyeglasses, Obbligato by L.V. Beethoven, to be found in the volume of sketches from this period, 1784 to 1800, which the British Museum bought from J.N. Kafka in 1875. There ought to be a hint as to the identity of the two players, with two eyeglasses obbligato. Here is also the place for the three duos for clarinet and bassoon first published by André and Offenbach. The sextet for wind instruments, published by Breitkopf and Hartel in 1810, it received the opus number 71 later, belongs to this period. Sketches for the last movement, which differ from the ultimate form, however, are found amongst the sketches for the pianoforte sonata opus 10, number 3. The inception of the sonata must fall sometime between the middle of 1796 and the middle of 1798, since the subscription for it was opened in the beginning of July 1798, and other works of a similar character were also completed in 1797. It is therefore possible to place the origin of the earlier movements of the sextet in an earlier period, say 1796 through 1797, a proceeding which is confirmed by the circumstance that the beginning is found before Sketches for A Perfido, which was composed in 1796 at the latest, on a sheet of sketches in the Attaria collection. The Kafka volume of sketches in the British Museum contains sketches for the minuet and trio of the sextet, A Perfido, and the pianoforte sonata opus 49, number 2. This fact also indicates the year 1796. Beethoven let the work lie a long time. It had its first hearing at a chamber concert for the benefit of Schuppanzich in April 1805, but it was not until 1809 that he gave it out for publication. On August 3rd of that year, he wrote to Breitkopf van Hartel, "By the next mail coach, you will receive a song, or perhaps two, and a sextet for wind instruments." And on August 8th, "The sextet is one of my earlier things, and, moreover, was written in a single night. Nothing can be really said of it beyond that. It was written by an author who at least had produced a few better works. Yet for many people such works are the best." The statement that the work was written in a single night must be taken in a Pickwickian sense, for sketches of it have been found. It is plain at this time Beethoven had a particular predilection for wind instruments. Erich Prieger owned a fragment of a quintet in E-flat for oboe, three horns, and bassoon, formerly in the possession of Artaria. The beginning of the first movement is lacking, but can be supplied from the repetition in the second part. The adagio is intact, but there are only a few measures of the minuet. Influenced, no doubt, by the performances of such compositions, Beethoven composed at this time 2 works for 2 oboes and English horn. Notebaum surmises that they were instigated by a terzetto for 2 oboes and English horn, composed by a musician named Wendt, and performed at a concert of the Tonkünstlergesellschaft by 3 brothers, Johann Franz and Philipp Thieme, on December 23, 1793. One of the 2 works, the trio, which was published as Opus 87, is pretty well known, since it was made accessible to wider circles by arrangements published in Beethoven's day and with his approval. Artaria published it in April 1806 without opus number. He also published it for 2 violins and viola as Opus 29, and finally as a sonata for pianoforte and violin. The last transcription was published first, as stated in Thayer's catalogue. Nothing of a historical nature is known of the variations on Lechidarum for the same instruments, beyond the fact that they were performed on December 23, 1797, at the concert for the benefit of the widows and orphans in the National Court Theatre. On a free page of the autograph, after the 6th variation, there are some miscellaneous sketches, among them a motive for the Adagio of Opus 3, another which was used in the Serenade Opus 25, and more remarkable still, a few measures of Adelaide, on which he was at work in 1793 and which appeared in print in 1797. Obviously, the variations were finished, and we may set down at the latest the year 1795 for their beginning. The sextet for 4 stringed instruments and 2 horns, Opus 81b, also belongs to this early period, and in all likelihood was conceived before the sextet for wind instruments. Sketches for the first 2 movements are upon a sheet in the Berlin Library by the side of sketches for the song Säufe eines Ungeliebten. Sketches for the song keep company with some for Adelaide. The sextet is therefore to be credited to the year 1795 or perhaps 1794. It was published in 1819 by Simrock in Bonn. In a letter which Beethoven sent to Simrock with the manuscript, but which has been lost, he had written to the publisher, who was an admirable horn player, that the pupil had given his master many a hard nut to crack. As to whether or not, and if so when and where, the sextet had been played before being sent to Simrock, there is as yet no conclusive evidence. The beautiful quintet in E-flat, Opus 16, for pianoforte and wind instruments, was played at a concert given by Schuppanzich on April 6, 1797, being number 5 on the program, which described it as a quintet for the forte piano accompanied by 4 wind instruments, played and composed by Mr. Ludwig van Beethoven. It had probably been completed not long before. Sketches are found in connection with a remark concerning the sonata in C minor, Opus 10, number 1. It was in all probability composed between 1794 and the beginning of 1797. In the minutes of a meeting of the Tonkünstlergesellschaft under date May 10, 1797, occurs this entry. On the second day, Mr. Van Beethoven produced a quintet, and distinguished himself in the quintet, and incidentally, by an improvisation. The word dabei, incidentally, seems to indicate that he introduced an improvisation in the quintet, as he did on a later occasion, to the embarrassment of the other players, but to the delight of the listeners. Ries tells the story in his Notizen, page 79. It was at a concert, at which the famous oboist Friedrich Ramm of Munich took part. In the final allegro, there occur several holds before a resumption of the theme. At one of these, Beethoven suddenly began to improvise, took the rondo as a theme, and entertained himself and the others for a considerable space, but not his associates. They were displeased, and Rahm even enraged, aufgebracht. It really was comical to see these gentlemen waiting expectantly every moment to go on, continually lifting their instruments to their lips, then quietly putting them down again. At last, Beethoven was satisfied and dropped again into the rondo. The entire audience was delighted. Vasilevsky doubts the correctness of the story, since there was but one hold in the finale. Dr. Dieters thought that Ries confounded the last with the first movement, in which the clarinet enters after a fermata. The quintet was published by Molo in Vienna in 1801 and was dedicated to Prince Schwarzenberg. It appeared simultaneously in one arrangement made by Beethoven himself as a quartet for pianoforte and strings, as Ries expressly declares. Beethoven had nothing to do with the arrangement as a string quartet published by Artaria as Opus 75. Touching the history of the Serenade for violin, viola, and violoncello, Opus 8, little else is known beyond the fact that its publication was announced in the Wiener Zeitung on October 7, 1797, by Artaria. Mr. Shedlock called attention in the Musical Times of 1892, page 525, to sketches which appeared along with others of the pianoforte concerto in B-flat, and the trio, Opus 1, No. 2. That Beethoven valued the work so highly is a fair deduction from the fact that he published it soon after its composition, and authorized the publication of an arrangement for pianoforte and viola, which he had revised. This arrangement received the Opus No. 42, though probably not from Beethoven. Hofmeister, in Leipzig, who published it in 1804 under the title Notturno por fortepiano et alto, arrangé de un notturno por violon, alto et violoncello, et revue pour l'auteur, advertised it in the Intelligenzblatt der Zeitschrift für die Elegante Welt on December 17, 1803. It is this arrangement, no doubt, to which Beethoven referred in a letter to Hofmeister dated September 22, 1803, in which he said, "These transcriptions are not mine, though they were much improved by me in places. Therefore I am not willing to have you state that I made them, for that would be a lie, and I could find neither time nor patience for such work." According to the view of Dr. Dieters, which was shared also by Notebaum, the Serenade, Opus 25, also belongs here. It was probably composed before Opus 8. Beethoven entrusted its publication in the beginning of 1802 to Kappy, who had just begun business. Then, like Opus 8, it was published by Hofmeister as Opus 41, in an arrangement for pianoforte and flute or violin, which no doubt was included in Beethoven's protest against being set down as the transcriber. Prominent among the compositions of this time is the Sonata in E-flat for pianoforte Opus 7. The only evidence of the date of its composition is the announcement of its publication by Artaria in the Wiener Zeitung on October 7, 1797. There are sketches for the third movement in the Kafka volume, but they afford no help in fixing a date. The sonata is inscribed to the Countess Babette Keglevich, one of Beethoven's pupils, who afterwards married Prince Innocenz Odescalchi in Pressburg. Notebaum quotes the following from a letter written by a nephew of the Countess. The sonata was composed for her when she was still a maiden. It was one of the hobbies of which he, Beethoven, had many. That living as he did vis-a-vis, he came in morning gown, slippers, and tasseled cap, Zipfelmütze, to give her lessons. Inasmuch as the sketches mentioned belonged only to the third movement, and the sheet contains the remark, diverse four bagatelles, de Ingles Landler, etc. Notebaum supposes that the movement was originally intended for one of the bagatelles, and was later incorporated in the sonata. It is very probable that the two little sonatas, Opus 49, belong to this period. Everybody knows that the second movement of the second sonata, the minuet, is based on the same motive as the third movement of the septet. That the motive is older in the sonata than in the septet is proved by the fact that the sketches for it are found along with some to a Profido, 1795 to 96, and the sextet for wind instruments, Opus 71. This circumstance establishes its early origin, say in 1795, or at least 1796. Notebaum considers it likely that the first sonata was finished at the latest in 1798, certainly before the Sonata Pathétique and the Trio for Strings Opus 9 No. 3. The sonatas were ready for publication as early as 1802, in which year Brother Karl offered them to André and Offenbach. They were probably not published until 1805, when they appeared with the imprint of the Bureau d'Arts et d'Industrie, as appears from an advertisement in the Wiener Zeitung of January 19, 1805. Here, too, belongs the Little Sonata in D for four hands, Opus 6, published by Artaria in October 1797, as Notebaum surmises. It was probably composed for purposes of instruction. Except a few trifles, marches, and two sets of variations, Beethoven wrote nothing more for four hands, though Diabelli offered him 40 ducats for a four-hand sonata in 1824. In the pianoforte compositions of these 2 years are to be included the variations in A on a Russian dance from the ballet Das Waldmädchen, published in April 1797, and dedicated to the Countess Braune, née Bietinghoff. Das Waldmädchen by Traffieri, music by Paul Wranitzky, was first performed at the Karnthnerther Theatre on September 28, 1796, and was repeated 16 times the same year. This fixes the time of the composition of the variations approximately. They were probably written before the end of 1796. There are a few other compositions brought to light by Notebaum and Maniszewski, which call for notice. Number 299, Series 25, Supplement B and H, complete works, as in Allegretto in C minor, 3/4 time, number 295, a bagatelle also in C minor, 3/4 presto, sketches for which are associated with those for the C minor sonata, Opus 10, number 1. From the remark, very short minuets to the new sonatas, the presto remains for that in C minor, written about this time, Notebaum concludes that this bagatelle was conceived as an intermezzo in the C minor sonata, and that possibly the allegretto had a similar origin. A unique place among Beethoven's early works is occupied by the 2 pieces for mandolin, with pianoforte accompaniment, first published in the complete edition. Thayer, who knew of the sketches at Artaria's, but seems not to have seen the composition recovered by Notebaum, which is called Sonatina, associated Beethoven's purpose with Krumpholz, who was a virtuoso on the mandolin. But Meyerlich, a Mendes student companion, may have been in the composer's mind. The fact that no compositions for orchestra, save the dances for the Rudentensaal, to be referred to presently, have been preserved, is not to be taken as conclusive evidence that Beethoven did not venture into the field of orchestral music in the Bonn and early Vienna days. Such an assertion is less likely to be made now than before the discovery of the 2 imperial cantatas of 1790. Moreover, Mr. Shedlock's extracts from the Kafka sketchbook in the British Museum show that Beethoven tried his youthful hand at a symphony. Among the earliest of the sketches, there is one in C minor marked Sinfonia, which begins as follows. Notebaum notes the theme also in his Zweite Beethoveniana, page 577. Shedlock's contention that out of this theme grew the second movement of the first pianoforte quartet composed in 1785 is incontestable. The symphonic sketch is therefore of earlier date than 1785. In 1909, Professor Fritz Stein, musical director of the University of Vienna, announced that in the collection of music of the academic concerts founded in 1780, he had discovered the complete parts of a symphony in 4 movements in C, par Ludwig van Beethoven. These words are in the handwriting of the copyist on the second violin part. On the cello part is written Symphony von Beethoven. Dr. Hugo Riemann, after a glance through the score prepared by Professor Stein and put at his disposal, gave it as his opinion that the symphony might well be a composition by Beethoven. Thematically, he says, it suggests partly the Mannheim school, partly Haydn. The instrumentation is nearer Mozart than Stamitz or Cannabich. Mention of Beethoven's orchestral dances has already been made. Schindler's remark that the musicians of Vienna refused citizenship to Beethoven's efforts to write Austrian dance music is discredited, at least so far as Viennese society is concerned, by the success of his dances composed for the Redutensaal and the very considerable number of his waltzes, landlers, minuets, écossaise, allemandes, and contradances which have been preserved. Only the smaller portion of these dances have been included in the complete edition of Breitkopf and Hortel. Thus, in Series 2, there are 12 minuets and 12 German dances. In Series 25, Supplement, 6 Landrische Tanze for 2 violins and bass, 6 German dances for pianoforte and violin, and for pianoforte alone, 6 German dances, 6 écossaises, and a few miscellaneous dances. In Series 28, Small Pieces for pianoforte, there are 6 minuets and 13 Landrische, 1 through 6 identical with those numbered 7 through 13 in Series 2, but transcribed. There are many dances as yet unpublished. For instance, among the Artraria manuscripts, purchased by Erich Prieger, there are 12 écossaises, of which 6 are as yet unknown. Also, 12 Deutsche for pianoforte, and 6 minuets for 2 violins and bass, which have never been printed. The 3 orchestral dances, noted by Thayer in the thematic catalogue as number 290 of the Artaria collection, are numbers 3, 9, and 11 of the 12 minuets, which A. von Perger discovered in the archives of the Künstlerpensionsinstitut in 1872, and which were published by Hengel in Paris in pianoforte transcription in 1903, and in score and parts in 1906, edited by Chantanvois. They were composed for the Künstlersocietat and are now in the court library at Vienna, manuscript number 16,925. End of section 18. Section 19, Chapter 15, of The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER. Chapter 15. General Bernadotte. His connection with the Heroic Symphony. Rival pianists. J. Wolfel. Dragonetti and Kramer. Compositions of the years 1798 and 1799. Early in the year 1798, a political event occurred which demands notice here, from its connection with one of Beethoven's noblest and most original works, the Symphonia Eroica. The singular tissue of error, which, owing to carelessness in observing dates, has been woven, in relation to its origin, may be best destroyed by a simple statement of fact. The extraordinary demands made by the French Directory upon the Austrian government, as preliminary to the renewal of diplomatic intercourse after the Peace of Campo Formio, such as a national palace and French theater for the minister and the rights of jurisdiction all over Frenchmen in the Austrian dominions, all of which were rejected by the imperial government, had aroused to a high pitch the public curiosity, both as to the man who might be selected for the appointment and as to the course he might adopt. This curiosity was by no means diminished by the intelligence that the new minister was Jean-Baptiste Bernadotte, the young general who had borne so important a part in the recent invasion of Istria. He arrived in Vienna on February 5, 1798. The state of the Empress's health, who was delivered of the Archduchess Maria Clementine on the 1st of March, delayed the private audience of Bernadotte for the presentation of his credentials to the Emperor until the 2nd of that month, and his public audience until the 8th of April. During the festivities of the court which then took place, Bernadotte was always present, and a reporter of that day says both the Emperor and Empress held more conversation with him than with any other of the circle. This familiar intercourse, however, came speedily to an end. For on the 13th, Bernadotte had the rashness to display the hated tricolor from his balcony, and to threaten to defend it by force. A riot occurred, and it was thought that in the extreme excitement of popular feeling, nothing but the strong detachments of cavalry and infantry, detailed for his protection, saved his life. Saved it to ascend the throne of Sweden on the 20th anniversary of his arrival in Vienna. Since etiquette allowed a foreign minister neither to make nor receive visits in his public capacity until after his formal reception at court, the general, during the 2 months of his stay, except for the last 5 days, lived very quietly. Those who saw him praised him as well-behaved, sedate, and modest. In his train was Rudolf Kreutzer, the great violinist. Bernadotte had now just entered his 34th year. Kreutzer was in his 32nd. Both of them, therefore, in age as in tastes and acquirements, fitted to appreciate the splendor of Beethoven's genius and to enjoy his society. Moreover, as the ambassador was the son of a provincial advocate, there was no difference of rank by birth, which could prevent them from meeting upon equal terms. Under such circumstances, and remembering that just at that epoch the young General Bonaparte was the topic of universal wonder and admiration, one is fully prepared for the statement of Schindler upon the origin of the heroic symphony. The first idea for the symphony is said to have gone out from General Bernadotte, the French ambassador in Vienna, who esteemed Beethoven very highly. This I heard from several of Beethoven's friends. I was also told so by Count Moritz Lichnowsky, brother of Prince Lichnowsky, who was often in the society of Bernadotte with Beethoven. Again, in 1823. Beethoven had a lively recollection that Bernadotte had really first inspired him with the idea of the Eroica Symphony. This is from Schindler's work in its first form. His unfortunate propensity sometimes to accept the allusions of his fancy for matters of fact is exhibited in the corresponding passage in his third edition. In Bernadette's salon, which was open to nobilities of all ranks of life, Beethoven also appeared. He had already made it known that he was a great admirer of the first consul of the Republic. From the general emanated the suggestion that Beethoven celebrated the greatest hero of his age in musical composition. It was not long before the thought had become a deed. Volume 1, page 101. In proceeding with the history of the symphony, Schindler extracts largely from Beethoven's own copy of Schleiermacher's translation of Plato. That the idea of Bonaparte as first consul may have influenced the form and matter of the symphony when he came to the labor of its composition, and that Beethoven may have based for himself a sort of system of political ethics upon Schleiermacher's Plato. All this is very possible. But Bernadotte was far away from Vienna before the consular form of government was adopted at Paris, and the Symphonia Eroica had been publicly performed at Vienna before the Plato came from the Berlin press. It is certainly to be regretted that so much fine writing by Schindler and his copyists on this point should be exploded by a date, like a ship by a single shell. But how could anyone believe that the much-employed Beethoven, at the age of 27, he who had refused 2 years before, even despite Wegeler's urging, to listen to a single private lecture on Kant, had become in so short a time a Platonic philosopher? Let us return to a field where Beethoven was even now more at home than he ever became in Plato's political philosophy. Salieri had again engaged him for the Widows and Orphans concerts of April 1st and 2nd, at which Haydn's 7 last words were sung, and Beethoven's pianoforte quintet played. Kaiser Franz and the imperial family were present. It was now no longer the case that Beethoven was without a rival as pianoforte virtuoso. He had a competitor fully worth of his powers, one who divided about equally with him the suffrages of the leaders in the Vienna musical circles. In fact, the excellencies peculiar to the two were such and so different that it depended upon the taste of the auditor, to which he accorded the praise of superiority. Joseph Wölfl, of Salzburg, 2 years younger than Beethoven, a wonder child, who had played a violin concerto in public at the age of 7 years, was a pupil of Leopold Mozart and Michael Haydn. Being in Vienna, when but 18 years old, he was engaged on the recommendation of Mozart by the Polish Count Oginski, who took him to Warsaw. His success there, as pianoforte virtuoso, teacher, and composer, was almost unexampled, but it is only in his character as pianist that we have to do with him, and a reference may be made to the general principle that a worthy competition is the best spur to genius. When we read in one of his letters Beethoven's words, "I have also greatly perfected my pianoforte playing," they will cause no surprise, for only by severe industry and consequent improvement could he retain his high position, in the presence of such rivals as Wölfl, and a year or two later J.B. Kramer. A lively picture of Wölfl by Tomaszek, who heard him in 1799, in his Autobiography, sufficiently proves that his party in Vienna was composed of those to whom extraordinary execution was the main thing, while Beethoven's admirers were of those who had hearts to be touched. A parallel between Beethoven and Wölfl in a letter to the Allgemeine Musikalische Zeitung, Volume 1, pages 24 and 25, dated April 22, 1799, just at the time when the performance of both were topics of general conversation in musical circles, and still fresh in the memory of all who had heard them, is in the highest degree apposite to the subject of this chapter. The writer says, "Opinion is divided here, touching the merits of the two, yet it would seem as if the majority were on the side of the latter, Wölfl. I shall try to set forth the peculiarities of each without taking part in the controversy. Beethoven's playing is extremely brilliant, but has less delicacy, and occasionally he is guilty of indistinctness. He shows himself to the greatest advantage in improvisation, and here, indeed, it is most extraordinary with what lightness and yet firmness in the succession of ideas Beethoven not only varies a theme given him on the spur of the moment by figuration, with which many a virtuoso makes his fortune and wind, but really develops it. Since the death of Mozart, who in this respect is for me still the non plus ultra, I have never enjoyed this kind of pleasure in the degree in which it is provided by Beethoven. In this, Wölfl fails to reach him. But Wölfl has advantages in this, that, sound in musical learning and dignified in his compositions, he plays passages which seem impossible with an ease, precision, and clearness which causes amazement. Of course, he is helped here by the large structure of his hands, and that his interpretation is always, especially in adagios, so pleasing and insinuating that one can not only admire it, but also enjoy. That Wölfel likewise enjoys an advantage because of his amiable bearing, contrasted with the somewhat haughty pose of Beethoven, is very natural. No biography of Beethoven which makes any pretense to completeness can omit the somewhat inflated and bombastic account which Seyfried gives of the emulation between Beethoven and Wölfel. Ignaz von Seyfried, at the period in question, was one of Schikaneder's conductors, to which position he had been called when not quite 21 years of age, and had assumed its duties March 1st, 1797. He was among the most promising of the young composers of the capital, belonged to a highly respectable family, had been educated at the university, and his personal character was unblemished. He would therefore naturally have access to the musical salons, and his reminiscences of music and musicians in those years may be accepted as the records of observation. The unfavorable light which the researches of Nottebohm have thrown upon him as editor of the so-called Beethoven Studien does not extend to such statements of fact as might easily have come under his own cognizance, and the passage now cited from the appendix of the Studien, though written 30 years after the events it describes, bears all the marks of being a faithful transcript of the writer's own memories. Beethoven had already attracted attention to himself by several compositions, and was rated a first-class pianist in Vienna when he was confronted by a rival in the closing years of the last century. Thereupon there was in a way a revival of the old Parisian feud of the Gluckists and Piccinists, and the many friends of art in the imperial city arrayed themselves in two parties. At the head of Beethoven's admirers stood the amiable Prince Lichnowsky. Among the most zealous patrons of Wölfel was the broadly cultured Baron Raymond von Wetzlar, whose delightful villa on the Grünberg near the Emperor's Recreation Castle offered to all artists, native and foreign, the asylum in the summer months, as pleasing as it was desirable, with true British loyalty. There the interesting combats of the two athletes not infrequently offered an indescribable artistic treat to the numerous and thoroughly select gathering. Each brought forward the latest product of his mind. Now one, and anon the other gave free rein to his glowing fancy. Sometimes they would seat themselves at the two pianofortes and improvise alternately on themes which they gave each other, and thus created many a four-hand capriccio, which, if it could have been put upon paper at the moment, would surely have bidden defiance to time. It would have been difficult, perhaps impossible, to award the palm of victory to either one of the gladiators in respect of technical skill. Nature had been a particularly kind mother to Wölfel in bestowing upon him a gigantic hand, which could span a tenth as easily as other hands compass an octave, and permitted him to play passages of double notes in these intervals with the rapidity of lightning. In his improvisations, even then, Beethoven did not deny his tendency toward the mysterious and gloomy. When once he began to revel in the infinite world of tones, he was transported also above all earthly things. His spirit had burst all restricting bonds, shaken off the yoke of servitude, and soared triumphantly and jubilantly into the luminous spaces of the higher ether. Now his playing tore along like a wildly foaming cataract, and the conjurer constrained his instrument to an utterance so forceful that the stoutest structure was scarcely able to withstand it, and anon he sank down, exhausted, exhaling gentle plaints, dissolving in melancholy. Again the spirit would soar aloft, triumphing over transitory terrestrial sufferings, turn its glance upward in reverent sounds, and find rest and comfort on the innocent bosom of holy nature. But who shall sound the depth of the sea? It was the mystical Sanskrit language whose hieroglyphs can be read only by the initiated. Wölfel, on the contrary, trained in the school of Mozart, was always equable, never superficial, but always clear and thus more accessible to the multitude. He used art only as a means to an end, never to exhibit his acquirements. He always enlisted the interest of his hearers, and inevitably compelled them to follow the progression of his well-ordered ideas. Whoever has heard Hummel will know what is meant by this. But for this, the attitude of their patrons, the protégés cared very little. They respected each other because they knew best how to appreciate each other, and as straightforward, honest Germans, followed the principle that the roadway of art is broad enough for many, and that it is not necessary to lose one's self in envy in pushing forward for the goal of fame. Wölfel proved his respect for his rival by dedicating to M.L. van Beethoven the pianoforte sonatas Opus 7, which were highly commended in the Allgemeine Musikalische Zeitung of Leipzig of January 1799. Another interesting and valuable discussion of Beethoven's powers and characteristics as a pianoforte virtuoso at this period is contained in the autobiography of Tomaszek, who heard him both in public and in private, during a visit which Beethoven made again this year to Prague. Tomaszek was then both in age, he was born on April 17, 1774, and in musical culture competent to form an independent judgment on such a subject. In the year 1798, says Tomaszek, unfortunately without giving any clue to the time of the year, in which I continued my juridical studies, Beethoven, the giant among pianoforte players, came to Prague. He gave a largely attended concert in the Konviktstall, at which he played his Concerto in C major Opus 15, and the Adagio, and a graceful rondo in A major from Opus 2, and concluded with an improvisation on a theme given him by Countess Schick, "Ah, tu fosti il primo aghetto," from Mozart's Titus, Duet No. 7. Beethoven's magnificent playing, and particularly the daring flights in his improvisation, stirred me strangely to the depths of my soul. Indeed, I found myself so profoundly bowed down that I did not touch my pianoforte for several days. I heard Beethoven at his second concert, which neither in performance nor in composition renewed again the first powerful impression. This time he played the Concerto in B-flat, which he had just composed in Prague. Then I heard him a third time, at the home of Count C., where he played, besides the graceful rondo from the E major sonata, an improvisation on the theme, "À vous diriger ma main." This time I listened to Beethoven's artistic work with more composure. I admired his powerful and brilliant playing, but his frequent daring deviations from one motive to another, whereby the organic connection, the gradual development of idea was put aside, did not escape me. Evils of this nature frequently weaken his greatest compositions, those which sprang from a too exuberant conception. It is not seldom that the unbiased listener is rudely awakened from his transport. The singular and original seem to be his chief aim in composition, and is confirmed by the answer which he made to a lady who asked him if he often attended Mozart's operas. "I do not know them," he replied, "and do not care to hear the music of others, lest I forfeit some of my originality." The veteran Tomaszek, when he wrote thus, had heard all the greatest virtuosos of the pianoforte, who, from the days of Mozart to 1840, had made themselves famous, and yet Beethoven remained for him still the lord of pianoforte players, and the giant among pianoforte players. Still, great as he is now, when Tomaszek heard him, Beethoven could write 3 years later that he had greatly perfected his playing. It is only to be added to the history of the year 1798 that it is the time in which Beethoven fixes the beginning of his deafness. Like it, the year 1799 offers upon the whole but scanty materials to the biographers of Beethoven, standing in broad contrast to the next, and indeed all succeeding years, in which their quantity and variety become a source of embarrassment. 2 new and valuable, though but passing acquaintances, were made by Beethoven this year, however, with Domenico Dragonetti, the greatest contrabassist known to history, and John Baptist Kramer, one of the greatest pianists. Dragonetti was not more remarkable for his astounding execution than for the deep, genuine musical feeling which elevated and ennobled it. He was now, the spring of 1799, so far as the means are at hand of determining the time, returning to London from a visit to his native province, and his route taking him to Vienna, he remained there for several weeks. Beethoven and he soon met, and they were mutually pleased with each other. Many years afterwards, Dragonetti related the following anecdote to Samuel Appleby, Esquire, of Brighton, England. Beethoven had been told that his new friend could execute violoncello music upon his huge instrument, and one morning when Dragonetti called at his room, he expressed his desire to hear a sonata. The contrabass was sent for, and the Sonata No. 2 of Opus 5 was selected. Beethoven played his part, with his eyes immovably fixed upon his companion, and in the finale, when the arpeggios occur, was so delighted and excited that at the close he sprang up and threw his arms around both player and instrument. The unlucky contrabassists of orchestra had frequent occasion during the next few years to know that this new revelation of the powers and possibilities of their instrument to Beethoven was not forgotten. Kramer, born at Mannheim, 1771, but from early infancy reared and educated in England, was successively the pupil of the noted Benser, Schroeter, and Clementi, but, like Beethoven, was in no small degree self-taught. He was so rarely, and at such long intervals on the continent, that his extraordinary merits have never been fully understood and appreciated there. Yet for a period of many years in the first part of the 19th century, he was undoubtedly, upon the whole, the first pianist of Europe. The object of his tour in 1799 was not to display his own talents and acquirements, but to add to his general musical culture, and to profit by his observation upon the styles and peculiar characteristics of the great pianists of the continent. In Vienna he renewed his intercourse with Haydn, whose prime favorite he had been in England, and at once became extremely intimate with Beethoven. Kramer surpassed Beethoven in the perfect neatness, correctness, and finish of his execution. Beethoven assured him that he preferred his touch to that of any other player. His brilliancy was astonishing, but yet taste, feeling, expression were the qualities which more eminently distinguished him. Beethoven stood far above Kramer in power and energy, especially when extemporizing. Each was supreme in his own sphere. Each found much to learn in the perfections of the other. Each, in later years, did full justice to the other's powers. Thus, Ries says, amongst the pianoforte players, he, Beethoven, had praise for but one as being distinguished, John Kramer. All others were but little to him. On the other hand, Mr. Appleby, who knew Kramer well, was long afterwards told by him, "No man in these days has heard extempore playing unless he has heard Beethoven." Making a visit one morning to him, Kramer, as he entered the anteroom, heard Beethoven extemporizing by himself, and remained there for more than half an hour completely entranced, never in his life having heard such exquisite effects, such beautiful combinations. Knowing Beethoven's extreme dislike to being listened to on such occasions, Kramer retired, and never let him know that he had so heard him. Kramer's widow communicates a pleasant anecdote. At an Augarten concert, the two pianists were walking together, and hearing a performance of Mozart's pianoforte concerto in C minor, Kochel, No. 491. Beethoven suddenly stood still, and directing his companion's attention to the exceedingly simple but equally beautiful motive which is first introduced toward the end of the piece, exclaimed, "Kramer, Kramer, we shall never be able to do anything like that." As the theme was repeated and wrought up to the climax, Beethoven, swaying his body to and fro, marked the time, and in every possible manner manifested a delight rising to enthusiasm. Schindler's record of his conversations upon Beethoven with Kramer and Cherubini in 1841 is interesting and valuable. He has, however, left one important consideration unnoticed, namely, that the visits of those masters to Vienna were 5 years apart. 5 years of great change in Beethoven, a period during which his deafness, too slight to attract Kramer's attention, had increased to a degree beyond concealment, and which, joined to his increased devotion to composition, and compulsory abandonment of all ambition as a virtuoso, with consequent neglect of practice, had affected his execution unfavorably. Hence the difference in opinions of such competent judges as Kramer, describing him as he was in 1799 through 1800, Cherubini in 1805 and 1806, and 2 years later Clementi, afforded doubtless just and fair indication of the decline of Beethoven's powers as a mere pianist, not extending, however, at least for some years yet, to his extemporaneous performances. We shall find from Ries and others ample confirmation of the fact. And now let Schindler speak. To the warm feeling of Kramer for Beethoven, I owe the more important matters. Cherubini, disposed to be curt, characterized Beethoven's pianoforte playing in a single word, rough. The gentleman Kramer, however, desired that less offense be taken at the rudeness of his performance than at the unreliable reading of one and the same composition, one day intellectually brilliant and full of characteristic expression, the next freakish to the verge of unclearness, often confused, which is confirmed by Ries, Czerny, and others. Because of this, a few friends expressed a wish to hear Kramer play several works, publicly, from the manuscript. This touched a sensitive spot in Beethoven. His jealousy was aroused, and according to Kramer, their relation became strained. This strain, however, left no such sting behind it as to diminish Kramer's good opinion of Beethoven, both as a man and artist, or hinder his free expression of it. To this fact, the current testimony of his widow and son and those enthusiasts for Beethoven, Charles Neate, Cipriani Potter, and others who knew Kramer well, bear witness. It was the conversation of Kramer about Beethoven which induced Potter, after the fall of Napoleon, to journey to Vienna to make the acquaintance of the great master, and, if possible, become his pupil. Kramer's musical gods were Handel and Mozart, notwithstanding his lifelong love for Bach's clavier compositions, hence the abrupt transitions, the strange modulations, and the, until then, unheard passages, which Beethoven introduced ever more freely into his works, many of which have not yet found universal acceptance, were to him, as to Tomaszek, and so many others of his contemporaries, imperfections and distortions of compositions, which but for them were models of beauty and harmonious proportion. He once gave this feeling utterance with comic exaggeration, when Potter, then a youth, was extolling some abstruse combinations by saying, "If Beethoven emptied his inkstand upon a piece of music paper, you would admire it." Upon Beethoven's demeanor in society, Schindler proceeds thus. The communication of both Kramer and Madame Cherubini agreed in saying that in mixed society his conduct was reserved, stiff, and marked by artist's pride, whereas among his intimates he was droll, lively, indeed voluble at times, and fond of giving play to all the arts of wit and sarcasm, not always wisely, especially in respect of political and social prejudices. To this the two were able to add much concerning his awkwardness in taking hold of such objects as glasses, coffee cups, etc., to which Master Cherubini added the comment, "toujours brusque." These statements confirmed what I had heard from his older friends touching the social demeanor of Beethoven in general. Kramer reached Vienna early in September, and remained there, according to Schindler, through the following winter, but he does not appear to have given any public concerts, although during the first month of his stay we learned from a newspaper he earned general and deserved applause by his playing. It is needless to dwell upon the advantages to Beethoven of constant intercourse for several months with a master like Kramer, whose noblest characteristics as pianist were the same as Mozart's, and precisely those in which Beethoven was deficient. Let us pass in review the compositions which had their origin in the years 1798 and 1799. First of all come the three trios for stringed instruments, Opus 9. The exact date of their conception has not yet been determined. All that is positive, being that Beethoven sold them to Träg on March 16, 1798, and that the publisher's announcement of them appeared on July 21st of the same year. The only sketches for the trios quoted by Notenbaum show them in connection with a sketch for the last movement of the Sonata Pathétique, which was published in 1799. But this proves nothing. It may be easily imagined that Beethoven desired to make more extended use of the experience gained in writing the trios Opus 3, and that therefore began sketching Opus 9 in 1796 or 1797. Beethoven dedicated the works to Count Browne, in words such as could hardly have been called forth by the present of a horse. Perhaps some future investigator will be able to show upon what grounds Beethoven, in the dedication, called Count Browne his first Maecenas, a title better deserved by Prince Lichnowsky. The first two concertos for pianoforte call for consideration here, for it was not until 1798 that they acquired the form in which they are now known. That the concerto in B-flat was the earlier of the two has been proved in a preceding chapter of this volume. It was this concerto, and not the one in C major, as Wegeler incorrectly reported, that was played in March 1795. Wegeler's error was due to the circumstance that the concerto in C was published first. Sketches for the concerto in B-flat major are found among the exercises written for Albrechtsberger. Sketches for the sonata in E major, Opus 14, No. 1, and others for a little quartet movement which was owned by M. Malherbe of Paris. On this sheet occurs a short exercise, with the remark contrapunto al ottava, which points to the beginning of 1795 or even 1794. The sketch is an obviously early form of a passage in the Free Fantasia. This agrees with the statement that on March 29, 1795, Beethoven played a new concerto, the key of which is not indicated. It is most likely that it was this in B-flat, since the one in C did not exist at the time. Beethoven, it appears, played it a few times afterward in Vienna, and then rewrote it. According to Tomaszek's account, he played the B-flat concerto, expressly distinguished from that in C, in 1798, again in Prague. Tomaszek added, which he had composed in Prague. This is confounding the original version with the revision, concerning which Notenbaum gives information in his Zweite Beethoveniana, on the basis of sketches which point to 1798. The fact of the revision is proved by Beethoven's memoranda, such as, to remain as it was. From here on, everything to remain as it was. The revision of the first movement was radical, and the entire work was apparently undertaken in view of an imminent performance, most likely that of Prague, in 1798. It was published by Hofmeister und Kühnel and dedicated to Karl Nicki Eldin von Nickelsberg. That the concerto in C was composed later than that in B-flat has been proved by Beethoven's testimony as well as other external evidences, and is confirmed by the few remaining sketches analyzed by Notenbaum. They appear in connection with a sketch for the cadenza for the B-flat concerto, which therefore must have been finished when its companion was begun. A sketch for a cadenza for the C major concerto comes after sketches for the sonata in D, Opus 10, No. 3, which was published in 1798. This new concerto must therefore have been finished. According to the testimony of Tomaszek, he played it in 1798 in the Konviktstall in Prague. Schindler says he played it for the first time in the spring of 1800 in the Karnthorn Theater, but this concert is likely to have been that of April 2, 1800, described by Hanslick in his Geschichte des Konzertwesens in Wien, page 127. Schindler evidently knew nothing of the performance in Prague, and a confusion must have been at the bottom of Czerny's statement that the concerto was played in the Karnthorn Theater in 1801. The concerto in C, dedicated to the Countess Oldescalchi, née Keglowich, was published by Malo in Vienna in 1801. There are 3 cadenzas for the first movement of the concerto, the last 2 of which call for an extended compass of the pianoforte, and are thus shown to be of later date than the first. To these concertos must be added the rondo in B-flat for pianoforte and orchestra, found unfinished among Beethoven's compositions and published by Diabelli and Company in 1829. Sonnleitner, on the authority of Diabelli, says it was completed by Czerny, who also filled out the accompaniment. There is no authentic record of the time of its composition. Otto Jahn surmised that it may have been designed for the concerto in B-flat. Its contents indicate an earlier period. A sketch printed by Notenbaum associated with a romanza for pianoforte, flute, and bassoon, judged by the handwriting, is not of later date than 1795. Mendachevsky compared the original manuscript, now in the library of the Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde, with the printed form, and decided that the work was completed in plan and motivi by Beethoven, who, however, did not carry out the cadenzas, and only indicated the passages. To share which Czerny had in it is thus indicated. He added the cadenzas and extended the pianoforte passages which Beethoven had only indicated, making them more effective and brilliant. The use of the high registers of the pianoforte, which Czerny employs somewhat too freely in view of the simple character of the piece, was not contemplated by Beethoven, who once remarked of Czerny, "He uses the piccolo too much for me." In Mendachevsky's opinion, the handwriting points to a time before 1800. The contents indicate the early Vienna, if not the Bonn period. Mendachevsky also thinks that the romanza-like Andante is palpably a very early composition, and that the correspondence in key and measure with the B-flat concerto might indicate that it was originally designed as a part of that work, a supposition which is strengthened by the fact that the original manuscript is neither dated nor signed. This internal evidence has much in its favor, the more since it is not at all obvious what might have prompted Beethoven to write an independent rondo for concert use. There is no external evidence. If there were, the conception of the B-flat concerto would have had to be set at a much earlier date than has yet been done. The first Vienna sketches for the concerto, as Notenbaum shows, prove that the present three movements belonged together from the beginning. They were therefore surely played at the first performance in 1795. Notenbaum, who repeated Jahn's surmise in his Thematisches Verzeichnis, changed his mind after a study of the sketches, and rejected the notion that the rondo had been designed for the concerto. Only by assuming an earlier date for the rondo can the theory be upheld. Attention may here be called to Wegeler's statement, Notensen, page 56, that the rondo of the first concerto, he says, of course, the concerto in C, was not composed until the second afternoon before the performance. There may possibly have been another. This is not necessarily disproved by the fact that sketches for the present one were in existence. The question is not settled by the evidence now before us, but the probabilities are with Mendachevsky. Now begins the glorious series of sonatas. The first were the three, Opus 10, which, though begun in part at an earlier date, were definitively finished and published in 1798. Ader, the publisher, opened a subscription for them by an advertisement in the Wiener Zeitung, July 5, 1798. Therefore, they were finished at that time. The sketches for them had begun in 1796. As appears from Notenbaum's statement, and Beethoven worked on the three simultaneously. Sketches for the first movement of the first sonata are mixed with sketches for the soprano air for Umlauf's Schüsterin, which have been attributed to 1796, and the variations for three wind instruments which were played in 1797. Sketches for the third sonata are found among notes for the sextet for wind instruments composed about 1796, and also for the concerto in C minor, which therefore was begun thus early, and for one of the seven country dances which appeared in 1799 or perhaps earlier. The sketches for the last movement of number 3 are associated alone with sketches for a cadenza for the C major concerto, which Beethoven played in Prague in 1798, and may therefore be placed in this year. It follows that the three sonatas were developed gradually, in 1796 through 98, and completed in 1798. From the sketches and the accompanying memoranda, We learn furthermore that for the first sonata, which now has 3 movements, a fourth, an intermezzo, was planned, on which Beethoven several times made a beginning but permitted to fall. 2 of these movements became known afterwards as bagatelles. We learn also that the last movement of the first sonata and the second movement of the second were originally laid out on a larger scale. The Sonata Pathétique, Opus 13, was published by Eder in Vienna in 1799, and afterwards by Hofmeister, who announced them on December 18 of the same year. Sketches for the rondo are found among those for the trio Opus 9, and after the beginning of a fair copy of the Sonata Opus 49, No. 1. From this there is no larger deduction than that the sonata probably had its origin about 1798. One of the sketches, however, indicates that the last movement was originally conceived for more than one instrument, probably for a sonata for pianoforte and violin. Beethoven published the 2 sonatas, Opus 14, which he dedicated to the Baroness Braun, immediately after the Sonata Pathétique. They came from the press of Malo and were announced on December 21, 1799. The exact time of their composition cannot be determined definitely. Up to the present time, no sketches for the second are known to exist. Copious ones for the first, however, are published by Notenbaum in his Zweite Beethoveniana, page 45 and the following, some of which appear before sketches for the Sonata Opus 12, No. 3, then approaching completion, and some sketches for the concerto in B-flat. Because of this juxtaposition, Notenbaum places the conception of the sonata in 1795. Touching the history of the trio Opus 11 for pianoforte, clarinet, and violoncello, little is known. It was advertised as wholly new by Malo & Company on October 3, 1798, and is inscribed to the Countess Thun. Sketches associated with works that are unknown or were never completed are in the British Museum and set forth by Notenbaum in his Zweite Beethoveniana, page 515. The sketch for the Adagio resembles the beginning of the minuet in the Sonata Opus 49, No. 2, and is changed later. This points approximately to 1798. The last movement consists of a series of variations on the theme of a trio from Wegel's opera L'amor marinaro, beginning Pria ciò l'impegno. Wegel's opera was performed for the first time on October 15, 1797. Czerny told Otto Jahn that Beethoven took the theme at the request of a clarinet player, Beer, for whom he wrote the trio. The elder Artaria told Cipriani Potter in 1797 that he had given the theme to Beethoven and requested him to introduce variations on it into a trio, and added that Beethoven did not know that the melody was Wegel's until after the trio was finished, whereupon he grew very angry on finding it out. Czerny says in the supplement to his pianoforte school, "It was at the wish of the clarinet player for whom Beethoven wrote this trio that he employed the above theme by Wegel, which was then very popular, as the finale. At a later period he frequently contemplated writing another concluding movement for this trio, and letting the variations stand as a separate work." If Czerny is correct in his statement, obvious deductions from it are these, which are scarcely consistent with Artaria's story. If the theme was very popular at the time, the opera must have had several performances, and it is not likely that the melody was unfamiliar to Beethoven, who also, it may be assumed, wrote the title of Wegel's trio, which is printed at the beginning of the last movement of Beethoven's composition. Beethoven produced the trio for the first time at the house of Count Fries, on the occasion of his first meeting with Steibelt. The 3 sonatas for pianoforte and violin Opus 12 were advertised in the Wiener Zeitung of January 12, 1799, as published by Artaria, which would seem to place their origin in 1798. The program of a concert given by Madame Duschek on March 29, 1798, preserved in the archives of the Gesellschaft für Musikfreunde, announces a sonata with accompaniment to be played by Beethoven. The accompanying obbligato instrument is not mentioned, but the work may well have been one of these sonatas. Notebaum discusses the juxtaposition of sketches for the second sonata with sketches for the pianoforte concerto in B-flat, and the sonata in E, Opus 14 No. 1, and is inclined to fix 1795 as the year of the sonata's origin. But we are in the dark as to whether the sketches for the pianoforte concerto were for its original or its revised form. Among the instrumental compositions of this year belong the variations for pianoforte and violoncello on Ein Mädchen oder Weibchen from Mozart's Zauberflöte, of which nothing more is known than that Träg announced their publication on September 12, 1798. They were afterward taken over by Arteria. The variation for pianoforte on a theme from Grétry's Richard Cœur de Lion, Una fièvre brûlante, were announced as newly published on November 7, 1798, by Träg. Cappi and Diabelli acquired them later. Sketches for them are found by the side of sketches for the first movement of the sonata in C minor, Opus 10, No. 1, which circumstance indicates that 1796 was the year of their origin. According to Sonnleitner, Richard Cœur de Lion was first performed at the Hoftheater, Vienna, on January 7, 1788, then again on June 13, 1799, in the Theater auf den Wieden. But a ballet, Richard Löwenherz, by Vigano, music by Weigel, in which Grétry's romance, Una fièvre brûlante, was interpolated, was brought forward on July 2, 1795, in the Hof- und Nationaltheater, and repeated often in that year, and it was thence, no doubt, that the suggestion for the variations came to Beethoven. The 6 little variations on a Swiss air were published, according to Notenbaum, by Simrock in Bonn in 1798. The 10 variations on La Stessa, La Stessissima, from Salieri's Falstaff, Osia le Tribble, were announced as just published in the Wiener Zeitung on March 2, 1799. Salieri's opera was performed on January 3rd. Vlasic says January 6, 1799, in the Hoftheater. Beethoven's, therefore, was an occasional composition conceived and produced in a very short time. Sketches are found among some of the first quartet Opus 18 and others. The variations are dedicated to the Countess Babette Keglowitsch. Twice more in the same year, operatic productions induced similar works. The publication of the variations on Kind, Willst du ruhig schlafen, from Winter's Unterbrochenes Apfelfest, was announced in the Wiener Zeitung on December 21, 1799, by Mallow and Company. The opera had its first performance in Vienna on June 15, 1796, and was repeated frequently within the years immediately following, 6 times in 1799. In this case also, it may be assumed that publication followed hard on the heels of composition. Sketches are found in companionship with others, belonging to the quartet Opus 18, No. 5, and the septet. The variations on Tandeln and Scherzen from Sussmayer's opera Soliman II, oder die drei Sultanen, belong to the same time. The opera was performed on October 1, 1799, at the Hoftheater. The publication on the variations by Hofmeister was announced in the Wiener Zeitung on December 18, 1799. They may have been printed previously by Ader. They were dedicated to Countess Braune, nie von Bietinghoff. It is interesting to learn from Czerny that these variations were the first of Beethoven's compositions which the master gave him to study when he became his pupil. Before them he had pieces by C.P.E. Bach, and after them the Sonata Pathétique. As evidence pointing to the period in which the First Symphony was written, we have, first of all, the report of the first performance on April 2, 1800. But inasmuch as the copying of the parts and the rehearsals must have consumed a considerable time, the period would be much too short, especially in view of Beethoven's method of working, if we were also to assume that the symphony originated in 1800. It is very likely that with the quartets it was sketched at an earlier period, and worked out in the main by 1799 at the latest. It was published toward the end of 1801 by Hofmeister and Kühnel as Opus 21, dedicated to Baron von Swieten, and advertised in the Wiener Zeitung of January 16, 1802. Beethoven had already planned a symphony while studying with Albrechtsberger. Nottebohm reports on his purposes after a study of some sketches, and from him we learn that the theme of the present last movement was originally intended for a first movement. Beethoven must have worked on this composition in 1794 through 95, perhaps at the suggestion of Van Swieten, a conclusion suggested by the fact that the dedication of the first symphony went to him. Beethoven abandoned this early plan and turned to other ideas for the new symphony, but there is no clue as to the precise time when this was done. In 1802, Molo published an arrangement of the symphony as a quintet, at the same time that Hofmeister and Kühnel published a like arrangement of the septet. Beethoven published the following protest in the Wiener Zeitung of October 20, 1802. I believe that I owe it to the public and myself publicly to announce that the two quintets in C major and E flat major, of which the first, taken from a symphony of mine, has been published by Mr. Molo in Vienna, and the second, taken from my familiar septet opus 20, by Mr. Hofmeister in Leipzig, are not original quintets, but transcriptions prepared by the publishers. The making of transcriptions, at the best, is a matter against which, in this prolific day of such things, an author must protest in vain. But it is possible at least to demand of the publishers that they indicate the fact on the title page, so that the honor of the author may not be lessened, and the public be not deceived. This much to hinder such things in the future. At the same time, I announce that a new quintet of mine, in C major, opus 29, will shortly be published by Breitkopf and Hartel in Leipzig. Mention may here be made, in conclusion, of the two French songs, Quel temps je me dure, Rousseau, and Plaisir d'aimer, recovered from sketches and described by Jean Chantavoine in Die Musik, Volume 1, Number 12, 1902. The origin of the latter is fixed in 1799, by its association with a sketch for the quartets, opus 18. End of chapter 15. Section 20, Chapter 16, of the Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER. Chapter 16. Beethoven's social life in Vienna. His friends, Vogel, Kiesewetter, Zmeskal, Amenda, Count Lichnowsky, Eppinger, Krumpholz, Schuppanzig and his quartet, Hummel, friendships with women, his dedications. The chronological progress of the narrative must again be interrupted for a chapter or two, since no picture of a man's life can be complete without the lights or shades arising from his social relations, without some degree of knowledge respecting those with whom he is on terms of equality and intimacy, and whose company he most affects. The attempt to draw such a picture in the case of Beethoven, that is, during his first years in Vienna, leaves much to be desired. For although the search for materials has not been very unsuccessful, many of the data are but vague and scattered notices. In a conversations book bearing Beethoven's own date, on the 20th of March 1820, some person unknown writes, "Do you want to know where I first had the honor and good fortune to see you? More than 25 years ago, I lived with Frank of Prague, in the Drachengasse, in the old fish market. Several noblemen, for instance, His Excellency Van B. Christen, Heinerl, Vogel, now a singer, Kosvetter, Beso, now court councillor, Greinstein, has long been living in France, etc. There we often musicized, etc., supperized, etc., punchized, etc. and at the conclusion, Your Excellency often rejoiced us that my PFI was then court counselor in the War Office. I have practiced since then at least 15,000 meters. Did we meet in Prague? In what year? 1796, 3 days. I was in Prague also, in 1790, 1, 2. There is nothing in the portions of this conversation book, copied for this work, to show who this man of 15,000 meters was. Now sitting with Beethoven in an eating house and recalling to his memory the frolics of his first year and quarter in Vienna. Nor are Heinerl, Christian, Greinstein, and Frank of Prague sufficiently known to fame as to be now identified. But Johann Michael Vogl, less than 2 years older than Beethoven, was afterward a very celebrated tenor of the opera. In 1793 through 4, he was still pursuing the study of jurisprudence, which he abandoned in 1795 for the stage. May not this early friendship for Beethoven have been among the causes of the resurrection of Fidelio in 1814, for the benefit of the performance of Vogl, Saal, and Weinmüller? There is a story first put into circulation by a certain August Barth, to the effect that the singer of that name, once finding Beethoven employed in burning a mass of musical and other papers, sang one vocal piece thus destined to destruction, was pleased with it, and saved the immortal Adelaide. The story is sufficiently refuted by the fact that when Barth first came to Vienna in 1807, the Adelaide had been in print some 10 years. If the name Vogl be substituted in the tale, there may perhaps be so much truth in it as this, that he was consulted upon the merits of the composition by Beethoven, approved it, and first sang it and made it known, as he was the first, years afterwards, to sing in public the Erlkönig and other fine productions of Franz Schubert. The Koswette, basso, was Raphael George Kiesewetter, who lived to be renowned as a writer upon topics of musical history and to play a part in the revival of ancient music in Vienna, not less noteworthy than that of Thibaut in Heidelberg. As the period of the music-making, supping, and punch-drinking by the noblemen in the apartments of Frank of Prague, Kiesewetter was a young man of 20, engaged, like Vogl, in the study of the law. In the spring of 1794, and thus the date of these meetings is determined, he received an appointment in the military chancellery, and went at once to the headquarters at Schwetzingen on the Rhine. More important and valuable during these years, as subsequently, was the warm, sincere friendship of Nicholas Zmeskal von Damanovich, an official in the Royal Hungarian Court Chancellery. "You belong to my earliest friends in Vienna," writes Beethoven in 1816. Zmeskal, to quote the words of Sonnleitner, was an expert violoncellist, a sound and tasteful composer. Too modest to publish his compositions, he willed them to the archives of the Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde. After personal examination, I can only give assurance that his 3-string quartets would entitle him to an honorable place among masters of the second rank, and are more deserving to be heard than many new things, which, for all manner of reasons, we are compelled to hear. That Zmeskal was a very constant attendant at the musical parties of Prince Karl Lichnowsky and frequently took part in them, may be seen from Wegler's record. He was 10 years older than Beethoven, had been long enough in Vienna to know the best society there, into which he was admitted not more because of his musical attainments than because of the respectability of his position and character, and was therefore, what the young student pianist needed most, a friend, who at the same time could be to a certain degree an authoritative adviser, and at all times was a judicious one. On the part of Zmeskal there was an instant and hearty appreciation of the extraordinary powers of the young stranger from the Rhine, and a clear anticipation of his splendid artistic future. A singular proof of this is the care with which he preserved the most insignificant scraps of paper, if Beethoven had written a few words upon them. for certainly no other motive could have induced him to save many notes of this kind, and of no importance 10, 15, 20 years, as may be seen in the published letters of the composer. On the part of Beethoven, there was sincere respect for the dignity and gravity of Zmeskal's character, which usually restrained him within proper limits in their personal intercourse. But he delighted, especially in the earlier period, to give in his notes and letters full play to his queer fancies and sometimes extravagant humor. Here are a few examples in point. To his well highest and best born, the Herr von Zmeskal, imperial and royal, as also royal and imperial court secretary, will his high and well-born, his Herrn von Zmeskal's Zmeskality, have the kindness to say where we can speak to him tomorrow. We are your most damnably devoted Beethoven. My dearest Baron Muck-cart driver, je vous suis bien obligé pour votre faiblesse de vos yeux. Moreover, I forbid you henceforth to rob me of the good humor into which I occasionally fall. For yesterday your Zmeskal Damnovitzian chatter made me melancholy. The devil take you. I want none of your moral precepts. For power is the mortality of men who loom above the others, and it is also mine. And if you begin again today, I'll torment you, till you agree that everything that I do is good and praiseworthy. For I am going to the Swan. The ox would be preferable, yet this rests with your Zmeskalian, Domnevidzinian decision. Response. Adieu, Baron, Baron, Baronor. Voila, quelque chose from the old pawn shop. Mechanical skill was never so developed in Beethoven that he could make good pens from goose quills, and the days of other pens were not yet. When, therefore, he had no one with him to aid him in this, he usually sent to Zmeskal for a supply. Of the large number of such applications preserved by his friend and now scattered in all civilized lands as autographs, here are two specimens. Best of music counts, I beg of you to send me one or a few pens of which I am really in great need. As soon as I learn where real good and admirable pens are to be found, I will buy some of them. I hope to see you at the Swan today. Adieu, most precious music count, yours, etc. His Highness von Z is commanded to hasten a bit with the plucking out of a few of his quills, among them, no doubt, some not his own. It is hoped they may not be too tightly grown. As soon as you have done all that, we shall be, with excellent esteem, your F. Beethoven. Had Zmeskal not carefully treasured these notes, they would never have met an eye but his own. It is evident, therefore, that he entered fully into their humor, and that it was the same to him, whether he found himself addressed as Baron, Count, cheapest Baron, music Count, Baron Muck-cart driver, his Zmeskalian Zmeskality, or simply Dear Z, which last is the more usual. He knew his man and loved him, and these quips and quiddities were received in the spirit which begot them. The whole tenor of the correspondence between the two shows that Zmeskal had more influence for good upon Beethoven than any other of his friends. He could reprove him for faults and check him when he was wrong, without producing a quarrel more serious than the one indicated in the protest, above given, against interrupting his good humor. As a musician, as well as man and friend, Zmeskal stood high in Beethoven's esteem. His apartments, number 1166, in that huge conglomeration of buildings known as Bürgerspital, were for a long series of years the scene of a private morning concert, to which only the first responders of chamber music and a very few guests were admitted. Here, after the rupture with Prince Lichnowsky, Beethoven's productions of this class were usually first tried over. Not until Beethoven's death did their correspondence cease. Another young man who gained an extraordinary place in Beethoven's esteem and affection, and who departed from Vienna before anything occurred to cause a breach between them, was a certain Karl Amenda, from the shore of the Baltic, who died some 40 years later as provost in Courland. He was a good violinist, belonged to the circle of dilettanti which Beethoven so much affected, and on parting, received from the composer one of his first attempts at quartet composition. His name most naturally suggests itself to fill the blank in a letter to Ries, July 1804, wherein some living person not named is mentioned as one with whom he, Beethoven, never had a misunderstanding. But he adds, although we have known nothing of each other for nearly 6 years, which was not true of Amenda, since letters passed between them in 1801. The small portion of the written correspondence which has been made public shows that their friendship was of the romantic character once so much the fashion, and a letter of Amenda is filled with incense, which in our day would bear the name of almost too gross flattery. But times change, and tastes with them. His name appears once in the Zemeskal correspondence, namely in a mutilated note, now in the Royal Imperial Court Library, beginning, "My cheapest baron, tell the guitarist to come to me today. Amenda is to make an amende," part torn away, "which he deserves for his bad pauses," torn. "Provide the guitarist." Karl Amenda was born on October 4th, 1771, at Lepeiken in Courland. He studied music with his father, and Chapelmaster Beichtmer was so good a violinist that he was able to give a concert at 14 years of age, and continued his musical studies after he was matriculated as a student of theology at the University of Vienna. After a 3-year course there, he set out on a tour and reached Vienna in the spring of 1798. There he first became precentor for Prince Lobkowitz, and afterward music teacher in the family of Mozart's widow. How thereupon he became acquainted with Beethoven, we are able to report from a document still in the possession of the family, which bears the superscription, "Brief account of the friendly relations between L.V. Beethoven and Carl Friedrich Amenda, afterward provost at Thalsen in Courland, written down from oral tradition." After the completion of his theological studies, K.F. Amenda goes to Vienna, where he several times meets Beethoven at the table d'hôte, attempts to enter into conversation with him, but without success, since Beethoven remains very réservé. After some time, Amenda, who meanwhile had become music teacher at the home of Mozart's widow, receives an invitation from a friendly family, and there plays first violin in a quartet. While he was playing, somebody turned the pages for him, and when he turned about at the finish, he was frightened to see Beethoven, who had taken the trouble to do this, and now withdrew with a bow. The next day the extremely amiable host at the evening party appeared and cried out, "What have you done? You have captured Beethoven's heart. Beethoven requests that you rejoice him with your company." Amenda, much pleased, hurries to Beethoven, who at once asks him to play with him. This is done, and when after several hours Amenda takes his leave, Beethoven accompanies him to his quarters, where there was music again. As Beethoven finally prepared to go, he said to Amenda, "I suppose you can accompany me." This is done, and Beethoven kept Amenda till evening, and went with him to his home late at night. From that time, the mutual visits became more and more numerous, and the two took walks together, so that the people in the streets, when they saw only one of them in the street, at once called out, "Where's the other one?" Amenda also introduced Meyerlich, with whom he had come to Vienna to Beethoven, and Meyerlich often played trios with Beethoven and Amenda. His instrument was the second violin or viola. Once, when Beethoven heard that Meyerlich had a sister in Courland who played the pianoforte prettily, he handed him a sonata in manuscript with the inscription, "To the sister of my good friend Meyerlich." The manuscript was rolled up and tied with a little silk ribbon. Beethoven complained that he could not get along on the violin. Asked by Amenda to try it, nevertheless, he played so fearfully that Amenda had to call out, "Have mercy! Quit!" Beethoven quit playing, and the two laughed till they had to hold their sides. One evening Beethoven improvised marvelously on the pianoforte, and at the close Amenda said, "It is a great pity that such glorious music is born and lost in a moment." Whereupon Beethoven, "There you are mistaken. I can repeat every extemporization." Whereupon he sat himself down and played it again without a change. Beethoven was frequently embarrassed for money. Once he complained to Amenda he had to pay rent and had no idea how he could do it. "That's easily remedied," said Amenda, and gave him a theme, Freudwahl und Liedwahl, and locked him in his room with the remark that he must make a beginning on the variations within 3 hours. When Amenda returns, he finds Beethoven on the spot, but ill-tempered. To the question whether or not he had begun, Beethoven handed over a paper with the remark, "There's your stuff. Das ist der Fisch." Amenda takes the notes joyfully to Beethoven's landlord and tells him to take it to a publisher, who would pay him handsomely for it. The landlord hesitated at first, but finally decided to do the errand and, returning joyfully, asks if other bits of paper like that were to be had. But in order definitely to relieve such financial needs, Amenda advised Beethoven to make a trip to Italy. Beethoven says he is willing, but only on condition that Amenda go with him. Amenda agrees gladly, and the trip is practically planned. Unfortunately, news of a death calls Amenda back to his home. His brother had been killed in an accident, and the duty of caring for the family devolves on him. With doubly oppressed heart, Amenda takes leave of Beethoven to return to his home in Courland. There he receives a letter from Beethoven saying, "Since you cannot go along, I shall not go to Italy." Later, the friends frequently exchanged thoughts by correspondence. Though, as we have learned, it was music which brought Beethoven into contact with Amenda, it was the latter's amiability and nobility of character that endeared him to the composer, who cherished him as one of his dearest friends and confided things to him, which he concealed from his other intimates, his deafness, for instance. A striking proof of Beethoven's affection is offered by the fact that he gave Amenda a copy of his Quartet in F, Opus 18, No. 1, writing on the first violin part, "Dear Amenda, take this quartet as a small memorial of our friendship, and whenever you play it, recall the days which we passed together, and the sincere affection felt for you then, and which will always be felt by your true and warm friend, Ludwig van Beethoven, Vienna, 1799, June 25th. In a letter written nearly a year later, Beethoven asks his friend not to lend the quartet as he had revised it. A letter written evidently about the time of Amenda's departure from Vienna indicated that Beethoven was oppressed at this period, with another grief than that caused by the loss of his friend's companionship. Beethoven speaks of his already lacerated heart, says that the worst of the storm is over, and mentions an invitation to Poland which he had accepted. Nothing came of this Polish enterprise. Dr. A.C. Kalischer suspected that the lacerated heart was due to the composer's unrequited love for Magdalena Willmann, a singer then in Vienna, to whom he made a proposal of marriage, which was never answered. Count Moritz Lichnowsky, brother of Prince Karl, of whom we shall not lose sight entirely until the closing scene, was another of the friends of those years. He had been a pupil of Mozart, played the pianoforte with much skill, and was an influential member of the party which defended the novelty and felt the grandeur of his friend's compositions. Schindler saw much of him during Beethoven's last years, and eulogizes the noble count in very strong terms. Another of that circle of young dilettanti, and one of the first players of Beethoven's compositions, was a young Jewish violinist, Heinrich Eppinger. He played at a charity concert in Vienna, making his first appearance there in 1789. He became, in after years, says a correspondent of the time, a dilettante of the most excellent reputation, lived modestly on a small fortune, and devoted himself entirely to music. At the period before us, Eppinger was one of Beethoven's first violins at the private concerts of the nobility. Hering, who became a distinguished merchant and banker, belonged now to the circle of young amateur musicians, and in 1795 had the reputation of being at the head of the amateur violinists. The youthful friendship between him and the composer was not interrupted as they advanced into life. 20 years later was of great advantage to Beethoven. But a more interesting person for us is the instructor under whom Beethoven in Vienna resumed his study of the violin, a fact happily reserved by Ries. Wenzel Krumpholz. He was a brother of the very celebrated Bohemian harp player who drowned himself in the Seine in 1790. In his youth, Krumpholz had been, for a period of 3 years, a pupil of Haydn at Esterhaz, and had played first violin in the orchestra there. He left Esterhaz to enter the service of Prince Kinsky, but came to Vienna in 1795 to join the operatic orchestra, and at once became noted as a performer in Haydn's quartets. He was, says Eugene Iserly, in Glogel's Neue Wiener Musikszeitung of August 13, 1857, a highly sensitive art enthusiast, and one of the first of those who foresaw and recognized Beethoven's greatness. He attached himself to Beethoven with such pertinacity and self-sacrifice that the latter, though he always called him his fool, accepted him as a most intimate friend, made him acquainted with all his plans for compositions, and generally reposed the utmost confidence in him. Krumpholz formed also an exceedingly close friendship with his countryman Wenzel Czerny, a music teacher living in the Leopoldstadt, and from 1797 onward spent most of his leisure evenings with the Czerny family, and thus the little son Karl, in his 8th and 9th years, learned almost daily what works Beethoven had in hand, and like Krumpholz, became filled with enthusiasm for the tone hero. Krumpholz was a virtuoso on the mandolin, and hence, probably, that page of sketches by Beethoven, in the Arteria collection, headed Sonatina for Mandolin, UPF. Among the Zmeskal papers in the Royal Imperial Library in Vienna, there is a half-sheet of coarse, full scrap paper, upon which is written, with lead pencil, in huge letters, by the hand of Beethoven, "The music count is dismissed with infamy today. The first violin will be exiled to the misery of Siberia. The Baron is forbidden for a whole month to ask questions, and never again to be over-hasty, and he must concern himself with nothing but his ipse miserum, B." Music count and Baron are, of course, Zmeskal, but these notices of Beethoven's various first violins show the folly of attempting to decide whether one of them or Schuppanzig was to be sent to Siberia, so long as there is no hint whatever as to their time and occasion of the note. The very common mistake of forgetting that there is a time in the lives of distinguished men when they are but aspirants to fame, when they have their reputations still to make, often, in fact, attracting less notice and raising feebler hopes of future distinction in those who know them, than many a more precocious contemporary. This mistake has thrown the figures of Schuppanzig and his associates in the quartet concerts at Prince Karl Lichnowsky's into a very false prominence in the picture of these first 7 years of Beethoven's Vienna life. The composer himself was not the Beethoven whom we know. Had he died in 1800, his place in musical history would have been that of a great pianoforte player and of a very promising young composer, whose decease, thus in his prime, had disappointed well-founded hopes of great future eminence. This is doubly true of the members of the quartet. Had they passed away in early manhood, not one of them, except perhaps young Kraft, the only one who ever distinguished himself as a virtuoso upon his instrument, would have been remembered in the annals of music. They were, during these years, but laying the foundation for future excellence and celebrity as performers of Mozart's, Haydn's, Foster's, and Beethoven's quartets. Schuppanzig, first violin, and Weiss, viola, alone appear to have been constantly associated in their quartet playing. Kraft, violoncellist, was often absent, when his father or Zmeskal or some other supplied his place. And as the second violin was often taken by the master of the house when they were engaged for private concerts, Sina was naturally absent. Still, from 1794 to 1799, the four appear to have practiced much, and very regularly together. They enjoyed an advantage known to no other quartet, that of playing the compositions of Haydn and Foster under the eyes of the composers, and being taught by them every effect that the music was intended to produce. Each of the performers, therefore, knowing precisely the intentions of the composer, acquired the difficult art of being independent and at the same time of being subordinate to the general effect. When Beethoven began to compose quartets, he had, therefore, a set of performers schooled to perfection by his great predecessors, and who already had experience in his own music through his trios and quartets. Ignaz Schuppanzig, the leader, born 1776, died March 2, 1830, in Vienna, originally studied music as a dilettante, and became a capital player of the viola. But about the time when Beethoven came to Vienna, he exchanged that instrument for the violin and made music his profession. He was fond of directing orchestral performances and seemed to have gained a considerable degree of local reputation, and to have been somewhat of a favorite in that capacity before reaching his 21st year. In 1798-99, he took charge of those concerts in the Augarten, established by Mozart and Martin, and afterwards led by Rudolph. Siegfried, writing after his death, calls Schuppanzig a natural-born and really energetic leader of the orchestra. The difference in age, character, and social position between him and Beethoven such as not to admit between them that higher and nobler friendship which united the latter and Zmeskal. But they could be and were of great use to each other, and there was a strong personal liking, if not affection, which was mutual. Schuppanzig's person early assumed very much of the form and proportions of Stirner's Dr. Slope, and after his return from Russia, he is one of the Milford Falstaffs of Beethoven's correspondence and conversation books. His obesity was, however, already the subject of the composer's jests, and he must have been an exceedingly good-tempered young man to bear with and forgive the coarse and even abusive text of the short vocal piece, 1801, headed Lob auf dem Dicken, Praise of the Fat One. But it is evidently a mere jest, and was taken as such. It is worthy of note that Beethoven and Schuppanzig, in addressing each other, used neither the familiar du nor the respectful sie, but er, a fact which has been supposed to prove Beethoven's great contempt for the violinist. But as it would prove equal contempt on the other side, it proves too much. Of Sina and Weiss, both Silesians by birth, there is little that need be added here. Weiss became the first viola player of Vienna, and not an unsuccessful composer of ballet and other music. Anton Kraft, the father, came from Bohemia to pursue his legal studies in Vienna, but abandoned them to enter the Imperial Court Orchestra as violoncellist. In 1778, he accepted an invitation from Haydn to join the orchestra in Esterhaz, where on the 18th of December of the same year, his son Nicholas Anton was born. The child, endowed by nature with great musical talents, enjoyed the advantages of his father's instructions and example, and of growing up under the eye of Haydn, and in the constant study of that great musician's works. Upon the death of Esterhazy and the dispersion of his orchestra, Kraft came with his son, now in his 14th year, to Vienna. On April 15, 1792, Nicholas played a concerto composed by his father at the Widows and Orphans concert, and on the 21st again appeared in a concert given by his father. Notwithstanding a very remarkable success, their son was destined for another profession than music, and from this time until his 18th year he played his instrument only as an amateur, and as such Beethoven first knew the youth. But when the young Prince Lobkowitz formed his orchestra in 1796, both the Krafts were engaged, and Nicholas Anton thenceforth made music his profession. In the maturity of his years and powers, his only rival among all the German violoncellists was Bernhard Romberg. Schindler, with his characteristic inattention to dates, observes, speaking of Schuppanzig, Weiss and the elder Kraft. These three artists are intimately connected with the development of Beethoven, and indeed with a large portion of his creations, wherefore they will frequently be remembered here. Meanwhile, it may suffice to say that it was to this company of practically trained musicians that the rising young composer owed his knowledge of the efficient use of stringed instruments. In addition are to be mentioned Joseph Friedlowski, who taught our master the mechanism of the clarinet, and the famous hornist Johann Wenzel Stitz, who called himself Giovanni Punto in Italian, to whom Beethoven owed what he knew of the proper writing for horn, of which he already gave striking illustration in his Sonata for Horn, Opus 17. In the mechanism of the flute and its construction, which underwent so many changes in the first decades of the century, Carl Scholl steadily remained Beethoven's instructor. There is doubtless some degree of truth in this, insofar as it relates to a later period. Punto, of course, gave Beethoven a new revelation of the powers and possibilities of the horn, as Dragonetti did of the contrabass. But he first came to Vienna near the end of 1799 and died at Prague only 3 years after, February 16, 1803. All the others here named by Schindler, with one exception, the elder Kraft, were youths of 16 to 18 years old when Beethoven composed his first and second concertos, works which prove that he was not altogether ignorant of the use of orchestra instruments. Had Schindler known something of the history of Max Franz's orchestra in Bonn, he would have avoided many a mistake. Johann Nepomuk Hummel, the pupil of Mozart, was another of the youths whom Beethoven drew into his circle. In 1795, the elder Hummel brought back his son to Vienna from that very successful concert tour which had occupied the last 6 years and had made the boy known even to the cities of distant Scotland, and put him to the studies of counterpoint and composition with Albrechtsberger and Salieri. He seems to have been quietly at his studies, playing only in private until April 28, 1799, when he again appeared in public both as pianist and composer, in a concert in the Orgartensaal, directed by Schuppanzig. He performed a symphony besides a melodrama, composed for the occasion, and between them played prettily composed improvisations on the pianoforte. That the talented and promising boy of 17 years should, upon arriving home again, seek the acquaintance and favor of one who, during his absence, had made so profound an impression upon the Vienna public as Beethoven, and that the latter should have rejoiced to show kindness to Mozart's favorite pupil, hardly needs to be mentioned. A chapter of description would not illustrate the nature of their intercourse so vividly as two short but exceedingly characteristic notes of Beethoven's which Hummel preserved, and which found their way into print after his death. 1. He is not to come to me again. He is a treacherous dog, and may the flayer get all such treacherous dogs. 2. Hertzens not so. You are an honest fellow, and I now see you were right. Come then to me this afternoon. You'll find Schuppanzig here also, and we two will bump, thump, and pump you to your heart's delight. A kiss from your Beethoven, also called Melchober. In a letter to Eleonora von Breuning, Beethoven described many of the Vienna pianists as his deadly enemies. Schindler's observations upon the composer's relations with the Viennese musicians, though written in his peculiar style, seem to be very judicious and correct. Nobody is likely to expect, he says, Volume 1, 23-24, that an artist who made his way upwards as our Beethoven, although almost confining his activities exclusively to aristocratic circles that upheld him in extraordinary fashion, would remain free from the attacks of his colleagues. On the contrary, the reader will be prepared to see a host of enemies advanced against him because of the shining qualities and evidences of genius of our hero, in contrast with the heavy burden of social idiosyncrasies and uncouthness. More than anything else, what seemed least tolerable to his opponents was the notion that his appearance, the excitability which he controlled too little in his intercourse with his colleagues, and his lack of consideration in passing judgment were natural accompaniments of genius. His too small toleration of many bizarreries and weaknesses of high society, and on the other hand his severe demand on his colleagues for higher culture, even his Bonn dialect, afforded his enemies more than enough material to revenge themselves on him by evil gossip and slander. The musicians in Vienna at that time, with a very few exceptions, were lacking not only in artistic but also in the most necessary degree of general education, and were as full of the envy of handicraftsmen as the members of the guilds themselves. There was a particular antipathy to all foreigners as soon as they manifested a purpose to make their homes in the imperial city. Schindler might have added that the change had been in no small degree produced through the instructions and example of Beethoven, as they acted upon the Czerny's, Moscheles, and other young admirers of his genius. In short, Beethoven's instant achievement of a position as artist, only paralleled by Mozart, and of a social rank which Gluck, Salieri, Haydn had gained only after making their names famous throughout Europe, together with the general impression that the mantle of Mozart had fallen upon him, all this begot bitter envy in those whom his talents and genius overshadowed. They revenged themselves by deriding him for his personal peculiarities, and by condemning and ridiculing the novelties in his compositions, while he met their envy with disdain, their criticisms with contempt, and when he did not treat their compositions with indifference, but too often only noticed them with sarcasm. This picture certainly is not an agreeable one, but all the evidences prove it, unfortunately, faithful. Such men as Salieri, Gyrowitz, Weigel, are not to be understood as included in the term pianist as used by Beethoven in his letter to Eleonora von Breuning. For these men stood high in Beethoven's respect, says Schindler, and his words are confirmed to the fullest extent by the conversations books and other authorities, which also show that Eibler's name might have been added to the list. They were all more or less older than Beethoven, and for their contrapuntal learning, particularly in the case of Weigel and Eibler, he esteemed them very highly. No indications, however, have been found that he was upon terms of close private friendship and intimacy with either. Beethoven was no exception to the general rule that men of genius delight in warm and lasting friendships with women of superior minds and culture, not meaning those conquests which, according to Wegeler, even during his first 3 years in Vienna he occasionally made, which, if not impossible for many an Adonis, would still have been difficult. Let such matters, even if details concerning them were now attainable, be forgotten. His celibacy was by no means owing to a deliberate choice of a single life. What is necessary and proper of the little that is known on this point will in due time be imparted simply and free from gloss or superfluous comment. As to his friendships with the other sex, it would be throwing the view of them into a very false perspective, to employ those of later years in giving piquancy to a chapter here. Let them also come in due order, and thus, while they lose nothing of interest, they may perchance afford relief and give brightness to canvas which otherwise might sometimes be too somber. Happily, during these prosperous years now before us, the picture has been for the most part bright and sunny, and the paucity of the information upon the topic in question is of less consequence. In the present connection, one of our old Bonn friends again comes upon the scene. The beautiful, talented, and accomplished Magdalena Willmann was invited to sing at Venice during the Carnival of 1794. She left Bonn the preceding summer with her brother Max and his wife Fräulein Tribulet to fulfill the engagement. After leaving Venice, they gave a concert in Graz and journeyed on to Vienna. Here Max and his wife remained, having accepted engagements from Schikaneder while Magdalena went on to Berlin. Not suiting the operatic public there, she returned to Vienna and was soon engaged to sing both German and Italian parts in the court opera. Beethoven renewed his intercourse with them, and soon became so captivated with the charms of the beautiful Magdalena as to offer her his hand. This fact was communicated to the author by a daughter of Max Willmann, still living in 1860, who had often heard her father speak of it. To the question why her aunt did not accept the offer of Beethoven, Madame S. hesitated a moment, and then, laughing, replied, "Because he was so ugly and half crazy." In 1799, Magdalena married a certain Galvani, but her happiness was short. She died toward the end of 1801. Two letters of Beethoven to be found in the printed collection have been preserved from the period before us, addressed to Christine Gerhardi, a young woman of high distinction in society at the time, for the splendor of her talents and her high culture. Dr. Sonnleitner wrote of her, "She was the daughter of an official at the court of the Emperor Leopold II, an excellent singer, but remained a dilettante and sang chiefly in concerts for charitable purposes, which she herself arranged, or for the benefit of eminent artists. Old Professor Peter Frank was director of the General Hospital of Vienna, in the neighborhood of which, number 20 Albastrasse, she lived. He was a great lover of music, but his son, Dr. Joseph Frank, was a greater. He made essays in composition and arranged musical soirees at the home of his father, at which Beethoven and Fräulein Gerhardi took part, playing and singing. The son frequently composed cantatas, which Beethoven corrected, for the name days and birthdays of his father, and in which Fräulein Gerhardi sang the soprano solos. She was at that time the most famous amateur singer in Vienna, and inasmuch as Haydn knew her well, there is no doubt but that he had her in mind when he composed the creation. Indeed, she sang the soprano part with great applause, not only at Schwarzenberg, but also at the first performance in the Burg Theater. All reports agree that she met Beethoven often at Frank's, and that he frequently accompanied her singing on the pianoforte. He did not give her lessons. Dr. Joseph von Frank and Christine Gerhardi were married on August 20th, 1798. They moved away from Vienna in 1804. A few notes upon certain young women to whom Beethoven dedicated compositions at this period of his life may form no inappropriate close to this chapter. It was much the custom then for teachers of music to dedicate their works to pupils, especially to those who belonged to the higher social ranks, such dedications being, at the same time, compliments to the pupils and advertisements for the instructors, with the farther advantage often of being sources of pecuniary profit. When, therefore, we read the name of Baroness Albini on the title page of certain sonatas by Starkel, of Julia Countess Guicciardi on one by Kleinheinz, of Anna Countess Melot on songs by Tabor, we assume at once the probability in these and like instances that the relation of master and pupil existed. Beethoven also followed the custom, and the young ladies, subjects of the following notices, are all known or supposed to have taken lessons from him. Anna Luisa Barbera, the Countess Babette, was the daughter of Karl Count Keglevix Debusen of Hungarian-Croatian lineage, and Barbara Countess Zichy. She married Prince Innocence de Erba Odescalchi on the 10th of February 1801. Another authority gives 1800. Beethoven's dedications to her are the Sonata Opus 7, published in 1797, the variations La Stressissima, 1799, and the Pianoforte Concerto Opus 15, 1801. The last to her is Princess Odescalchi. A note by the composer Tuge Mescal, which, judging both from its contents and the handwriting, could not have been written later than 1801 or 1802, shows that Odescalchi Palace was one of those at which he took part in musical soirees. Countess Henrietta Lichnowsky, writes Count Amati, was the sister of the ruling Prince Karl, and was doubtless married to the Marquis of Carneville after the dedication to her of the Rondo, G major, Opus 51, No. 2, published in September 1802. She lived in Paris after her marriage and died about 1830. The Rondo was first dedicated to Countess Giulietta Guicciardi, but Beethoven asked it back in exchange for the C-sharp minor sonata, to which fact we shall recur presently. Countess Thun, to whom Beethoven dedicated the Clarinet Trio, Opus 11 in 1797, was the mother of Prince Karl Lichnowsky and Countess Henrietta Lichnowsky. She died May 18, 1800. The sonata in E-flat, Opus 27, No. 1, was dedicated to Josepha Sophia, wife of Prince Johann Joseph von Liechtenstein, daughter of Joachim Egon, Landgrave of Fürstenberg-Weitra. She was born on June 20th, 1776, married on April 22nd, 1792, and died February 23rd, 1848. Whether her father was related at all, and if so, how, to the Fürstenberg, in whose house Beethoven gave lessons in Bonn, is not known. Her husband, however, was first cousin to Count Ferdinand von Waldstein. The Baroness Braun, to whom Beethoven dedicated the two pianoforte sonatas Opus 14 and the Sonata for Horn in 1801, was the wife of Baron Peter von Braun, lessee of the Nationale Theater, and afterwards of the Theater an der Wien. The dedications disclose an early association which eventually led Beethoven's being asked to compose an opera. It is not known that Beethoven was a social visitor in the house of Baron Braun, but he was a highly respected guest in the house of Count Braun, to whose wife Beethoven dedicated the Waldmädchen variations and the three pianoforte sonatas Opus 10. End of Chapter 16. Section 21, Chapter 17, of the Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER, Chapter 17. Beethoven's character and personality, his disposition, love of nature, relations with the opposite sex, literary tastes, his letters, manner of composing, the sketchbooks, origin of his deafness. The year 1800 is an important era in Beethoven's history. It is the year in which, cutting loose from the pianoforte, he asserted his claims to a position with Mozart and the still living and productive Haydn in the higher forms of chamber and orchestral composition, the quartet and the symphony. It is this year, too, in which the bitter consciousness of an increasing derangement of his organs of hearing was forced upon him, and the terrible anticipation of its incurable nature, and of its final result in almost total deafness, began to harass and distress him. The course of his life was afterwards so modified, on the one hand, by the prosperous issues of these new appeals to the taste and judgment of the public, and on the other, by the unhappy progress of his malady, each acting and reacting upon a nature singularly exceptional, that for this and other reasons, some points in his personal character and habits, and a few general remarks upon and illustrations of another topic or two, must be made before resuming the narrative of events. A true and exhaustive picture of Beethoven as a man would present an almost ludicrous contrast to that which is generally entertained as correct. As sculptors and painters have each in turn idealized the work of his predecessor, until the composer stands before us like a Homeric god, until those who knew him personally, could they return to earth, would never suspect that the grand form and noble features of the more pretentious portraits are intended to represent the short muscular figure and pock-pitted face of their old friend. So in literature, evoked by the composer, a similar process has gone on, with a corresponding suppression of whatever is deemed common and trivial, until he is made a being living in his own peculiar realm of gigantic ideas, above and apart from the rest of mankind, a sort of intellectual Thor, dwelling in darkness and clouds of awful state, and making in his music mysterious revelations of things unutterable. But it is really some generations too soon for a conscientious investigator of his history to view him as a semi-mythological personage, or to discover that his notes to friends asking for pens, making appointments to dinner at taverns, or complaining of servants are cyclopean blocks of granite, which, like the chops and tomato sauce of Mr. Pickwick, contain depths unfathomable of profound meaning. The present age must be content to find in Beethoven, with all his greatness, a very human nature, one which, if it showed extraordinary strength, exhibited also extraordinary weaknesses. It was the great misfortune of Beethoven's youth, his impulses, good and bad, being by nature exceedingly quick and violent, that he did not grow up under the influence of a wise and strict parental control, which would have given him those habits of self-restraint that, once fixed, are a second and better nature, and through which the passions, curbed and moderated, remain only as sources of noble energy and power. His very early admission into the orchestra of the theatre as cembalist was more to the advantage of his musical than of his moral development. It was another misfortune that in those years, when the strict regulations of a school would have compensated in some measure for the unwise, unsteady, often harsh discipline of his father, he was thus thrown into close connection with actors and actresses who in those days were not very distinguished for the propriety of their manners and morals. Before his 17th or 18th year, when he became known to the Breuning family and Count of Waldstein, he could hardly have learned the importance of cultivating those high principles of life and conduct on which in later years he laid so much stress. And at that period of life, the character, even under ordinary circumstances, is so far developed, the habits have become so far formed and fixed, and the natural tendencies have acquired so much strength that it is, as a rule, too late to conquer the power of a perfect self-command. At all events, the consequences of a deficient early moral education followed Beethoven through life, and are visible in the frequent contests between his worse and his better nature, and his constant tendency to extremes. Today, upon some perhaps trivial matter, he bursts into ungovernable wrath. Tomorrow, his penitence exceeds the measure of his fault. Today he is proud, unbending, offensively careless of those claims which society grants to people of high rank. Tomorrow, his humility is more than adequate to the occasion. The poverty in which he grew up was not without its effect upon his character. He never learned to estimate money at its real value. Though often profuse and generous to a fault, even wasteful, yet at times he would fall into the other extreme. With all his sense of nobility, of independence, he early formed the habit of leaning upon others, and this the more as his malady increased, which certainly was a partial justification, but he thus became prone to follow unwise counsels, or when his pride was touched, to assert an equally unwise independence. At other times, in the multitude of counselors, he became the victim of utter irresolution, when decision and firmness were indispensable and essential to his welfare. Thus, both by following the impulse of the moment and by hesitation when a prompt determination was demanded, he took many a false step, which could no longer be retrieved when reflection brought with it bitter regret. It would be doing great injustice both to Beethoven and to the present writer to understand the preceding remarks as being intended to represent the composer's lapses in these regards, as being more than unpleasant and unfortunate episodes in the general tenor of his life. But as they did occur, to his great disadvantage, the fact cannot be silently passed over. A romantically sentimental admiration of the heroes of ancient classic literature, having its origin in Paris, had become widely the fashion in Beethoven's youth. The democratic theories of the French sentimentalists had received a new impulse from the dignified simplicity of the foreign representatives of the young American Republic, Franklin, Adams, Jay. From the retirement to private life on their plantations and farms of great military leaders in the contest, Washington, Greene, Schuyler, Knox, and others, after the war with England was over, from the pride taken by the French officers who had served in America, in their insignia of the Order of the Cincinnati, and even from the letters and journals of German officers who, in captivity, had formed friendships with many of the better class of the Republican leaders, and seen with their own eyes in what simplicity they lived while guiding the destinies of the newborn nation. Thus, through the greater part of Central Europe, the idea became current of a pure and sublime humanity above and beyond the influence of the passions, of which Cincinnatus, Scipio, Cato, Washington, Franklin were the supposed representatives. Joche makes Huygens say, "Virtue and the heroes of antiquity had inspired me with enthusiasm for virtue and heroism." And so also Beethoven. He exalted his imagination and fancy by the perusal of the German poets and translations of the ancient and English classics, especially Homer, Plutarch, and Shakespeare, dwelt fondly upon the great characters as models for the conduct of life. But between the sentiment which one feels and the active principle on which he acts, there is often a wide cleft. That Beethoven proved to be no stoic, that he never succeeded in governing his passions with absolute sway, was not because the spirit was unwilling. The flesh was weak. Adequate firmness of character had not been acquired in early years. But those who have most thoroughly studied his life know best how pure and lofty were his aspirations, how wide and deep his sympathies with all that is good, how great his heart, how, on the whole, heroic his endurance of his great calamity. They can best feel the man's true greatness, admire the nobility of his nature, and drop the tear of sorrow and regret upon his vagaries and faults. He who is morbidly sensitive and compelled to keep constant ward and watch over his passions can best appreciate and sympathize with the man Beethoven. Truth and candor compel the confession that in those days of prosperity he bore his honors with less of meekness than we could wish, that he had lost something of that modesty and ingenuousness eulogized by Juncker 10 years before in his Mergentime letter. His somewhat lofty bearing had even been reported by the correspondent of the Allgemeine Musikalische Zeitung. Traces of self-sufficiency and even arrogance, faults almost universal among young and successful geniuses, often in far higher degree than was true of Beethoven, and with not a tithe of his reason, are unquestionably visible. No one can read without regret his remarks upon certain persons not named, with whom at this very time he was upon terms of apparently intimate friendship. "I value them," he writes, "only by what they do for me. I look upon them only as instruments upon which I play when I feel so disposed." His somewhat lofty bearing was matter for jest to the venerable Haydn, who, according to a trustworthy tradition, when Beethoven's visits to him had become few and far between, would inquire of other visitors, "How goes it with our great mogul?" Nor would the young nobles whose society he frequented take offense, but it certainly made him enemies among those whom he valued according to their service and looked upon as mere instruments. And no wonder. Pearson, in his edition of the so-called Beethoven's Studien, has added to Seyfried's personal sketches a few reminiscences of that Griesinger who was so long Saxon minister in Vienna, and to whom we owe the valuable Biographische Notizen über Joseph Haydn. One of his anecdotes is to the purpose here, and may be taken as substantially historical. When he was still only an attaché, and Beethoven was little known, except as a celebrated pianoforte player, both being still young, they happened to meet at the house of Prince Lobkowitz. In conversation with the gentleman present, Beethoven said in substance that he wished to be relieved from all bargain and sale of his works, and would gladly find someone willing to pay him a certain income for life, for which he should possess the exclusive right of publishing all he wrote, adding, "And I would not be idle in composition. I believe Goethe does this with Cotta, and if I mistake not, Handel's London publisher held similar terms with him." "My dear young man," returned the other, "you must not complain, for you are neither a Goethe nor a Handel, and it is not to be expected that you ever will be, for such masters will not be born again." Beethoven bit his lips, gave a most contemptuous glance at the speaker, and said no more. Lobkowitz endeavored to appease him, and in a subsequent conversation said, "My dear Beethoven, the gentleman did not intend to wound you. It was an established maxim to which most men adhere, that the present generation cannot possibly produce such mighty spirits as the dead, who have already earned their fame." "So much the worse, your highness," retorted Beethoven. "But with men who will not believe and trust in me because I am as yet unknown to universal fame, I cannot hold intercourse." It is easy for this generation, which has the productions of the composer's whole life as the basis of its judgment of his powers, to speak disparagingly of his contemporaries for not being able to discover in his first 12 or 15 works good reason for classing him with Goethe and Handel. But he who stand upon a mountain cannot justly ridicule him on the plain for the narrow extent of his view. It was as difficult then to conceive the possibility of instrumental music being elevated to heights greater than those reached by Haydn and Mozart as it is for us to conceive of Beethoven being hereafter surpassed. In the short personal sketches of Beethoven's friends which have been introduced, the dates of their births have been noted so far as known, that the reader may observe how very large a proportion of them were of the same age as the composer, or still younger, some indeed but boys, who came to Vienna. And so it continued. As the years pass by in our narrative, and names familiar to us disappear, the new ones which take their places, with rare exceptions, are still of men much younger than himself. The older generation of musical amateurs at Vienna, Van Swieten and his class, had accepted the young Bonn organist and patronized him as a pianist. But when Beethoven began to press his claims as a composer, and somewhat later as his deafness increased, to neglect his playing, some of the elder friends had passed away, others had withdrawn from society, and the number was few of those who, like Lichnowsky, could comprehend that departures from the forms and styles of Mozart and Haydn were not necessarily faults. With the greater number, as perfection necessarily admits of no improvement, and both quartet and symphony in form had been carried to that point by Haydn and Mozart, it was a perfectly logical conclusion that farther progress was impossible. They could not perceive that there was still room for the invention or discovery of new elements of interest, beauty, power, for such perceptions are the offspring of genius. With Beethoven, they were instinctive. One more remark. Towards the decline of life, the masterpieces of literature and art, on which the taste was formed, are apt to become invested in the mind with a sort of nimbus of sanctity. Hence, the productions of a young and daring innovator, even when the genius and talent displayed in them are felt and receive just acknowledgment, have the aspect not only of an extravagant and erring waste of misapplied powers, but a kind of profane audacity. For these and similar reasons, Beethoven's novelties found little favor with the veterans of the concert room. The criticism of the day was naturally ruled and stimulated by the same spirit. Beethoven's own confessions of how it first wounded him will come in its order, but after he felt that his victory over it was sure, was in fact gained with the younger generation, he only laughed at the critics. To answer them, except by new works, was beneath him. Seyfried says of him, during the years of the Eroica, Fidelio, etc., when he came across criticisms in which he was accused of grammatical errors, he rubbed his hands in glee and cried out with a laugh, "Yes, yes, they marvel and put their heads together because they do not find it in any school of thorough bass." But for the young of both sexes, Beethoven's music had an extraordinary charm, and this not upon technical grounds, nor solely for its novelties, always an attractive feature to the young, but because it appealed to the sensibilities, excited emotions, and touched the heart as no other purely instrumental compositions had ever done. And so it was that Beethoven, also in his quality of composer, soon gathered about him a circle of young disciples, enthusiastic admirers. Their homage may well have been grateful to him, as such as to every artist and scholar of genius who, striking out and steadfastly pursuing a new path, subjects himself to the sharp animadversions of critics who, in all honesty, really can see little or nothing of good in that which is not to be measured and judged by old standards. The voice of praise under such circumstances is doubly pleasing. It is known that when Beethoven's works began to find a just appreciation from a new generation of critics, who had indeed been schooled by them, he collected and preserved a considerable number of laudatory articles whose fate cannot now be traced. When, however, the natural and just satisfaction which is afforded by the homage of honest admirers and deservedly eulogistic criticism degenerates into a love of indiscriminate praise and flattery, it becomes a weakness, a fault. Of this error in Beethoven there are traces easily discernible, and especially in his later years. There are pages of fulsome eulogy addressed to him in the conversation books, which would make the reader blush for him. Did not the mere fact that such books existed remind him of the bitterness of the composer's lot? The failing was also sometimes his misfortune, for those who were most profuse in their flatteries, and thus gained his ear, were by no means the best of his counselors. But aside from the attractive force of his genius, Beethoven possessed a personal magnetism which attached his young worshippers to him, and, all things considered, to his solid and lasting benefit in his private affairs. Just at this time, and for some years to come, his brothers usually rendered him the aid he needed, but thenceforth, to the close of his life, the names of a constant succession of young men will appear in and vanish from our narrative, who were ever necessary to him, and ever ready at his call with their voluntary services. Beethoven's love of nature was already a marked trait of his character. This was indulged and strengthened by long rambles upon the lofty hills and in the exquisitely beautiful valleys, which render the environs of Vienna to the north and the west so charming. Hence, when he left the city to spend the hot summer months in the country, with but an exception or two in a long series of years, his residence was selected with a view to the indulgence of this noble passion. Hence, too, his great delight in the once celebrated work of Christian Sturm, Beobachten über die Werke Gottes, which, however absurd, much of its natural philosophy in the old editions appears now in the light of advanced knowledge, was then, by far, the best manual of popular scientific truth, and was unsurpassed in fitness to awaken and foster a taste for and the understanding of the beauties of nature. Schindler has recorded the master's lifelong study and admiration of this book. It was one which cherished his veneration for the creator and preserver of the universe, and yet left his contempt for Prucrustian religious systems and ecclesiastical dogmas its free course. To him, who, in the love of nature, holds communion with her visible forms, she speaks a various language, says Bryant. Her language was thoroughly well understood by Beethoven, and when in sorrow and affliction, his art, his Plutarch, his Odyssey, proved to be resources too feeble for his comfort, he went to nature for solace, and rarely failed to find it. Beethoven's moral principles. Art has been so often disgraced by the bad morals and shameless lives of its votaries that it is doubly gratifying to be able to affirm of Beethoven that, like Handel, Bach, and Mozart, he did honor to his profession by his personal character and habits. Although irregular, still he was a simple and temperate in eating and drinking as was possible in the state of society in which he lived. That he was no ordinate lover of wine or strong drinks is certain, No allusion is remembered in any of his letters, notes, memoranda, nor in the conversation books, which indicates a liking for any game of chance or skill. He does not appear to have known one playing card from another. Music, books, conversation with men and women of taste and intelligence, dancing, according to Ries, who adds that he could never learn to dance in time, but Beethoven's dancing days were soon over, and above all, his long walks, were his amusements and recreations. His whim for riding was of short duration. At all events, the last allusion to any horse owned by him is in the anecdote of a previous page. One rather delicate point demands a word, and surely what Franklin in his Autobiography could confess of himself, and Lockhart mentioned without scruple of Walter Scott, his father-in-law need not be here suppressed, nor can it well be, since a false assumption on the point has been made the basis already of a considerable quantity of fine writing, and employed to explain certain facts relative to Beethoven's compositions. Spending his whole life in a state of society in which the vow of celibacy was by no means a vow of chastity, in which the percentage of a cardinal's or archbishop's children was neither secret nor disgrace, in which the illegitimate offspring of princes and magnates were proud of their descent, and formed upon it well-grounded hopes of advancement and successes in life, in which the moderate gratification of the sexual was no more discountenanced than the satisfying of any other natural appetite, it is nonsense to suppose that under such circumstances Beethoven could have puritanic scruples on that point. Those who have had occasion and opportunity to ascertain the facts know that he had not, and are also aware that he did not always escape the common penalties of transgressing the laws of strict purity. But he had too much dignity of character ever to take part in scenes of low debauchery, or even, when still young, to descend to the familiar jesting once so common between tavern girls and their guests. Thus, as the elder Simrock related upon the journey of Mergentime, recorded in the earlier pages of this work, it happened at some place where the company dined, that some young men prompted the waiting girl to play off her charms upon Beethoven. He received her advances and familiarities with repellent coldness, and as she, encouraged by the others, still persevered, he lost his patience and put an end to her importunities by a smart box on the ear. The practice, not uncommon in his time, of living with an unmarried woman as a wife was always abhorrent to him. How much so? A sad story will hereafter illustrate. To a still greater degree, an intrigue with the wife of another man. In his later years, he so broke off his once familiar intercourse with a distinguished composer and conductor of Vienna as hardly to return his greetings with common politeness. Schindler affirmed that the only reason for this was that the man in question had taken to his bed and bored the wife of another. The names of two married women might be here given, to whom at a later period Beethoven was warmly attached, names which happily have hitherto escaped the eyes of literary scavengers and are therefore here suppressed. Certain of his friends used to joke him about these ladies, and it is certain that he rather enjoyed their jests, even when the insinuations that his affection was beyond the limit of the platonic were somewhat broad. But careful inquiry had failed to elicit any evidence that even in these cases he proved unfaithful to his principles. A story related by Jan is also to the point. That is, that Beethoven, only by the urgent solicitations of the Czerny family, was, after much refusal, persuaded to extemporize in the presence of a certain Madame Hofdemel. She was the widow of a man who had attempted her life, and then committed suicide. And the refusal of Beethoven to play before her arose from his having the general belief at the time that a too great intimacy had existed between her and Mozart. Jan, it may be observed, has recently had the great satisfaction of being able to prove the innocence of Mozart in this matter, and of rescuing his memory from the only dark shadow which rested upon it. This much on this topic has been deemed necessary to say here, not only for the reason above given, but to put an end to long prevailing misconceptions and misconstructions of passages in Beethoven's letters and private memoranda, and to save farther comment when they shall be introduced hereafter. Beethoven's fine sense for the lyric element in poetry was already conspicuous in the fine tact with which the text of his songs, belonging in date to his last years in Bonn, were selected from the annual publications in which most of them appeared. Another fine proof of this is afforded by a glance through the older editions of Matthison's poems. In the fourth, 1797, there are but two which are really well adapted to composition in the song form, the Adelaide and Das Operfeuille. A third Beethoven left unfinished. He had doubtless been led to attempt its composition through the force of its appeal to his personal feelings and sympathies, but soon discovering its non-lyrical character, abandoned it. It is the Wunsch. Röchlitz, in his letters from Vienna 1822, reports Beethoven's humorous account of his enthusiasm for Klopstock in his early life. Since that summer in Carlsbad, I read Goethe every day, that is, when I read at all. He, Goethe, has killed Klopstock for me. You are surprised? And now you laugh? Aha! It is because I have read Klopstock. I carried him about with me for years while walking, and also at other times. Well, I did not always understand him, of course. He leaps about so much, and he begins at too lofty an elevation. Always, maestro, D-flat major. Isn't it so? But he is great and uplifts the soul nevertheless. When I could not understand him, I could sort of guess. If only he did not always want to die. That will come quickly enough. Well, it always sounds well, at any rate, etc. Thus, whatever scattered hints bearing upon the point come under our notice combine to impart a noble idea of Beethoven's poetic taste and culture, and to show that the allusions to the ancient classic authors in his letters and conversations were not made for display, but were the natural consequence of a love for and a hearty appreciation of them, derived from their frequent perusal and translations. Beethoven's correspondence forms so important a portion of his biography that something must be said here upon his character as a letter writer. A few of his autograph letters bear marks of previous study and careful elaboration, but in general, whatever he wrote in the way of private correspondence was dashed off on the spur of the moment, and with no thought that it would ever come under any eye but for that which it was intended. It is therefore easy to imagine how energetically he would have protested could he have known that his most insignificant notes were preserved in such numbers, and that the time would come when they would all be made public, or still worse, that some, which were but the offspring of momentary pique against those with whom he lived in closest relations, would be used after his death to their injury, and that outbursts of sudden passion, when the wrong was perhaps as often on his side as on the other, after all the parties concerned had passed away, would have an almost judicial authority accorded to them. In studying a collection of some 800 of his letters and notes, originals and copies in print or manuscript, the most striking fact is the insignificance of by far the greater number, that so few bear marks of any care in their preparation or contain matter of any intrinsic value. In fact, perhaps the greater part of the short notes to Zmeskal and others owe their origin to Beethoven's dislike of entrusting oral messages to his servants. For the most part, it is in vain to seek in his correspondence anything bearing upon the theory of art or music. Very seldom is any opinion expressed upon the production of any contemporary composer. No vivid sketches of men and manners flow from his pen, like those which render the letters of Mozart and Mendelssohn so charming. The proportion of their correspondence, which possesses more than a merely biographical value, was large; of Beethoven's, very small. His letters, of course, exhibit the usual imperfections of a hasty and confidential correspondence, sometimes indeed of an aggravated character. Some of them contain loose statements of fact, such as all men are liable to make through haste or imperfect knowledge. Others contain passages of which the only conceivable explanation is Schindler's statement that Beethoven sometimes amused himself with the harmless mystification of others. But taken together, the more important letters, while they usually evince his difficulty in finding the best expression of his thoughts and his constant struggle with the rules of his mother tongue, place his truth and candor in a very favorable light, and sometimes rise into a rude eloquence. The reader feels that when the writer is unjust, he is under the influence of a mistake or passion, and as a rule it is not too late to detect such injustice. That his errors of fact are simply mistakes, honestly made and easily corrected, that if in the mass a few paragraphs occur which can be neither fully justified nor excused, it is not to be forgotten that they were not intended for our eyes, and that they were written under the constant pressure of a great calamity, which made him doubly sensitive and irritable. And so it will be easy, like Stirner's recording Angela, to blot such passages with a tear. Another striking fact of Beethoven's correspondence, when viewed as a whole, is the proof it affords that except in his hours of profound depression, he was far from being the melancholy and gloomy character of popular belief. He shows himself here, as he was by nature, of a gay and lively temperament, fond of a jest, an inveterate, though not always a very happy punster, a great lover of wit and humor. It is a cause for profound gratitude that it was so, since he thus preserved an elasticity of spirits that enabled him to escape the consequences of brooding in solitude over his great misfortune, to rise superior to his fate, and concentrate his great powers upon his self-imposed tasks, and to meet, with hope and courage, the cruel fortune which put an end to so many well-founded expectations and ambitious projects, and confined him to a single road to fame and honor, that of composition. It happens that several of the more valuable and interesting of his letters belong to the period immediately following that now before us, and in them we are able to trace, with reasonable accuracy, the effect which his incipient and increasing deafness produced upon him. First, the anxiety caused by his earliest symptoms, then the profound grief bordering upon despair when the final result had become certain, and at last his submission to and acceptance of his fate. There is in truth something nobly heroic in the manner in which Beethoven at length rose superior to his great affliction. The magnificent series of works produced in the 10 years from 1798 to 1808 are no greater monuments to his genius than to the godlike resolution with which he wrought out the inspirations of that genius under circumstances most fitted to weaken its efforts and restrain its energies. Beethoven was seldom without a folded sheet or two of music paper in his pocket, upon which he wrote with pencil, in 2 or 3 measures of music, hints of any musical thought which might occur to him wherever he chanced to be. Towards the end of his life, his conversation books often answered the same purpose, and there are traditions of bills of fare at dining rooms, having been honored with ideas afterward made immortal. This habit gave Abbe Gelenick a foundation for the following amusing nonsense, as related by Tomaszek. He, Gelenick, declared, says Tomaszek, as if it were an aphorism, that all of Beethoven's compositions were lacking in internal coherency, and that not infrequently they were overloaded. These things he looked upon as grave faults of composition, and sought to explain them from the manner in which Beethoven went about his work, saying that he had always been in the habit of noting every musical idea that occurred to him upon a bit of paper, which he threw into a corner of his room, and that after a while there was a considerable pile of the memoranda which the maid was not permitted to touch when cleaning the room. Now, when Beethoven got into a mood for work, he would hunt a few of his musical motivi out of his treasure heap, which he thought might serve as principal and secondary themes for the composition and contemplation, and often his selection was not a lucky one. I, Tomaszek, did not interrupt the flow of his passionate yet awkward speech, but briefly answered that I was unfamiliar with Beethoven's method of composing, but was inclined to think that the aberrations occasionally to be found in his compositions were to be ascribed to his individuality, and that only an unprejudiced and keen psychologist who had an opportunity to observe Beethoven from the beginning of his artistic development to its maturity, in order to gradually to familiarize himself with his views on art, could fit himself to give the musical world an explanation of the intellectual cross-relationships in Beethoven's glorious works, a thing just as impossible to his blind enthusiasts as to his virulent opponents. Jelinek may have applied these last words to himself, and not incorrectly. This conversation took place in 1814, the day after a rehearsal of Beethoven's Symphony in A, the seventh. Jelinek's pile of little bits of paper in the corner of the room, when touched by the wand of truth, resolves itself into blank music books, to which his new ideas were transferred from the original slight pencil sketches, and frequently with 2 or 3 words, to indicate the kind of composition to which they were suited. Dever's anecdotes are current, which pretend to give the origin of some of the themes thus recorded and afterwards wrought out, but few judicious readers will attach much weight to most of them, for although conceptions can sometimes be traced directly to their exciting causes, the musical composer can seldom say more than that they occur to him at such a time and place, and often not even that. It is certainly not improbable that Beethoven's admirers may have questioned him upon this point, as Schindler did upon the Pastoral Symphony, and that he was able to satisfy them. But Handel's Harmonious Blacksmith may be taken as the type of most of the current stories, which only need truth to make them interesting. To return to the sketchbooks, which performed a twofold office, being not alone the registers of the new conceptions, but containing the preliminary studies of the instrumental works into which they were wrought out. The introduction to the excellent pamphlet, Ein Skizzenbuch von Beethoven, beschrieben und in Auszügen dargestellt von Gustav Notebaum, though properly confined by him to the single book which he was describing, is equally true of so many that have been examined with care as to warrant its general application. The following extracts may be taken as true of the greater part of the sketchbooks. Before us, he says, lies a volume in oblong folio, teatro, of 192 pages and bearing 16 staves on each page, and save a few empty places, containing throughout notes and sketches in Beethoven's handwriting for compositions of various sorts. The volume is bound in craftsman's style, trimmed, and has a stout pasteboard cover. It was bound thus before it was used or received the notes. Excepting the number of pages, this description applies to most of the true sketchbooks. The sketches are, for the greater part, one part. That is, they occupy but a single staff. Only exceptionally are they on 2 or more staffs. In some of the later books, the proportion of sketches in 2 or more parts is much greater than in this. It is permissible to assume in advance that they were written originally, and in the order in which they follow each other in the sketchbook. When a cursory glance over the whole does not seem to contradict this assumption, a careful study nevertheless compels a modification at times. It is to be observed that generally Beethoven began a new page with a new composition, and moreover that he worked alternately or simultaneously at different movements. As a result, different groups of sketches are crowded so closely together that in order to find room, he was obliged to make use of spaces which had been left open, and thus, eventually, sketches for the most different compositions had to be mixed together and brought into companionship. In some of the books, VI not infrequently meets the I. It was the one of Beethoven's modes of keeping the clue in the labyrinth of sketches, being part of the word vide. The second syllable, DE, can always be found on the same or a neighboring page, and B, number 100, number 500, number 1000, etc., and in later sketches, Melior, are common, all which signs are explained by Schindler as being a whimsical mode of estimating the comparative values of different musical ideas or of forms of the same. Again, Notenbaum continues. In spite of this confused working, it is plain that Beethoven, as a rule, was conscious from the beginning of the goal for which he was striving, that he was true to his first concept and carried out the projected form to the end. The contrary is also true at times, and the sketchbook, like others, disclosed a few instances in which Beethoven, in the course, was led from the form originally conceived into another, so that eventually something different appeared from what was planned in the first instance. Once more, in general, it may be observed that Beethoven in all his work begun in the sketchbook proceeded in the most varied manner, and at times reached his goal in a direction opposite to that upon which he first set out. At times, the thematic style dominates. The first sketch breaks off abruptly with the principal subject, and the work that follows is confined to transforming and reshaping the thematic kernel at first thrown on the paper until it appears to be fitted for development. Then the same process is undertaken with intermediary sections. Everywhere we find beginnings, never a whole. A whole comes before us only outside of the sketchbook, in the printed composition where sections, which were scattered in the sketchbook, are brought together. In other cases, the thematic manner is excluded. Every sketch is aimed at a unity and is complete in itself. The very first one gives the complete outline for a section of a movement. Those that follow are then complete reshapings of the first, as other readings directed towards a change in the summary character, or a reformation of the whole, an extension of the middle sections, etc. Naturally, the majority of the sketches do not belong exclusively to either of the two tendencies, but hover between them, now leaning toward one, now toward the other. One readily sees that, when the general plan of a work is clear and distinct before the mind, it is quite indifferent in what order the various parts are studied, and that Beethoven simply adopted the method of many a dramatic and other author, who sketches his scenes or chapters not in course, but as mood, fancy, or opportunity dictates. It is equally evident that the composer could have half a dozen works upon his hands at the same time, not merely without disadvantage to any one of them, but to the gain of all, since he could turn to one or another as the spirit of composition impelled, like the author of a profound literary work, who relieves and recreates his mind by varying his labors, and executes his grand task all the more satisfactorily because he, from time to time, refreshes himself by turning his attention to other and lighter topics. When Beethoven writes to Wegeler, "As I am writing now, I often compose 3 or 4 pieces at once," he could have referred only to the preliminary studies of the sketchbooks. Sometimes, it is true, works were laid aside incomplete after he had begun the task of writing them out in full, and finished when occasion demanded. But as a rule his practice was quite different. That is, all the parts of a work having been thus studied, until he had determined upon the form, character, and style of every important division and subdivision, and recorded the results in his sketchbook, by a few of the first measures, followed by etc., or and so on, the labor of composition may be said to have been finished, and there remained only the task of writing out the clean copy of what now existed full and complete in his mind, and of making such minor corrections and improvements as might occur to him on revision. The manuscripts show that these were sometimes very numerous, though they really extended to any change in the form or to any alteration in the grand effect, except to heighten it or render it more unexpected or exciting. When upon reflection he was dissatisfied with a movement as a whole, he seems rarely to have attempted to improve it by mere correction, choosing rather to discard it at once and compose a new one based either upon the same themes or upon entirely new motives. The several overtures to Fidelio are illustrations of both procedures. The sketches of the greater part of Beethoven's songs after the Bonn period are preserved, and prove with what extreme care he wrought out his melodies. The sketchbook analyzed by Notenbaum affords a curious illustration in Matheson's Opervorlied, the melody being written out in full not less than 6 times. the theme and substance remaining unchanged. Absolute correctness of accent, emphasis, rhythm, or prosody, in short, was with him a leading object, and various papers, as well as the conversation books, attest his familiarity with metrical signs and his scrupulous obedience to metrical laws. Since the shameful mutilation and dispersion of Beethoven's manuscripts at the time of their sale, probably no one person has been able to trace and examine half of the sketchbooks. Still, enough have come under observation during the researches for this work to establish with reasonable certainty these points. 1. That each sketchbook was filled in pretty regular course from beginning to end before a new one was taken. 2. That had the collection been kept entire, it would have afforded the means of determining, with a good degree of certainty, the chronology of most of his instrumental works after coming to Vienna, as to their first conception and studies, excluding, of course, those which, in one form or another, he brought with him from Bonn. 3. That the more important vocal compositions were studied separately. And 4. That only from the sketchbooks can an adequate idea of the vast fertility of Beethoven's genius be formed. They are in music like Hawthorne's notebooks in literature, the record of a never-ceasing flow of new thoughts and ideas until death sealed the fountain forever. There are themes and hints never used for all kinds of instrumental compositions, from the trifles, which he called bagatelles, to symphonies, evidently intended to be as different from those we know as they are from each other. And these hints are in such numbers that those which can be traced in the published works are perhaps much the smaller proportion of the whole. Whoever has the will and opportunity to devote an hour or two to an examination of a few of these monuments of Beethoven's inventive genius will easily comprehend the remark which he made near the close of his life. It seems to me that I have just begun to compose. One more topic demands brief notice before closing this chapter. In the merrymaking of the country folk, of Beethoven's Pastoral Symphony, at the point where the fun grows most fast and furious, and the excitement rises to its height, an ominous sound as of distant thunder gives the first faint warning of the coming storm. So in the life of the composer at the moment of that highest success and prosperity, which we have labored to place vividly before the mind of the reader, just when he could first look forward with well-grounded confidence to the noblest gratification of a musician's honorable ambition, a new and discordant element thrust itself into the harmony of his life. This was the symptoms of approaching deafness. His own account fixes their appearance in the year 1799. Then they were still so feeble and intermittent as to have caused him at first no serious anxiety. But in another year they had assumed so much the appearance of a chronic and increasing evil as to compel him to abandon plans for travel, which he had formed, and for which he was preparing himself with great industry and perseverance to appear in the twofold capacity of virtuoso and composer. Instead, therefore, in 1801, of having long since journeyed through half the world, he, for 2 years, had been confined to Vienna or its immediate vicinity, vainly seeking relief from surgeons and physicians. It is not difficult to imagine calamities greater than that which now threatened Beethoven, as the loss of sight to a Raphael or Rubens in the height of their fame and powers, a partial paralysis or other incurable disease of the brain cutting short the career of a Shakespeare or Goethe, a Bacon or Kant, a Newton or Humboldt. Better the untimely fate of a Buckle than to live long years of unavailing regret over the blasted hopes and promise of early manhood. In such cases there remains no resource. Hope itself is dead. But to Beethoven, even if his worst fears should prove prophetic and his infirmity at length close all prospects of a career as virtuoso and conductor, the field of composition still remained open. This he knew, and it saved him from utter despair. Who can say that the world has not been a gainer by a misfortune which stirred the profoundest depths of his being and compelled the concentration of all his powers into one direction? As the disease made progress, and the prospect of relief became less, notwithstanding a grief and anxiety which caused him such mental agony as even to induce the thought of suicide, he so well succeeded in keeping it concealed from all but a few intimate and faithful friends, that no notice whatsoever is to be found of it until 1802, except in papers from his own hand. They form a very touching contrast to his letters to other correspondents. Neither the head nor the heart is to be envied of the man who can read them without emotion. The two most important are letters to Wegeler, giving full details of his case, doubly valuable because they are not merely letters to a friend, but an elaborate account of the symptoms and medical treatment of his disease, made to a physician of high standing who thoroughly understood the constitution of the patient. They are therefore alike significant for what they contain and for what they omit. No hypothesis as to the cause of the evil can be entertained which is discordant with them. Reserving them, however, for their proper places in the order of time, a story or two inconsistent with them may ere be disposed of. The so-called Fischoff manuscript says in the year 1796, Beethoven, on a hot summer day, came greatly overheated to his home, threw open the doors and windows, disrobed down to his trousers, and cooled himself in a draught at the open window. The consequence was a dangerous sickness, which, on his convalescence, settled in his organs of hearing, and from this time his deafness steadily increased. In this passage, both the date and the averment are irreconcilable with the letters to Wegeler. Dr. Weissenbach, in his Reise zum Kongress, 1814, gives what appears to be the same story but in fewer words. He, Beethoven, once endured a fearful attack of typhus. From this time dates the decay of his nervous system, and probably also the, to him, great misfortune of the loss of hearing. Neither a typhus nor a typhoid fever is a matter of a few days or weeks if severe, and the chronology of our narrative is, to say the least, so far fixed and certain as to exclude the possibility of his having passed through any very serious illness of that nature since he came to Vienna. But it is not at all improbable that in 1784 or 1785 he may have been a victim to this frightful disorder, and that it may have been the cause of his melancholy condition of health. At the time of his mother's death, and of the chronic diarrhea which he was so long troubled. True, there is no record of such an illness, but that proves nothing. There is no record that he passed through an attack of smallpox, except that which the disease left upon his face. But the most extraordinary and inexplicable account of the origin of his deafness is that given by Beethoven himself to the English pianist, Charles Nitte, in 1815. Mr. Nitte was once urging Beethoven to visit England, and mentioned as a farther inducement the great skill of certain English physicians in treating diseases of the ear, assuring him that he might cherish hopes of relief. Beethoven replied in substance as follows: "No, I have already had all sorts of medical advice. I shall never be cured. I will tell you how it happened. I was once busy writing an opera." Nitte: "Fidelio?" Beethoven: "No, it was not Fidelio. I had a very ill-tempered, troublesome primo tenore to deal with. I had already written 2 grand airs to the same text, with which he was dissatisfied, and now a third, which upon trial he seemed to approve and took away with him. I thanked the stars that I was at length rid of him, and sat down immediately to a work which I had laid aside for those airs, and which I was anxious to finish. I had not been half an hour at work when I heard a knock at my door, which I at once recognized as that of my primo tenore. I sprang up from my table under such an excitement of rage that as the man entered the room I threw myself upon the floor as they do upon the stage." Here Beethoven spread out his arms and made a gesture of illustration. "Coming down on my hands. When I arose I found myself deaf, and have been so ever since. The physicians say the nerve is injured. That Beethoven really related this strange story cannot be questioned. The word of the Venerable Charles Nita to the author is sufficient on that point. What is to be thought of it is a very different matter. Here, at least, it may stand without comment. End of section 21. Section 22, Chapter 18 of The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life of Ludwig van Beethoven, Volume 1, by Alexander Wheelock THAYER. Chapter 18. Beethoven's Brothers. His first concert on his own account. Punto and the Sonata for Horn. Steibelt Confounded. E. A. Forster and the First Quartets. The Septet and First Symphony. Beethoven's Homes. Hofmeister. Compositions and Publications of 1800. It is not easy to conceive upon what ground the opinion became current, as it did, that Beethoven in the year 1800, and for several years to come, was still burdened by the support of his brothers, young men now respectively in their 26th and 24th years. This mistake as to Johann has already been exposed, leaving Ludwig for the first quarter of this year doubly busy, having, in addition to his usual occupations, his preparations to make for a grand concert in April. We turn for a page to his brother Karl. In the Hof- und Staatsschematismus for the year 1800, at the end of the list of persons employed in the KK Universal Staatsschuldenkasse, are the names of two Praktikanten. The first is Mr. Karl van Beethoven, lives in the Sterngasse 484. In the same publication appears a new department, or bureau of the above-named office, called the KK Northeast Klassensteuerkasse, and the second of the three bureau officers is Mr. Karl van Beethoven, lives Unterm Tuchraden 605. It is not improbable that while simply Praktikant, he may have needed occasional pecuniary aid, but his preferment to the place of Casa Officier rendered him independent. This appointment is dated March 24th, 1800, and gave him a salary of 250 florins. Small as the sum now appears, it was amply sufficient. With what he could earn by teaching music, and the brother of the great Beethoven could have no lack of pupils, to enable him to live comfortably. In fact, he was better off than many a colleague in the public service, who still, with care and economy, managed to live respectably. It may therefore be confidently asserted that Beethoven was henceforth relieved of all care on account of Karl, as of Johann, made fraternal assistance indispensable. At the beginning of this year, Karl had tried his fortune as a composer, but probably with slender profit, since no sick adventure has been discovered. 6 minuets, 6 Deutsche, and 6 contradances by him are advertised in the Wiener Zeitung of January 11th in double editions, one for clavier and one for 2 violins and violoncello. The concert for which Beethoven had been preparing during the winter took place on the 2nd of April. It was his first public appearance for his own benefit in Vienna, and, so far as is known, anywhere except in Prague. All that is now to be ascertained in relation to it is contained in the advertisement, in the program, and in a single notice sent to the Allgemeine Musikalische Zeitung. The program, which was in the possession of Madame van Beethoven, widow of the composer's nephew, is as follows. Today, Wednesday, April 2nd, 1800, Herr Ludwig van Beethoven will have the honor to give a grand concert for his benefit in the Royal Imperial Court Theatre besides the Berg. The pieces which will be performed are the following. 1. a grand symphony by the late chapel master Mozart. 2. An aria from the Creation by the princely chapel master Herr Haydn, sung by Mademoiselle Salle. 3. A grand concerto for the pianoforte, played and composed by Herr Ludwig van Beethoven. 4. A septet, most humbly and obediently dedicated to Her Majesty the Empress, and composed by Herr Ludwig van Beethoven for 4 stringed and 3 wind instruments, played by Messrs. Schupanzig, Schreiber, Schindlecker, Bahr, Nickel, Mautoschek, and Dietzel. 5. A duet from Haydn's Creation, sung by Mr. and Mademoiselle Salle. 6. Herr Ludwig van Beethoven will improvise on the pianoforte. 7. A new grand symphony with complete orchestra composed by Herr Ludwig van Beethoven. Tickets for boxes and stalls are to be had of Herr van Beethoven at his lodgings, in the Tiefengraben, number 241, 3rd story, and of the boxkeeper. Prices of admission are as usual. The beginning is at 6:30. The correspondent of the Allgemeine Musikalische Zeitung described the concert as the most interesting affair of its kind, given for a long time. Said the new concerto had many beauties, especially in the first 2 movements. Praised the taste and feeling exhibited in the septet, and in the symphony found much art, novelty, and wealth of ideas. But, he continues, unfortunately there was too much use of the wind instruments, so that the music sounded more as if written for a military band than an orchestra. The rest of the notice is devoted to scolding the band for inattention to the conductor. Which of the pianoforte concertos Beethoven played on this occasion is nowhere intimated. The symphony in C soon became known throughout Germany, while the septet achieved a sudden popularity so widely extended and enduring as at length to become an annoyance to the composer. Before the month was out, Beethoven again played in public in a concert given by Johann Stitch, known as Punto. This bohemian virtuoso, after several years of wandering, had lately come to Vienna from Paris via Munich. As a performer upon the horn, he was unrivaled by any predecessor or contemporary, but as a composer he was beneath criticism. Beethoven's delight in any one whose skill afforded him new experience of the powers and possible effects of any orchestral instrument is known to the reader. Nothing more natural, therefore, than his readiness to compose a sonata for himself and Punto, to be played at the latter's concert on April 18th. Ries informs us that though the concert was announced with the sonata, the latter was not yet begun. Beethoven began the work the day before the performance, and it was ready for the concert. His habit of merely sketching his own part of a trusting to his memory and the inspiration of the moment, even when producing his grand concertos in public, probably rendered him good service on this occasion. The Allgemeine Musical Zeitung, Chapter 3, Volume 3, number 704, preserves also the interesting fact that, owing to this enthusiastic applause, the sonata was immediately repeated. April 27 was the anniversary of the day on which Maximilian Franz entered Bonn, to assume the duties of electorship and archbishop. 16 years had passed, and on this day he, with a small retinue, again entered Vienna. He took refuge in an Esterhazy villa in a suburb, while the small chateau, near which now stands the railroad station at Hetzendorf, behind Schönbrunn Garden, was preparing for his residence, whither he soon removed, and where, for the present, we leave him. At the end of February or early in March, the charlatan Daniel Steibelt gave a concert in Prague which brought him in 1,800 florins, and in April or May, having finished his speculation, he went to Vienna, his purse filled with ducats, where he was knocked in the head by the pianist Beethoven, says Tomaszek. Ries relates how. When Steibelt came to Vienna with his great name, Some of Beethoven's friends grew alarmed lest he do injury to the latter's reputation. Steibelt did not visit him. They met first time one evening in the house of Count Fries, where Beethoven produced his new trio in B-flat major for piano forte, clarinet, and violoncello, Opus 11, for the first time. There is no opportunity for particular display on the part of the pianist in this trio. Steibelt listened to it with a sort of condescension, uttered a few compliments to Beethoven, and felt sure of his victory. He played a quintet of his own composition, improvised, and made a good deal of effect with his tremolos, which were then something entirely new. Beethoven could not be induced to play again. A week later there was again a concert at Count Fries. Steibelt again played a quintet which had a good deal of success. He also played an improvisation, which had obviously been carefully prepared, and chose the same theme on which Beethoven had written variations in his trio. This incensed the admirers of Beethoven, and him. He had to go to the pianoforte and improvise. He went in his usual, I might say, ill-bred manner to the instrument. As if half-pushed, picked up the violoncello part of Steibelt's quintet in passing, placed it, intentionally, upon the stand upside down, and with one finger drummed a theme out of the first few measures. Insulted and angered, he improvised in such a manner that Steibelt left the room before he finished, would never again meet him, and indeed made it a condition that Beethoven should not be invited before accepting an offer. It was and still is the custom at Vienna, for all whose vocations and pecuniary circumstances render it possible, to spend all or some portion of the summer months in the country. The aristocracies of birth and wealth retire to their country seats, live in villas for the season, or join the throngs at the great watering places. Other classes find refuge in the villages and hamlets which abound in the lovely environs of the city, where many a neat cottage is built for their use, and where the peasants generally have a spare room or two, cleanly kept and neatly furnished. Beethoven's habit of escaping from town during the hot months was therefore nothing peculiar to him. We have reached the point whence, with little, if any, interruption, Beethoven can be followed from house to house, in city and country, through the rest of his life, a matter of great value in fixing the true dates of important letters and determining the chronology of his life and works. But for the first 7 years, the record is very incomplete. Karl Holz told Jan he, Beethoven, lived at first in a little attic room in the house of the bookbinder Strauss, in the Alsvortstadt, where he had a miserable time. This is one of the facts which an inquisitive young man like Holz would naturally learn of the master, during the short period when he was his factotum. This attic room must have been soon changed for the room on the ground floor mentioned in a previous chapter. An undated note of Van Swieten is directed to Beethoven at number 45 Alsergasse at Prince Lichnowsky's, but in the Vienna directory for 1804 no street is so named, and the only number 45 in the Alsgrund is in the Lammelgasse, property of Georg Musial. But Prince Joseph Lichnowsky is named as owner of number 125 in the Hauptstrasse of that suburb. This was the same house, it merely changed numbers. The site is now occupied by the house number 30, Alserstrasse. Thence Beethoven went as a guest to the house occupied by Prince Lichnowsky. In May 1795, Beethoven, in advertising the trio's Opus 1, gives the residence of the author as the Oglisches house in the Kreuzgasse, behind the Minorite church, number 35, in the first story, but that is no reason to think that Prince Lichnowsky then lived there. Where Beethoven was during the next few years has not been ascertained, but, as has been seen by the concert bill on a preceding page, he was during the winter of 1799 through 1800 in the Tiefengraben, in a very high and narrow house, as Czerny wrote to F. Leub. For the summer of 1800, he took quarters for himself and servant in one of those houses in Unterdobling, an hour's walk perhaps from town, to which the readiest access is by the bridge over the brook on the north side of the Dobling Hospital for the Insane. The wife of a distinguished Vienna advocate, occupied with her children, another part of the same house. One of these children was Grillparzer, afterward famous as a poet. The zeal with which Beethoven at this period labored to perfect his pianoforte playing, and his dislike to being listened to, have already been noted. Madame Grillparzer was a lady of fine taste and culture, fond of music, therefore able to appreciate the skill of her fellow lodger, but ignorant of his aversions to listeners. Her son, in 1861, still remembered Beethoven's incessant practice, and his mother's habit of standing outside her own door to enjoy his playing. This continued for some time, but one day Beethoven sprang from the instrument to the door, opened it, looked out to see if anyone was listening, and unfortunately discovered the lady. From that moment he played no more. Madame Grillparzer, thus made aware of his sensitiveness on this point, informed him through his servant that thenceforth her door into the common passageway should be kept locked, and she and her family would solely use another. It was of no avail. Beethoven played no more. Another authentic and characteristic anecdote can belong only to this summer. There lived in a house hard by a peasant of no very good reputation, who had a daughter remarkably beautiful, but also not of the best fame. Beethoven was greatly captivated by her, and was in the habit of stopping to gaze at her when he passed by, where she was at work in farmyard or field. She, however, made no return of his evident liking, and only laughed at his admiration. On one occasion the father was arrested for engaging in a brawl, and imprisoned. Beethoven took the man's part and went to the magistrates to obtain his release. Not succeeding, he became angry and abusive, and in the end would have been arrested for his impertinence, but for the strong representations made by some who knew him, of his position in society, and of the high rank, influence, and power of his friends. Throughout this period of Beethoven's life, each summer is distinguished by some noble composition, completed, or nearly so that on his return to the city it was ready for revision and his copyist. Free from the demands of society, his time was his own. His fancy was quickened, his inspiration strengthened. In field and forest, labor was a delight. The most important work of the master bears in his own hand the date 1800, and may reasonably be supposed to have been the labor of this summer. It is the Concerto in C minor for pianoforte and orchestra, Opus 37. At the approach of autumn, Beethoven returned to his old quarters in the Tiefengraben. In this year, Krumpholz introduced to him Johann Emanuel, possibly Johann Nepomuk Emanuel. Dolichalik, a young man of 20 years, born in Chotyborz in Bohemia, who had come to Vienna to take lessons from Albrechtsberger. He played the pianoforte and violoncello, was a capable musician, in his youth a rather popular composer of Bohemian songs, and then for half a century one of the best teachers in the capital. Toward the close of his life he was frequently occupied with the arrangement of private concerts, chiefly quartet parties, for Prince Czartoryski and other prominent persons. As long as he lived he was an enthusiastic admirer of Beethoven, and enjoyed the friendship of the composer till his death. Among his observations are the statements concerning the hatred of Beethoven, felt by the Vienna musicians already noted. Kozelcook, he relates, threw the C minor trio at his Dolichalik's feet, while the latter played it to him. Speaking of Beethoven, Kozelcook said to Haydn, "We would have done that differently, wouldn't we, Papa?" And Haydn answered smilingly, "Yes, we would have done that differently." Haydn, says Dolichalik, could not quite reconcile himself with Beethoven's music. It was Dolichalik who witnessed the oft-told scene in the Swan Tavern when Beethoven insisted on paying without having eaten. One of the most prolific and popular composers whom Beethoven found in Vienna was Franz Anton Hofmeister, chapelmaster and R.I. licensed music, art, and bookseller. He was an immigrant from the Neckar Valley and, born 1754, much older than Beethoven, to whom he had extended a warm sympathy and friendship, doubly valuable from his somewhat similar experience as a young student in Vienna. This is evident from the whole tone of their correspondence. In 1800, Hofmeister left Vienna and in Leipzig formed a co-partnership with Ambrosius Kuno, organist of the Electoral Saxon Court Chapel, and established a publishing house there, still retaining his business in Vienna. As late as December 5, 1800, his signature is as above given, but on the 1st of January 1801, the advertisements in the public press announced the firm of Hofmeister and Kuhnel, Bureau de Musique in Leipzig. Since 1814, the firm name has been C.F. Peters. Knowing Beethoven personally and so intimately, it is alike creditable to the talents of the one and the taste and appreciation of the other that Hofmeister, immediately upon organizing his new publishing house, should have asked him for manuscripts. To his letter he received an answer, dated December 15, 1800, in which Beethoven says, "Per primo, you must know that I am very sorry that you, my dear brother in music, do not early let me know something of your doings, so that I might have marketed my quartets with you, as well as many other pieces which I have sold. But if Mr. Brother is as conscientious as many other honest engravers who engrave us poor composers to death, you will know how to derive profit from them when they appear. I will now set forth in brief what my brother can have from me. 1. A septet per il violino, viola, violoncello, contrabbasso, clarinetto, corno, fagotto, tutti obbligati. I cannot write anything not obbligato, for I came into this world with an obbligato accompaniment. This septet has pleased greatly. For more frequent use of the three wind instruments, namely fagotto, clarinetto, and corno, might be transcribed for another violin, viola, and violoncello. 2. A grand symphony for full orchestra. 3. A concerto for pianoforte, which I do not claim to be one of my best, as well as another, which will be published here by Molo, this for the information of the Leipzig critics, because I am for present keeping the better ones for myself until I make a tour, but it will not disgrace you to publish it. 4. A grand solo sonata. That is all that I can give you at this moment. A little later you may have a quintet for stringed instruments, as well as probably quartets and other things, which I have now not with me. In your reply you might set the prices, and as you are neither a Jew nor an Italian, nor I, either one or the other, we shall no doubt come to an understanding." The reference to the quartets Opus 18 in this letter, taken in connection with the apologies for long delay in writing, indicates conclusively enough that at least the first set, the first three, had been placed in the hands of Malo and Company early in the autumn, and it is barely possible, not probable, that they had already been issued from the press. The importance of these quartets in the history both of Beethoven and of chamber music renders very desirable more definite information upon their origin and dates of composition than the incomplete, unsatisfactory, and not always harmonious data already known afford. The original manuscripts appear to have been lost. Von Lenz quotes in his critical catalogue of Beethoven's works an anecdote from a pamphlet printed at Dorpat in which is related: after Beethoven had composed his well-known string quartet in F major, he played for his friend, Amenda, on the pianoforte, the glorious Adagio D minor in 9/8 time, and asked him what he thought had been awakened by it. "It pictured for me the parting of two lovers," was the answer. "Good," Beethoven remarked. "I thought of the scene in the burial vault in Romeo and Juliet." This quartet existed then before Amenda left Vienna. Czerny says in his notes for Jan, one of the first 6 violin quartets, that in D major, number 3, in print, was the very first composed by Beethoven. On the advice of Schupanzig, he called that in F major, number 1, although it was composed later. Ries confirms this. One of his violin quartets, Opus 18, he composed that in D major first of all. That in F major, which now precedes it, was originally the third. Nota bene that either Czerny nor Ries spoke from personal observation at the time of composition. They must have both learned the fact from Beethoven himself, or more probably from dates on the original manuscripts. A criticism of the three quartets which appeared in the Allgemeine Musical Zeitung in 1799, which failed to give the name of the composer, has been applied by some writers, by Langhans in his History of Music for instance, to Beethoven's Opus 18, but erroneously. They were the works of Emanuel Alois Forster, born January 26, 1748, in Neurath, Upper Silesia, died November 12, 1823, in Vienna, a musician who was so highly esteemed by Beethoven that, on one occasion at least, he called him his old master. The phrase can easily be interpreted to mean that Beethoven found instruction in Forster's chamber music, which he heard at the soirees of Prince Lichnowsky and other art patrons. Forster's compositions, not many of which have been preserved in print, are decidedly Beethovenish in character. His eldest son, who in 1870 was still living in Trieste, remembered Beethoven perfectly well from 1803 to 1813 and communicated to the author of this biography some reminiscences well worth preserving. It is known from other sources that Beethoven, after the retirement of Albrechtsberger, considered Forster to be the first of all the Vienna teachers of counterpoint and composition. And this is confirmed by the son's statement that it was on Beethoven's advice that he sent to press the compendious Anleitung zum Generalbass, which Breitkopf and Hartel published in 1805. A year or two later, Count Razumovsky applied to Beethoven for instruction in musical theory, and especially in quartet composition. Beethoven absolutely refused, but so strongly recommended his friend Forster that the latter was engaged. Forster's dwelling in all those years was a favorite resort of the principal composers and dilettanti. Thither came Beethoven, Zmeskal, a very precise gentleman with abundant white hair, Schuppanzich, a short fat man with a huge belly, Weiss, tall and thin, Linke, the lame violoncellist, Henry Eppinger, the Jewish violin dilettante, the youthful Maysater, J.N. Hummel, and others. The regular periods of these quartet meetings were Sunday at noon and the evening of Thursday, but Beethoven in those years often spent other evenings with Forster, when the conversation usually turned upon musical theory and composition. Notwithstanding the wide difference in their ages, 22 years, their friendship was cordial and sincere. The elder not only appreciated and admired the genius of the younger, but honored him as a man, and spoke of him as being not only a great musical composer, but, however, at times, rough in manner and harsh, even rude, in speech, of a most honorable and noble nature. Add to all this the fact that Beethoven in later years recommended Forster to pupils as his own old master, and it is no forced and unnatural inference that he, Beethoven, had studied compositions with him, as he had counterpoint with Albrechtsberger and operatic writing with Salieri. Nor is this inference weakened, it is rather strengthened, by some points in what now follows. The earliest mention of a string quartet in connection with Beethoven is that proposed by Count Appeny, cited from Wegeler, which led to no instant result. Then comes a passage from a letter to Amenda. Do not give your quartet to anybody, because I have greatly changed it, having learned how to write quartets properly. Had he learned from study under Forster? The original manuscripts being lost, further chronological notices concerning them must be sought for in the sketchbooks. Here Nottebohm comes to our assistance. In the Petter collection at Vienna, there are sketches for the last movement of the G major quartet, the last movement of the B-flat quartet, among them one which was discarded, both deviating from the printed more or less, and one for the last movement of the F major quartet, this approaching pretty close the ultimate form. Thus, this quartet was further advanced than the others. Associated with this sketch are sketches from the Sonata in B-flat, Opus 22, and for the easy variations in G major, which were begun while work was in progress on the last movement of the quartet in G. Beethoven worked simultaneously on the first movement of Opus 22 and the scherzo of the first quartet, While working on the last movement of the quartet in B-flat, the rondo of the sonata was begun. The sketches date from 1799 and 1800, inasmuch as they occur before those from the horn sonata, which was composed very hurriedly and performed on April 18, 1800. The sketches were doubtless written earlier. One of the variations of the quartet in A major was sketched much earlier, in 1794 or 1795. A little sketch for the first movement of the F major quartet, found beside sketches of the violin sonata, opus 24, no doubt belongs to the revised form of the quartet. In a sketchbook formerly in the possession of Grasnick in Berlin, there are sketches for the quartet in D major, which are near the ultimate form, except that there is a different theme for the last movement. Then comes a beginning in G major inscribed Quartet 2, the germ of the theme of the second quartet. There was therefore at this time no second quartet, and that in D is the first. There follows Der Kuss, sketches for Operflied, the rondo in G major, opus 51, number 2, to a passage from Schiller's Ode to Joy, to Gellert's Meine Lebenszeit verstreicht in G major, to an intermezzo for pianoforte, to the revised form of the B-flat concerto, which he played in Prague in 1798, and to various songs. The indications are, therefore, that the sketches were written in 1798. Then come sketches for the variations on Anleitung zum Generalbass, which originated and were published in the beginning of 1799, and after them extended sketches for the first movement of the F major quartet, of which those belonging to the first movement are in an advanced stage, those for the second movement less so. A few sketches for a third quartet, thus specified, were not used, show that there was no third at the time. Therefore, the quartet in F is the second, and was planned in 1799. Another sketchbook contains a continuation of the sketches for the F major quartet, and indeed for all of the movements. Then an unused sketch for a third quartet, still not yet in existence, then to two songs by Goethe, one, Ich denke dein, then to the movements of the G major quartet, which is thus indicated to have been the third. The intermezzo in the second movement was conceived later. Further sketches for the A major quartet, which, it follows, was the fourth. Among these sketches are others for the septet and the variations on King, Willst du ruhig schlafen, which appeared in December in 1799, and was therefore not composed earlier. All these sketches date from 1798 and 1799, but the quartets were not finished. In an unused sketch for the adagio of the quartet in F occur the words Les derniers soupirs, which confirm the story told by Amenda. The continuation of the G major quartet dates to 1800. Up to now, no sketches for the quartet in C minor have been found. The results of this chronological investigation may be summed up as follows. The composition of the quartets was begun in 1798. That in D, the third, being first undertaken. This was followed by that in F, and soon after or simultaneously work was begun on that in G, which was originally designed as the second, but as that in F was completed earlier, this was designated as the second by Beethoven, and that in G became in point of time the third. The quartet in F was finished in its original shape by June 25th, 1799, on which day he gave it to Amenda. He revised it later. Whether or not this was also done with the others cannot be said. There is no evidence. The remark made in 1801 that he had just learned to write quartets need not be read as meaning that he had formal instructions from Forster, but is amply explained by his practice on the 6 quartets. Yet, Forster may have influenced him strongly. He then wrote the one in A, now number 5, intending it to be the fourth. In this he seems to have made use of a motif invented at an earlier period. The quartets in B flat and C minor followed, the latter being perhaps the last. The definitive elaboration of the quartets lasted certainly until 1800, possibly until 1801. The quartets then appeared in 2 sets from the press of Malo, It is likely that the first three at least were in the hands of the publisher before the end of 1800, and is proved by the letter to Hofmeister. The first three appeared in the summer of 1801, and were advertised as on sale by Nägeli in Zurich already in July. They were mentioned in the Allgemeine Musical Zeitung on August 26th, and in Spazier's Zeitung für die elegante Welt. In October of the same year, the last three appeared, and Malo advertised them in the Wiener Zeitung of October 28th. The quartets are dedicated to Prince Lobkowitz. Notice of a valuable present to Beethoven from his lenient and generous patron, Prince Karl Lichnowsky, naturally connects itself with the story of the quartets, a gift thus described by Alois Fuchs, formerly violinist in the Imperial Court Orchestra under date of December 2, 1846. Ludwig van Beethoven owned a complete quartet of excellent Italian instruments, given to him by his princely patron and friend Lichnowsky, at the suggestion of the famous quartet player Schuppanzich. I am in a position to describe each of the instruments in detail. 1. A violin, made by Joseph Gornerius in Cremona in the year 1718, and is now in the possession of Mr. Karl Holz, director of the concerts Spirituels in Vienna. 2. The second violin, which was offered for sale, was made by Nicholas Amati in the year 1667, and was in the possession of Dr. Omeyer, who died recently in Hülteldorf. It had been purchased by Mr. Huber. 3. The viola, made by Vincenzo Ruger in 1690, is also the property of Mr. Karl Holz. 4. The violoncello, an Andreas Gornerius of the year 1712, is in the possession of Mr. P. Wertheimer of Vienna. The seal of Beethoven has been impressed under the neck of each instrument, and on the back of each, Beethoven scratched a big B, probably for the purpose of protecting himself against an exchange. The instruments are all well preserved and in good condition. The most valuable one, without question, is the violin by Joseph Gornerius, which is distinguished by extraordinary power of tone, for which indeed Mr. Holz had refused an offer of 1,000 florins. The four instruments were bought by Peter T. Jocketts in 1861, who gave them to the Royal Library at Berlin. Beethoven received them from Lichnowsky, certainly before 1802, but in what year is unknown. Another proof of the prince's regard and generosity, however, belongs to this, namely, an annuity of 600 florins to be continued until the composer should find some suitable permanent employment. The only known publication of the year 1800 is the Rondo in G major, Opus 51, No. 2, which came from the press of Simrock. As for the compositions of the year, it is safe to assume that Beethoven put the finishing touches to the First Symphony, the Septet, Opus 20, and the Quartets, Opus 18. Furthermore, there can be little doubt but that the Sonata for Horn, Opus 17, the Pianoforte Sonata, Opus 22, the Concerto in C minor, and the variations for four hands on the melody of the song Ich denke dein belong to this year. The variations Tres Faciles, on an original theme in G, were sketched and probably completed. The only chronological clues to the horn sonata are the date of its first performance, April 18, 1800, and the anecdote by Ries concerning the rapid completion of the work. No sketches have been found, and nothing is known of the autograph, but according to Notebaum, the beginning of a clean copy of the Adagio is to be found among the sketches for the Sonata Opus 22 and 23. Punto was still in Munich in 1800, and since the work seems assuredly to have been designed for him, there is an equal certainty that it was composed in that year. It was published by Malo in March of 1801. The septet, for four strings and three wind instruments, dedicated to the Empress Maria Theresia, was played at the concert in which the symphony in C major was brought forward, April 2nd, 1800, but it had been heard previously in the house of Prince Schwarzenberg. Inasmuch as sketches for it are found among those for the quartets, especially the one in A major, which belonged to the year 1799, Its inception may be placed in that year, though it was probably finished in 1800, shortly before its performance. There is no date on the autograph. It was offered to Hofmeister in the letter of December 15, 1800, and was published by him in 1802. The septet speedily won great popularity and was frequently transcribed. Hofmeister had an arrangement for string quintet, which he advertised on August 18, 1802. Ries thought that Beethoven had made it, but he was in error. Nevertheless, Beethoven gave Hofmeister permission to publish an arrangement in which strings were substituted for the wind instruments, and himself transcribed it as a pianoforte trio with violin or clarinet ad lib. This arrangement was made as a tribute of gratitude from the composer to his new physician, Dr. Johann Schmidt. The doctor played the violin, and his daughter the pianoforte, both fairly well, and Beethoven arranged his popular piece for family use, and, as was customary at the time, gave Dr. Schmidt the exclusive possession of the music for a year. The theme of the minuet in the septet was borrowed from the pianoforte sonata opus 14 No. 2, but its treatment is original. There has been considerable controversy without absolutely definitive result touching the melody, which is varied in the Andante. Kretschmer, in his Deutsche Volkslieder, Berlin, 1838, Volume 1, No. 102, page 181, prints the melody in connection with Rhenish folk song Ach Schiffer, lieber Schiffer, and there is a tradition that Czerny said that it was taken by Beethoven from that source. Notebaum offers evidence, deserving of consideration, that the melody is a folk tune, but Ries and Wegeler, who lived on the Rhine, had nothing to say on the subject. Erck and Bohm, Deutsche Liedhort, Volume 1, page 273, publish folk songs dealing with the legend which is at the base of Ach Schiffer, lieber Schiffer, but the melody of the Andante is not to be found among them, and Bohme gives it his opinion that the song printed by Kretschmer was written to Beethoven's melody by Kretschmer's collaborator, Zuccalmaglio. It is not likely that the melody, had it lived in the mouths of the people, would have escaped so industrious a collector as Erck, who moreover was a native of the Rhine country. The evidence would seem to indicate that the melody was original with Beethoven. The pianoforte sonata in B flat, opus 22, also belongs to this year, as appears from the fact that it was offered to Hofmeister in the letter of December 15. It was still in an unfinished state on the completion of the sonatas for horn, as is shown by the circumstance that sketches of it are mingled with a fair transcript of a passage from the latter work. There are also sketches for opus 22, among those for the quartet in B flat, opus 18, No. 6, and the latter movements of the quartet in F, no doubt the revision. The sketches therefore belong to the year 1800, but may date back to 1799, from which it would appear that Beethoven worked an unusually long time on the sonata. The principal labor was performed most likely in the summer of 1800, which Beethoven spent at Unterdobling. It was published in 1802 by Hofmeister and Kühnel. Sketches from the 6 easy variations are found amongst some from the last movement of the quartet in G, which seemed to be nearly finished. Again, we can fix the year as 1799 or 1800. Of special importance is the fact that the theme of the variations is the same as the first episode of the rondo of the sonata in B flat, and the circumstances that the sketches are of almost the same date indicates that the identity was not accidental. The variations were advertised as new by Träg on December 16, 1800. The variations in D for 4 hands on the melody of Goethe's poem Ich denke dein were conceived at practically the same time as those just described. Beethoven at first intended to give each stanza a separate setting, and to this end make 2 sketches, which are associated with the quartet sketches and belong to the year 1799. He then took the melody of the first stanza as a theme for variations for 4 hands in the same year and wrote them into the autograph album of 2 sisters, the Countess Theresa Brunswick and Josephine Dame. On September 22, 1803, he offered them to Hofmeister in the place of the Trio Variations, Opus 44, with the remark that he considered them better than the latter. Hofmeister, however, published the Trio Variations in 1804. The Variations in D were not published until the beginning of 1805, and were described as having been written in 1800 for the two countesses mentioned, and dedicated to them. An autograph preserved in the Royal Library in Berlin contains 4 of the variations on Ich denke dein, an adagio in F major, noted on 4 staves, 3 with treble, 1 with the bass clef, and a scherzo in G major 3/4 time, and an allegro in G major 2/4 time. Albert Kopfermann, who published the adagio for the first time in numbered 12, volume 1 of Die Musik, considers no doubt correctly that the 3 compositions were written for an automatic musical instrument. Though the number of new compositions produced in 1800 was small, attention must be directed to the fact that the revision and completion of works for publication, together with the planning of new works, gave a deal of occupation to Beethoven. Amongst the compositions made ready for the printer were the quartets, which were not ready till near the end of the year. To them must be added the Sonata in E-flat, Opus 27, No. 1, and the Concerto in C minor, the autograph of which distinctly bears the date 1800. It is certain, moreover, that Beethoven began working on Prometheus in this year, and the summer must have been a busy one for him. End of section 22.